Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 91, Hichuga Yatashiro and the Minos Forest. Third-person POV. It had been nearly 2 months since Ichigo and his nakama had returned to Karakura town and returned back to their daily lives. Ichigo was a sophomore now and had been looped with So-iPhone into class 2 to 3. Tatsuki, Urayu, Chad, and Orium had all been looped into his class. So-iPhone had made sure not to lose her best and brightest when time came for picking students. Of course, at the same time, when it came time for drawing lots, she wound up getting Kigo Asano, again, much to her chagrin. Mizurio and Chizuru were also thrown into her class. Shinji still stuck in Karakura High. He said he was accustomed to the high school life and was going to experience it. Of course, that didn't mean he had to bring everyone else along for the ride, but did so anyway. Mashiro and Lisa were thrown into Ichigo's classroom. Kensei was assigned as one of the gym teachers and Rose was put in charge of both an art class and a music class. According to Shinji, they were tired of being cooped up in that dingy old warehouse, and since the Soul Society wasn't going to come after them, there was no reason for them to stay hidden any longer. This, however, only annoyed Ichigo. While the biggest pain in the ass of the group, Hiyori, was deceased, Ichigo thought he was over and done with putting up with everybody. At lunch, on the roof, Shinji stomped out those beliefs completely. What, are you kidding? He put his arm around Ichigo. You're stuck with us, Ichigo, whether you want it or not. Ichigo simply glared. Shinji removed his arm. All right, no need for the evil eye, he sighed. All right, here's the deal. Lelouch is worried about that beast inside you. To keep it from getting loose, he wants you surrounded by high-level Ryutsus at all times. He says this will either keep the beast suppressed because it won't have the breathing room to come out, or it'll make it that much more eager to do so, which is what we want, because the sooner this problem gets worse, the sooner we can look for a solution. And the faster we get a solution, the faster this is over and done with. Does that mean you guys have to follow me everywhere? Ichigo complained. Nah, for now Lelouch is absolutely that you won't go crazy if you're home, but school is very stressful. He wants your stress minimized, Shinji said. If that's the case, should at least one of us be with Ichigo at all times? Tatsuki inquired. That's the feeling I've gathered. Of course at home I think Ichigo's safe for this stage of events. According to Lelouch, he's certain Ichigo would never go ballistic near his folks, at least the level of outrage needed for you to go off the rails again, Shinji told him. I don't need to be babysat, Ichigo said, getting aggravated. I don't think it's quite like that. Urayu pushed in his glasses. No one's saying you can't fight or that we're keeping tabs on you, but if you get loose, it seems we need someone to be on target with you right away. If you harmed innocents, the results would be catastrophic. Orium spoke up. Ichigo should be fine as long as he's with me, no matter where he is. He seemed to calm down in my presence last time. As far as Lelouch is concerned, all that means is that he won't attack you because the demon within him recognizes you and your being, registers and connects with his enraged mind, Lisa put in. I do agree though, you're probably the one least likely to cause Ichigo any amount of stress or problems. Orium brightened up at hearing that. Speaking of Lelouch, what's he up to right about now? And, what about Rukia? Ichigo asked. TCH, you think I know? Shinji asked. I just got orders from Kisuke who said they came from Lelouch. Besides, there's no reason you gotta be concerned about him. He is a captain after all. As for Shiburukia, not really sure. I spoke to Yuriuki the other day, Tatsuki piped up. Apparently a few more changes were done within the Soul Society. The 7th Division captain's replacement fired her underling and replaced him with Susanna. Yukitake-san sent his 5th seat to take over and Rukia got bumped up in rank, so she's probably getting used to her new position. Yuriuki said that the Soul Society was working on getting a new representative down here, but we're not high priority since we've got so many people that can fight hollows, so long as, in her own words, we play nice and do what the Soul Society says. Tatsuki said the last part with a playful smile. Well, it's good to hear she's doing well, Ichigo said. Yuriuki said she's always got information flowing to her freely whenever she can get it, Tatsuki stated. Got it, Ichigo nodded. As for Lelouch, really don't know. Information on captains is harder to get apparently. Most of what they do at top secret, Tatsuki replied. You sure do hang around Sensei and Yoriyuki-san a lot, Ichigo commented. Is there a problem with that? Tatsuki frowned. What? No, nothing, just thinking out loud, Ichigo replied. Anyway, sounds like the Soul Society is still recovering from the war. I mean, unlike us they have to deal with the damages and everything, Tatsuki stated. Ichigo hadn't even realized that. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Explain to me again how it is you were consistently top 25 and I've never hit top 50 even once, Tatsuki teased. Oi. Ichigo snapped. Tatsuki pulled on her eye and stuck out her tongue and she and Ichigo began making faces at each other. Hey. Shinji, are you sure this is a good idea? What if Ichigo goes bonkers again? Mashiro asked. Nah, at this stage, Lelouch thinks that can only happen if Ichigo hollow-fees and he's not even in soul form. The situation could rapidly decay though at a moment's notice. We need to keep an eye on him for that purpose, Shinji said. Besides, it's a good thing he gave the orders now ahead of time. Lelouch is always getting a jump on things. Contrary to what Shinji said, back in the Soul Society, Lelouch wasn't doing anything too interesting. In particular, his day was about to become much more interesting and it was all connected to the events surrounding a Squad 5 field patrol. The captain of the squad, Hitsuga Yatashiro, and his vice-captain, Hinamori Momo were patrolling the field with a bunch of new recruits from the graduating class. Of course the field experience was a little more than a simple mission. Since he was already going out on patrol, Hitsugaya promised Lelouch he'd take care of a particularly bad gang in the Rokanga he was patrolling. Lelouch was done using the Phantoms as an official network, but rather intended to use the members to his advantage when he could. He may not be able to break the system, but he knew he could bend it to his will. He had scouted out the area when he had gone out alone a couple days ago, but Soul Society law forbade direct interference on Rokanga life without going through the proper channels unless business in that Rokanga sector was authorized. However, rather than go through said channels or disguise himself and have Yamamoto have his head later, Lelouch knew Hitsugaya would be going out on patrol and opted for his help instead, while at the same time half filling out the proper work, just in case he was turned down or Hitsugaya failed. The new recruits were happy to be working with their captain. So far the patrol was very peaceful. Hitsugaya led the patrol onward towards the village in which he would fulfill Lelouch's request. They were in the upper Rokanga sectors, so the area was much greener and full of life. There was grass beneath their feet and at least 2 trees were in close proximity to each wooden, single family of 4 or less, house. Before entering the village, Hitsugaya set up a post where he would begin the drills and training. This spot looks okay, Hitsugaya affirmed, tapping the ground with his foot. Alright everyone, listen up. I want you all to split into groups of 3 or 4. Momo will instruct you what you should be doing. I have errands to run, but I'll be back in a bit. When I return, we will begin more complex group dynamics. Is that understood? Hi, Hitsugaya Teiko, the recruits saluted. Hitsugaya nodded and turned to Momo. I trust you to keep everything in order. Send a hell butterfly if you need me. Right, Momo nodded, of course. Hitsugaya smirked and went about his business. He entered the village and made his way to the area that Lelouch said there was trouble. He walked casually, acting like nothing was wrong. He also removed his haori and tucked it into a clip over his shoulder, much like Ishine had done during the war with Talbumasuk. Most wouldn't see the haori straight off, so it would lower the guard of the thugs. Most wouldn't fuck around with a captain patrolling the streets, but a normal Soul Reaper, especially one of Hitsugaya's stature, might get them to lower their guard. Hitsugaya didn't like thinking of himself as a kid, but Lelouch had said something about that to him once during his time with the Phantoms. Even if you want the world to consider you an adult, at first glance most will not see you in that fashion. Some enemies might even underestimate you because of your stature. You can use that to prove them wrong. Also, it becomes very convincing for covered ops when we need our insider to look like a child. Regardless of how you see yourself, sometimes it's best to play the situation of how the enemy sees you. At the time, Hitsugaya did not fully understand what Lelouch meant, but now he was certain that he did. He walked through the area and took notice of the area that most of the villagers seemed to be avoiding. He carefully made his way over there and stood by some high-rising bushes. His low height made it possible for him to stand nearby, unseen. A bunch of thugs were all gathered around smoking pot and bustling around a bunch of tents set up with crates filled to the brim with tchotchkes, gon, food, and other supplies. These guys look like they're living in a lap of luxury. Either they're dealing in black market business or they just mug poor unsuspecting folks who come by. That would explain why so many people are avoiding this area like a disease. Hichugaya put his hand on his blade and took a sharper look around the area. It was then that he spotted a few blood-stained, tattered, black kimonos and a cache of bladed weapons, scimitars, axes, and halberds. Have they been? Hichugaya scowled. Lelich was right, these guys need to be dealt with. Hichugaya walked out into the open. The thugs looked at him and laughed. Well, look what we got here boys, a little lost boy and a soul reaper to boot. Looks more to me like the kids playing dress up, one of the other thugs, with a mustache, said. Hichugaya clicked his sword out of his sheath. I assure you this Zanpakuto is very real. The thugs all laughed at him. Hey Kale, look at this, Shrimpy here thinks he can take us. From out of one of the tents came a big burly guy with a big nose, kickball-sized head, and small eyes that put Yami to shame in terms of size, when Yami first showed up in Karakura town, with regards to his appearance. He was bald and wearing a beige sleeveless, open fabric with same-colored pants. This is adult world, kid. Little boys should run back home to their mamas. I'm not just some punk kid. I'm a captain. No one seemed to be taking Hichugaya seriously. Listen little guy, you might be at that age where you like to play pretend and think you're all fancy acting like a big shot, but get your ass out of here now or we're going to have more than words, Kale told him. I see none of you still realize who you're dealing with, Hichugaya said and unfastened his haori before putting it back on his back. I am captain of Squad 5, Hichugaya Toshiro, and unless my eyes deceive me, those kimono are remains of Shiakusho of other soul reapers. Trophies I presume? Now, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm here on official business with my squad. That means the stipulation that prevents captains from interfering with Rukonga business won't save you. Now, are we going to have a problem, or do I need to forcefully disband your group and rein you into the Onmitsukido? You? Beat us? I have to hand it to ya Junior, you've got guts. But guts will only get you so far. Kale glared at Hichugaya. Crush him. Hichugaya stood perfectly still and stood up straight. He then folded his arms and casually leaked out his Ryotsu. The frigid air generated by his Ryotsu type sent everyone flying onto the ground into the dirt, covered in a thin layer of ice and snow. Hichugaya's haori billowed from the breeze. Kale, is it? Hichugaya asked the now petrified thug. You will take responsibility for the actions of your men and the lives of those soul reapers that have died. Pick up a weapon. Hichugaya unsheathed Hirin Meru and pointed it at him. On their honor I shall stain this battlefield with your blood. To mug civilians is one thing, but to murder inquiring soul reapers is a high-class crime, the penalty of which is death. However, rather than let you face public execution, I intend to silence you here. You can't do that. There are rules, damn it. There are rules. Kale shouted. I'll just file my report to say that I killed you in justified self-defense. Who do you think they'll believe, me, a captain, or your unconscious crew? A captain several years my senior once said to me, killing without purpose is murder, but killing with purpose. Hichugaya swept towards Kale before he could blink, taking a practice swing and letting his frosty aura coat Kale's muscular arm. Pick up a weapon, Kale. My honor prevents me from killing an unarmed man, and it would be more merciful for you to die here against me than to rot in jail, pending execution. Kale snarled, grabbed a gigantic two-handed blade, twice the size of Ichigo's Zanjutsu, and swung at Hichugaya over the head. The blade snapped in two against Hichugaya's snowy white hair. Forget what I said. Hichugaya put his blade away. I don't even need my sword for such an easy fight. Hichugaya drove his elbow into Kale's ribcage, cracking several of them. He turned around, jumped and uppercut Kale in the jaw. He planted a firm kick at the base of Kale's neck, pushing him back. Hichugaya grabbed the sides of Kale's coat and squeezed them together. He then turned sharply in midair and threw Kale down onto his back into the ground before stomping on Kale's stomach and performing a brilliant low sweeping spin kick into the side of Kale's head to snap his neck. Hitsugaya then got off the giant man and called for the Onmitsukido with a hell butterfly for pickup, detailing the events. He then went back to the group. Lelouch had changed him. Had he not been a part of the Phantoms, Hitsugaya would have taken care of that situation much more serenely, perhaps not at all. Perhaps the Soul Society would still allow crime to run free in such a petty situation as that, but Lelouch had changed that structure with the Phantoms. Crime was down by 70% in Rukonga and enrollment and acceptance at the academy was up by 35% since the time before the Phantoms existed. And while most believed in justice, it was the actual Phantom members themselves who prided themselves in ripping out the roots of corruption from the tree of life, so most of them had very little tolerance for even the pettiest of criminals. Lelouch's allies all worked within the system, but at the same time abused it to prevent their troubles, and it was all because of Lelouch's instruction and knowledge. Whether or not they took advantage of that knowledge varied from Phantom to Phantom. It was Momo and Susanna who probably took advantage of it the most. As Hitsugaya thought on this and his thoughts drifted to Momo, he suddenly had a hell butterfly come his way. It was an emergency signal and it was sent to him by Momo. Hitsugaya hastily made his way towards his squadron. Unfortunately, in the time that had passed in between Momo's sending of the hell butterfly, Hitsugaya's receiving it and his arrival on the scene, his unit, save for Momo, as she was the only one not suffocating from their spiritual pressure. What happened here? None of this was at fault of Momo's bad leadership qualities. The enemy was team of Ajichas, 3 in total. The first Ajichas was a gigantic, armless bipedal creature. It was about half of the size of Alon, the hollow Ichigo had defeated in the first battle of Karakura town. Its eyes were tiny and it had so many teeth that a great white would be jealous. The other Ajichas was a legless creature with 4 arms that was about the size of its partner's jaw, and both were ganging up on Momo. She was wearing down and heavily injured. It had a neck the size of a refrigerator and a mask shaped like a Buddha face with a slasher smile and cold empty eyes. Panting heavily, both hands on her shikai, blood tricked down the right side of Momo's forehead. She appeared to have been smacked around quite a bit, and drool from the large-jawed Minos covered her back due to a bite she had just barely dodged, as was obvious from the teeth marks in her uniform. Hitsugaya could piece together the battle and how it had played out up to this point from there. He was about to leap in and help, but he saw the look on Momo's face and felt the tension in her riot, so there was something about it that he hadn't quite noticed before. Momo seemed determined to keep going. Her spiritual power spiked around her. "You bastards wanna play rough and dirty," Momo said with a deep tone and a sullen glare. "I can play rough and dirty. Bakudo 4, Hainawa." With the crawling rope, Momo bound together the legless Ajichas and threw it against armless Bipt, smashing several of its teeth. Tabayam. She shot the bipedal hollow in the foot. Hado 63, Reikoho. 60 level with no chant? Hitsugaya thought to himself. With both feet injured, the bipedal Ajichas fell forward and the legless Ajichas barreled towards Momo. She gripped her hands tightly and charged a gigantic fireball, releasing it at the very last second and set the Ajichas completely on fire. It smashed the other Ajichas with such force that she flipped it onto its back. The legless Ajichas rolled away and dissolved. With Shunpo she got right behind it. "Leave," she slashed its upper mandible. "My squad," she slashed it again, causing it to groan, "alone." She slashed it one more time and it dissolved into nothingness. Momo looked around and prepared to reseal her shikai when suddenly Hitsugaya noticed something wrong. "Momo, look out." Momo was about to get cut down by a third Ajichas, having let its form be hidden until just now, but Hitsugaya got right in its face, blocking it with the base of his blade, back to the Ajichas, facing Momo. "Shiro-chan," Momo gasped in joy as she saw him. Hitsugaya fully drew out his blade and turned to face the enemy before him. The creature was twice the size of Zaraki Kenpeki and had 4 arms. It looked like skeleton with the way it was built, considering it was almost all hollow bone except for its arms, which were actually blades. "Tend to your injuries," Hitsugaya told Momo as he readied his blade, "and take care of the others." "I'll handle this." "Hi," Momo went to help the others. "Lelouch," Hitsugaya thought as he fended off the Ajichas in front of him, causing it to jump and wait for him to attack. "Anything bad I may have thought about you for changing Momo, I take back. If you hadn't helped her, made her more mature, there's a good chance she would have died before I got here." "Sit upon the frozen heavens," higher in Meru. The great ice serpent ejected from Hichugaya's blade and it tore towards the skeleton Ajichas, freezing it on the spot, destroying it in its entirety. Hichugaya spun his sword and swung it out at his side before turning around and sheathing his sword behind his back. If there was one thing that had rubbed off on him from Lelich, it was unorthodox presentation before and after defeating an enemy. And that is the difference between a captain and a vice-captain. Everyone began to get up, groaning. Teiko, one of the new recruits, saw him. "Is everyone all right?" Hichugaya asked. Grunts and groans indicating life and no casualties was the most wonderful sound to Hichugaya's ears. He breathed a sigh of relief. What happened right before the attack? Momo ran up to her captain and pointed to a still open garganta. That, she indicated. That's peculiar, normally a garganta closes after the hollows are defeated, Hichugaya stated. Does that mean there are more of those things? One of the recruits asked. Highly unlikely. The ability to hide oneself from view is not common amongst many hollows, surely you all remember learning that, Hichugaya stated. Hichugaya himself had been one of the first few classes to be taught Lelich's hollow algorithm. Invisibility was a rare technique, a fundamental Hichugaya had learned in class, along with the fact that low-rank hollows attack in packs while higher-ranking hollows tend to fight alone when it came to feasting. To see a trio of Ajichas attack meant that this was a deliberate attack. Someone was gunning for the Soul Society and had just been stopped by Hichugaya and Momo. Hichugaya readied another Hell Butterfly and sent it out to Lelich, informing him of this phenomenon. I want all of you to head into town and wait for the Onmitsukido. Whatever's going on here, the enemy is baiting us with that open garganta and I am going to investigate. But Captain, it's clearly a trap. One of the recruits shouted. Who are you? One of the female recruits shouted at the other recruit. Monarch Barris of Galactic Conquest. Galactic Conquest was a decade-old space adventure trilogy in Brighton Neon theaters. Many souls from Earth were rather fond of it. A prequel to the trilogy was released 2 years ago. Trap or not, the only course of action is to spring the trap, besides we've sent troops into enemy territory and lived to tell about it, Hichugaya stated. Momo put a hand on Hichugaya's shoulder. I'm coming with you. Unacceptable. You need to lead the troops to the village and wait for Stefan or whomever shows up with the Onmitsukido. I'll be fine on my own, Hichugaya stated. You need someone to watch your back. Whatever sent these Ajichas is probably more powerful than them combined. I won't have you become the next Akari Mari if the enemy is a Vastolords, Momo said to him. Lelich may not have liked discussing his past, but that only went so far as his past from when he was alive. Like many Soul Reapers, Lelich had no problem reminiscing over his life in the Soul Society and had sat down for an interview for the CRITI Communications. With their lead journalist, Hisagi Shihei, killed in action though, the communications office was actually transferred to the 3rd Division's priority at the request of its vice-captain Kira Izuru. With the captain blind as a bat and Jin being the crafty bastard that he was, the captains felt this was an acceptable decision. Hisuna enjoyed working with the newspaper and Izuru felt this was something he could do to honor Shihei's memory by taking over the paper, so Hichugaya knew what Momo was talking about with regards to Mari. He didn't show it, but he was touched that Momo was so eager to help him. All right, everyone make a dash for the village and stay there. Do not, under any circumstances, leave the village unless authorized by the Onmitsukido. We're a little far out for me to ask you to hike back to the division unsupervised. Stay in the area and don't cause problems. I'll be back before day's end. Momo, let's go. Hichugaya jumped into the air. Momo followed. Anyone besides me notice that our captain and vice-captain are really informal with one another? One of the recruits asked. I heard they've known each other since before they were Soul Reapers, another one gossiped. Oh, do tell, one of the other recruits seemed interested. Inside the Garganta, Hichugaya and Momo dashed to Hueco Mundo. How are your injuries? Hichugaya asked her. I've recovered for the most part, Momo said to him. I'll be ready to go to battle should you require my assistance. Glad to hear it, Hichugaya said. He and Momo continued to plow through the Garganta until they emerged into Hueco Mundo, but instead of exiting into the sandy dunes they found themselves in a dark forest with grey crystal-like trees stretching on endlessly towards the sky. What is this place? Momo asked. Is this really Hueco Mundo? Hichugaya was examining one of the trees and plucked off a small branch. Momo, look at this. What? A piece of the tree? She questioned. Didn't the 12th Division say they had found strange small quartz-like plants along the dunes? Hichugaya asked. Ah, you don't think? That's exactly what I'm thinking, Hichugaya said, looking up at the endless stretching treetops. It's very likely that we've found ourselves beneath the shifting sands of Hueco Mundo. I remember reading about such a place in books in the archives, but I thought they were just delusions caused by the heat of the desert. Hichugaya went into detail, when Lelich and the others broke into Las Noches. That was not the first time the Soul Society ever sent Soul Reapers to Hueco Mundo. Over a millennium ago, the Soul Society used to send scout patrols into Hueco Mundo to keep Hollows at bay. The process was stopped upon the legends depicting tales of Baragan Lucienbarn, the King of Hollows. We lost a lot of men patrolling these sands, so in the favor of protecting our troops, we decided to protect the world of the living rather than patrol the Hollows, or so it is said. The technique to use the Garganta passed with time and died with Yamamoto Suteiko's predecessor. Does this place have a name? Momo asked. It does, Hichugaya responded. They called it the Minos Forest for it is here that most of the Jillians tend to gather. Still, this is hardly the time for a history lesson. We need to figure out what sent those Ajichas to the Soul Society. Oh, you won't be going anywhere, a voice stated. Momo and Hichugaya suddenly found themselves surrounded by several Ajichas-level hollows varying in size and shape. This is the Minos Forest, our turf. Soul Reapers are not welcome here. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Momo drew out her sword. It's not like we thought you'd offer us cookies and soda pop and show us some hospitality. Hichugaya stayed Momo's eagerness to fight. He wasn't about to pull a shoot first ask questions later. Ajichas, most of them anyway, had the capability of intelligent speech and a sense of self. He figured they might have some useful information and he'd beat it out of them if they didn't cooperate. I don't think you want to mess with us. My name is Hichugaya Toshiro, I'm a captain. Unless one of you is a Vastolords or you're friends with one, I don't have any problem ejecting Bankai and dropping you where you stand. My unit was just attacked by 3 of your own simultaneously. Has there been any change to your turf to warrant a direct attack upon us? After all, it's not like you're kind to hunt in packs on our turf. One of the Ajichas, about as big as the 4-armed Ajichas Hichugaya had killed, stepped forward from out of the crowd. He had a purple body, hooves, 2 bulky arms and scorpion stinger for a head and mask. And it's not like you're kind to move in on ours either, the Minos folded its arms. Get lost now or we're going to kill both of you. One of you is bad enough, we don't need 3 of you. 3, are you saying there's another Soul Reaper here? Hichugaya asked. And if there is? The Minos asked, the tail end of his mask swishing back and forth like a pendulum behind his back. Tell me where he or she is, Hichugaya demanded. Nope, sorry, I think we'll kill you instead. Attack. The large Minos declared. Bankai, Hichugaya said softly and then emerged in his Bankai's form with a loud shout, Daiguren Hyeren Meru. With just the emergence of Hichugaya's Bankai, the frosty atmosphere obliterated most of the Minos except the big one, but a single strike from Hichugaya's blade did him in. Was Bankai necessary? Momo asked. Hichugaya pulled back on his Kosid, revealing the Gentei Kaijo mark. When Lelich and the others came here, they used Urahara's special Garganta. We came in through the enemy's own Garganta. Just leaving the Soul Society automatically places the seal upon us. After all, even Hueco Mundo has its own spiritual structure. Hichugaya put away his blade, sealing his Bankai. We should get moving. Now we have 2 objectives. Momo nodded in agreement. Hichugaya and Momo wandered through the forest together in search of clues as to the reason their unit was attacked or signs of the other Soul Reaper. I thought the practice for sending Soul Reapers into Hueco Mundo was abandoned long ago. Why would there still be a Soul Reaper here? As the 2 continued to walk forward, Momo suddenly stopped short and turned towards her right. Her hand was on the handle of her blade so that she could draw it at a moment's notice. I know you're out there, show yourself. She demanded to know. Hitsugaya only now sensed what Momo was looking in the direction, but it was very faint. I didn't even notice it until just now. Momo's Ryotsu detecting skills are impeccable. From the shadows a weird-looking creature, unlike anything Momo or Hitsugaya had seen before, stepped out. The creature wore a shiakusho, but also was wearing a fur coat over his kosud. Upon the creature's face was a hollow mask shaped like a gazelle's skull. A Zanpakuto was sheathed at his side. "What are you?" Momo asked. "A vizard, an Arrancar? A hollow with the flesh of one of our own? State your business." Reaching up with a muscular, slightly hairy arm, the creature removed the gazelle mask, revealing the human face of a young-looking male with auburn hair in a similar style to Kaion's raven color and Ichigo's bright orange, only it was more grown out and much less well taken care of. "I'm one of you," the individual replied. "Who exactly are you?" Hitsugaya asked, confused. "My name is Kano Ashido, I'm one of you," the man replied. "Then why do you carry a hollow mask?" Momo asked. "Momo, relax," Hitsugaya said, putting an arm out in front of her. "This is obviously the Soul Reaper the other Minos were talking about." "Other Minos?" Ashido was confused, but they saw Hitsugaya's Haori. "You're a captain, but I don't recognize you." "That's probably understandable. I haven't been a captain for even a year now. Before me was Aizen Sosuke and before him was Hirako Shinji," Hitsugaya stated. "So you're the captain of Squad 5, I see, a lot must have changed in the last few centuries." Ashido looked up to the treetops. "Centuries?" Momo was stunned. Hitsugaya was too, which made it hard to ask the next question as his shock forced him to clear his throat several times while talking. "How long have you been here exactly?" Hitsugaya asked. "I stopped counting the days, but I'd say at least 300 years, Ashido replied. 300? Momo swallowed the years of her statement. "How exactly did you get here?" Hitsugaya asked. "I'll explain, but it's not safe to talk here. I have an abode not too far from here, we can talk on the way and while we're there," Ashido stated. "A safe place is as good a place as ever." "Momo, let's go," Hitsugaya told her. Momo nodded. As the trio walked on, Ashido leading them, he explained how he came to be in the Minos forest. "I was on patrol with my unit when we happened upon a bunch of hollows. We fought them and drove them back, even chased them straight through the Garganta and found ourselves here in the Minos forest." "Wait, you didn't come here alone?" Hitsugaya asked. "No," Ashido said calmly, "we wanted to make sure the hollows we were fighting were defeated or we couldn't go home. I was in the 10th division at the time. Akari Teiko was very insistent upon absolute victories." "How is she, by the way?" Ashido asked. He looked back only to see Hitsugaya and Momo's sympathetic faces. "Don't say it, I can take a hint." "What did her in?" "A Vastolords by the name of Vanguard," Momo answered. "She defeated him first, but succumbed to her wounds shortly after." "Vanguard, huh? I know that name. The Minos often chatted about him. They talked about him like he was some sort of god. Even the Minos guardian himself, Godian Zu, was terrified of him. Many say he was more powerful than the Hollow King himself, Baragan Lusenburn. Many called him the most powerful Vastolords. So Mari took him out, huh?" Ashido seemed to be smiling. "I always knew I was serving under a strong woman. I guess that only proves it. Before you ask about my unit, by the way, they all died. I stayed here, trying to avenge them, keep the hollows down in number. There was a spike recently and then it mellowed out, but it's risen again, though not by such a large margin, and unlike last time, I know why. Tell us, any information you have might be relevant as to why my squad was attacked," Hitsugaya stated. "I didn't find out until a few days ago, about 2 weeks after the increase started, but there are these 2 girls in white clothing, one with black pigtails, the other with messy blonde hair. They look like Soul Reaper and Hollow crossbreeds, but they're not vizards. They called themselves Arrancar, hollows that gain Soul Reaper powers by removing portions of their mask. I was nearly killed that battle. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The mask you saw me wearing is the only bone shield I have left. Those 2 beat me within an inch of my life, left me for dead, saying how they would gladly fight me again. What seat were you before you left for Hueco Mundo? I was Akari Teiko's fourth seat, Ashido said. Go ahead and make all the cursed luck jokes you want, but I'm still kicking, and that, in my opinion, is about all the good luck I've had, up until those two girls beat me down, and not because of their own power. I had them on the ropes myself, but they pulled some sort of combination technique. They have this pet they call Goma. It's a giant all-white hollow being unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's like a cross between a scorpion and a centipede with its numerous amounts of legs and scorpion-like build. It has a single above its mouth and two eyes on its pincers, the right one larger than the left one. This thing is huge, probably larger than any individual Rukonga village, and it doesn't appear to have an actual mask. To make things worse, it burrows. It could be anywhere. Ashido looked up at the tree and then leapt onto the branches. Hitsugaya and Momo followed. That's why I'm glad I built my abode into a cave above ground. Two Arrancar women clad in white. Momo looked at Hitsugaya. Yes, it's probably Mia's fraction, Hitsugaya stated. Mia? Fraction. Ashido was confused. We'll bring you up to speed, Hitsugaya and Momo informed Ashido of what had passed with Aizen and Talbumasuk as they made their way to Ashido's abode. The storytelling took conveniently until they just finished making their way across the tree branches to solid ground and walked to Ashido's cozy little self-made home. They only shared information relevant to the Aizen and Talbumasuk incident. I see, so that's what's been going on. You said Akari's successor is now a man by the name of Lamperouge Lelich. Hi, Hitsugaya answered as he sat down on a stone chair. Why do you ask? I've been fighting for so long, but from the sound of it I'm not making any progress. I'd like to return. I was wondering if perhaps Akari Teiko's successor would have me, Ashido said. Well, recently Lelich brought back Akari Mari's true successor, Homura Yuna, back from the dead by finding and reawakening her reincarnation. Homura Yuna only recently was reinstated as a captain, and her division is in a bit of a chaotic state. If you're looking to help out your fallen captain, I would suggest going to her squad as it has more open positions. However, the Central 46 will probably wind up putting you in Kiraku's squad 8 as his vice-captain, since he's the only one without one and you're as powerful as you are. Still, letting Yuna and Lelich know about who you served under is probably a good idea in and of itself, Hitsugaya responded. I see, and what of the two women I fought? Any ideas on their motives? Ashido asked. Hitsugaya leaned forward and clasped his hands together. The two Arrancar you fought are probably after vengeance of their fallen master. From the sound of it, they took over the Minos forest to have the troops to do so. But they would never succeed in defeating the head captain, Ashido stated. They don't have to. Their target is probably Shibukayan. If you were a fourth seat over 3 centuries ago, you have to be at least vice-captain level by now. If their pet could defeat you, they probably think it can now beat Shibukayan. They probably opened the Garganta that Momo and I came through with the intention of attracting Kayan, but failed to do so since I was out in the field with new recruits, Hitsugaya answered. That's all well and good, but what do we do? Momo asked. Well, now that we know what's going on, we should return to the Soul Society and inform them of the situation, Hitsugaya said and looked at Ashido. You are coming with us, aren't you? Ashido stood up. I suppose I might as well, but I'd like to go somewhere first. Where to? Hitsugaya asked. The gravesite of my fallen comrades. I want them to know I'm leaving, Ashido stated. Any other captain would have called Ashido's sentiment silly and time-wasting, but Hitsugaya wasn't in a hurry to return since it had only been a few hours, not to mention that he was sort of lost and had no idea how to get out of Hueco Mundo, which is why he sent for Lelich ahead of time, since Lelich knew how to use the Garganta. Lead the way, Hitsugaya stated. Ashido bent down by his friends' graves and prayed while Hitsugaya and Momo stood back watching him. Kami forbid something should happen to me, but would you visit my grave if I died, Shiro-chan? No, Hitsugaya stated. Momo looked at him heartbroken, but why? Because forbidden or not, it won't ever happen, Hitsugaya said, arms folded. I won't ever let something happen to you that would cause this. If anything, you'd have to be the one doing this for me. Momo was touched that Hitsugaya cared about her so much. She was about to reply back, but suddenly the ground shook and suddenly it tore open and Momo nearly fell through the fissure, but Hachugaya grabbed her hand. "Shiro-chan!" Momo called out to him. "Hang on, Momo. I've got you." With tremendous effort Hachugaya did his best to pull Momo up. He managed to get her up enough that Momo managed to put her other hand on the ledge, which gave Hachugaya the strength he needed to start pulling her up, but that was when, from right behind Hachugaya, Goma emerged. It was just as Ashido described, except for the fact that Goma had 4 tendrils sticking out from his back similar to the ones on a centipede's head. He swatted Hachugaya away with one of them, before the captain could readily prepare himself, and then scooped up Momo in his large right pincer. He squeezed her and cut into her body, but his hands didn't have the ability to cut all the way through. Still Momo was in a lot of pain and screamed. "Momo!" Hachugaya shouted. A cackling laugh sounded. It was a laugh Ashido knew all too well. Well, we didn't expect to catch a captain and lieutenant along with you, Ashido-kun," Loli's voice echoed through the forest. She and Mainoli appeared up on one of the tree branches. "Let Momo go now," Hachugaya demanded. Loli became crazed. "You expect mercy from us after you and your allies murdered our mistress, but spared the likes of a beast like Grimjo, a coward like Neliel, a lazy ass like Starkey, and bitch like Halibal? I don't think so," Loli shouted. Mainoli pulled out a whistle of sorts and Goma seemed to respond to the buzzing noise played by it by burrowing underground. "Shiro-chan!" Momo called. "Momo!" Hachugaya charged after Goma, but the tail prevented him from pursuing and the ground closed up after the beast. "Hachugaya Teiko, it's probably going to head for the Garganta," Ashido called to the captain of Squad 10. "But Hachugaya was going to say that he was lost. "You can probably still sense it underground. It doesn't go that deep. It'll emerge when it has to use the Garganta," Ashido informed. "Save your friend." "I can handle these two by myself," Ashido stated. "Oh, can you?" Loli asked, only for another Goma, this one without the 4 tendrils on its back to emerge. It was also battle-weary. 2 of them. Ashido was confused. "Of course this one is actually Goma, the other one you saw is the female version of the species, Gomaha." Loli pulled out her own insect whistle and it commanded the creature to also burrow underground. "Damn it. They're probably going to send that one after the Garganta, but Momo, there was no question as to which one Hachugaya would go after. I will save her," he declared. He tore after Gomaha, leaving Ashido to contend with Loli and Mainoli and leaving Goma completely unattended. Hachugaya charged after the one that had Momo captive and waited for it to emerge, which it had to do when it reached a high-rising cliff and attempted to climb up it. After emerging, Hachugaya noticed that Momo was passed out. Gomaha noticed Hachugaya and her eye turned red. She skittered up the wall and leapt up onto the cliff and prepared to fight Hachugaya. "Talk is wasted on you, but I'll say it anyway. I will take Momo back by force. Bankai. Daiguren Hyarin Meru. This thing is a lot stronger than those other Minos. However, I should be just on par with it if I overpowered those Ajichas. It's also not nearly as strong as Alon. I can do this. I am a captain." Hachugaya tore towards Gomaha in order to save Momo. Back at the Soul Society, Goma broke through the Garganta. It then powered up a Zero and blasted it at the village, but nothing happened. From the smoke, Lelich emerged. "I don't know what Toshiro is playing at, but first he calls me about an emergency in an open-unclosing Garganta and then you show up. I don't know what he's doing in there, but he made the right decision in calling me here." Goma's eye turned red on his face. "So you desire a fight? I trust you know who you face." Lelich pushed out his Haori, captain of Squad 10, Lamperouge Lelich. Goma let out a high-pitched screeching noise that only a dog could love. "Very well then, you leave me no choice." Bankai. Lelich emerged in his Bankai form, Zero no Seishin no Iin Tamashi. Goma charged right at him. "Seishin no Kaimusho." Goma squealed as Lelich put him under the influence of being crushed by his own Ryotsu. Shikumo. The death cloud wafted itself around Goma and dissolved it as it screamed in pain. "Why did you never use that combo before? That was brilliant." Ryotsu difference. People like Aizen and Talbumasuk Sishin no Kaimusho crushes them under their own riot, so while Shikumo uses my own. Aizen proved how ineffective it is against strong opponents. Lelouch told Iin Tamashi. Now what? Iin Tamashi asked. According to Toshiro, he called for the Onmitsukido to secure the area of the gang I asked him to take care of for me. If one of them comes my way, then. Lamperouge Teiko. A voice called out to him. Wow, perfect timing, Iin Tamashi commented. Lelouch sighed and turned towards the Soul Reaper running up to him. It was a brunette woman with streaks of maroon running through her hair. She had her hair in a ponytail that went down to her mid-back and two sets coming down in front of her head by her shoulders. Lelouch did not recognize the individual. You are? He asked. Deputy to 4th Seat Bermuda Yolanda, 7th Seat of Squad 2, Kurakata Ribatuka. Hichuga Yateiko sent word to our captain to secure the area of a bunch of dumbasses with the so much stupid they thought they could beat him. My words, not his, Ribatuka replied. Lelouch noted she had a very odd way of speaking with how informal her speech was, but how she kept a civil tone in front of authority. We thought we'd meet him here, but according his squad he and his number 2 went into that Garganta up there. I don't have clearance to go in there myself, but when I saw that big ugly bug come out of it I came this way and then saw you. What brings you out here? Hichuga Yateiko asked me to come out here as well, telling me about this strange phenomenon. Lelouch was always formal when referring to friends in a business setting out of respect. It's true that it's odd that a Garganta should remain open like this. I will say this, that creature was no ordinary hollow. Right now my money is on stragglers from the war. Kurakata-san, I want you to stay here and call either for your superior or your captain and tell them to send for the research bureau to do something about that Garganta. Lelouch snapped his fingers and a Garganta opened. I'm going to go see what's keeping Hichuga Yateiko. Meanwhile, inside the Minos forest, Hichugaya had already finished off Gomaha. He had knocked it off the cliff by freezing the stone beneath it, causing it to collapse, cut off the pincer holding Momo in place and then finished it off with a Hyaru Senbai. Currently he was tending to Momo's injuries. Ashido showed up moments later. Did you get them? Hichugaya asked. No, they ran off and escaped. They've got speed that rivals Shunpo and well surpasses my capabilities with it. I'd never catch them. Ashido rubbed his neck and looked at Momo. Is she going to be alright? She suffered worse injuries than this during the war. She should be just fine, Hichugaya replied. So you're unharmed then? A new voice echoed through the woods. Hichugaya and Ashido's heads turned to Lelouch. Ah, Lelouch. I see I'm late to the party, Lelouch said. Not entirely, the brains behind the operation retreated, Mia's fraction, Hichugaya responded. I see, Lelouch thought on the situation, it figures they'd want revenge. Something should be done about this, but not now. He looked at Ashido. And you are? Former 4th Seat of Squad 10, Kano Ashido. Ashido saluted to Lelouch. I served with your predecessor Akari Mari more than 300 years ago. Are you lost soldier? Lelouch asked, standing tall. I can give you the details when we return. Ashido glanced at Momo. That girl needs rest. Agreed, Lelouch nodded and opened a Garganta, surprising Ashido. I learned how to do this when we invaded. I hope that doesn't make you think less of me, Lelouch said. Ashido shook his head. According to Hichuga Yateiko, you two served with my captain before her death. I am simply honored to meet someone who knew her and managed to continue to carry her legacy with them. You should talk to Homura Teiko then. She'd love to hear anything you could tell her. She adored Akari Teiko, Lelouch said as the quartet entered the Garganta. After the return trip back to the Soul Society, Lelouch and the others began filing reports. Since the shelter for lost souls, as Lelouch was calling the shelter his house would use, was already built, Lelouch said Ashido could stay there until further notice. The captain of Squad 10 was called in by the Central 46 to discuss what should be done with Ashido. The Central 46 was content with letting Ashido be reinstated to the Godai. In fact, they welcomed it. The man had been assumed dead long ago. Having a long-running veteran returning to the Godai would be a welcome vice-captain, as Ashido was given the position open in Shunsui's squad. However, though things looked like they would be okay, it was quite the opposite. 2 weeks after the incident, after all the paperwork was handed in, the On Mitsukido showed up on Hichugaya's doorstep. "What's the meaning of this?" Hichugaya asked. "Captain of Squad 5, Hichugaya Toshiro, Kendra broke through the front of the group. By order of Central 46 you are under arrest." "On what charges?" Hichugaya demanded to know. Kendra counted on her fingers: reckless endangerment of Rukonga civilians, abandonment of troops on an authorized mission and unauthorized traversing into Hueco Mundo. "Your sentencing is to take place immediately. You are to come with us." "Otomeka Fukotaiko, this is crazy!" Hichugaya shouted. "This is an order by the Central 46 and cannot be overturned. If you resist, failure to cooperate with capture can be added to your list of charges. Run and I'll also tack on fugitive of justice. I have no problems calling my captain for aid." Kendra held up her fingers in preparation for snapping them. Hichugaya surrendered without a fight. He was brought forth in front of the Central 46. "Captain Hichugaya Toshiro, do you realize the consequences of your actions? I was completely within the constraints of the law. These charges are a farce," Hichugaya declared. "Not the way we see it. You left your troops unattended to go on a hunt. You are in violation of policy, and if Captain Lamperouge had not been in the area, many Rukonga citizens could have been hurt. Your troops nearly caused an uprising with so many of them in one village. It nearly put the citizens in a widespread panic, thinking they were in danger because so many Soul Reapers were in the area. And what was I supposed to do, chase after the other creature and leave Momo to die?" Hichugaya asked. "You will speak only when spoken to, Captain," Hichugaya was chastised. "My unit was attacked. I care for the well-being of every single one of my soldiers." "Don't you dare tell me Momo is irreplaceable," Hichugaya said crossly. "You will hold your tongue, Captain," a member shouted at him. "Lelich was right about you all along. All you do is oppress the good that we do. I protected my troops from a menace that's still out there in Hueco Mundo. What's being done about that?" Hichugaya asked angrily. "Ah, yes, the Arrancar stragglers, we've already dismissed that claim," one of the members stated. "Dismissed the claim? Ashido and I both fought those two and saw them. They are a threat to the Soul Society. They have not the power to overtake us, it's just another enemy. Control yourself, Captain. You're only hurting your sentence. You would sentence me over some trumped-up misdemeanors? What is this really about?" Hichugaya demanded to know. "We do not have to answer your questions, Captain, and we've just about heard enough from you," the lead member of the Central 46 stated. "You will be suspended of your position as captain and you will be imprisoned for 9 months in prison. Further transgressions will result in the lockdown of the 5th Squad." "You can't do that," Hichugaya shouted. "That's it. Up his sentence to 2 years and revoke his license as a Soul Reaper. Upon release he shall be annulled of all spiritual energy," one of the Central 46 stated. Hichugaya grit his teeth and his sentencing was carried out. It didn't take long for news to reach Lelich's office. He was granted audience in accordance to being a part of the incident in question. "Make this brief, Lamperouge Teiko. Why am I not being convicted of unauthorized traversing into Hueco Mundo as well?" Lelich scowled. "For one as brilliant as yourself, surely even you must know the clause that allows such things for a rescue operation. On top of which your heroic efforts in slaying the creature you described in your reports to protect the nearby villains overturns your charges," Lelich was told. "Captain Hichugaya has done nothing wrong," Lelich argued. "I can prove it, if you would give me a chance." "Hichugaya Teiko has already been sentenced. The authority of the Central 46 cannot be overturned. We have spoken," Lelich was told. Lelich knew better than to argue back. Unlike Hichugaya, he was not about to lose his temper. "Then I have nothing more to say, please excuse me." Back at his office, Lelich was stressing over what happened to Hichugaya. If he had not asked Hichugaya to help him out with that gang, Lelich was certain the situation would be different, and yet the Central 46 had passed judgment on 3 misdemeanors on Hichugaya just because the captain had done his job. The red tape upon us has gotten utterly ridiculous. Lelich scowled as he gripped the back of his couch. This has gone on long enough. I will not stand by and allow Hichugaya to be disavowed as a captain because of me. The Central 46 undermines our authority as captains. We are the ones sticking our necks out, they're just a bunch of corrupt politicians. I thought that the new Central 46 would learn from their predecessors' idiocy, but what can you expect from the ones that abuse the law and sit above power that we, as captains, should be the ones holding? There is only one course of action for this. Lelich went over and picked up a book on the history of the Soul Society and began to make his way towards the grand archives of the Soul Society that the 8th Division was tasked with keeping. I will fight the law with the law. I will fight until I've ended the laws that bind us. With my brilliance I, Captain of Squad 10, Lamperouge Lelich will bring about the downfall of the Central 46. To be continued. Chapter 92, Lelich Lamperouge, Ace Attorney. Third-person POV. Lelich was currently in Yamamoto's office, very irate, and talking with the Captain Commander, though anyone hearing the conversation outside the office would think it was more like arguing. Head Captain, something must be done about this. Lelich slammed his hand on the head captain's desk. Toshiro didn't make any mistakes. What was he supposed to do? Let Momo die? We are all expendable. It is the duty of a Soul Reaper to protect the lives of the innocent above the lives of our own. The Central 46 has made their decision. It cannot be overturned, Yamamoto stated. Is that you or the law talking? Lelich asked. I am the law. Yamamoto thundered. So you say, but you're constantly at the mercy and manhandle of 46 old geezers of whom you have several times more knowledge and experience than. Who better to punish and make decisions for the Godai than you? Lelich asked and then rethought his statement and retracted it. No, he said, lifting his hand up and tipping his palm towards the ceiling, who better to make decisions for the Godai than us, the captains of the Godai 13? I always say that the ones who should kill are only the ones prepared to be killed. The Central 46 has no right declaring life or death sentences on our own. True. Toshiro is only suspended and will be stripped of his position upon release, but what happens when another case like Rukia's comes along that isn't manipulated? Are we going to stand by and watch it happen? Lelich asked. You know as well as I do that I'm only alive because the Central 46 was dead when judgment was passed on me. You cannot go against the law of the Soul Society. Do you the next one thrown in jail? Yamamoto berated. Lelich held his hand up by his chin, rubbing the back of it to his mandible and sneered. I don't plan to break any laws. That's good, Yamamoto said, relaxed. Lelich could get himself in such a tizzy sometimes. I do plan, however, to take this fight to the Central 46. I am going to prove that a system run by us is better than a system run by them. We shall liberate ourselves from the shackles of 46 old men and give ourselves the decision-making power. Surely you have no objection. After all, you word really would be law then, Lelich said. If there was one thing Lelich knew about the head captain, it was that the old man liked to be large and in charge. Debilitating and removing Central 46 in a legal manner was a startling ambition. However, Yamamoto knew that if such a feat was achievable that Lelich could do it. I forbid you to use geese, Yamamoto said. Wasn't planning on it, Lelich responded and walked out. He knew geese was not the answer to his problem. True, he could go into Central 46 and demand Hichugaya's release, but this wasn't about that, it was about justice. Lelich would reap justice, and he would do it by using the laws that the Central 46 did their best to manipulate and cultivate for so long. He would face the old men in a legal battle of epic proportions and force them to yield to his superior intellect. The problem was where to start. Lelich had gone through the archives in the 8th Division, he wound up running around in circles. There was nothing he could use in those archives to even begin a plan of attack against the Central 46. If the 8th Division's Grand Archives won't help me, perhaps I am going about this the wrong way. Lelich pondered. What I need is not something that can prove Central 46's corrupt behavior or unnecessary presence. What I need is the ability to have ground to stand on so that I may stand on equal level with them and debate with them to prove that they are obsolete. If I can just get that, I'd be one step closer to a solution. While Lelich pondered what he was going to do, Rukia had finally finished adjusting to her new position as 5th seat of Squad 13. She grabbed the paperwork she had to deliver to other squads and began to make her rounds. The delivery process was nothing out of the ordinary for her as an upper-tier officer, until she reached 7th Division. She had papers to deliver to Yuna, and while Rukia knew Yuna by name, she had never had the opportunity to meet with the new captain face to face. Rukia reached Yuna's office and knocked on the large wooden doors in front of it. "Come in," Yuna's calm, articulate voice sounded. Rukia pushed open the doors. As was the same with Yuna, she had not put two and two together with Rukia, just knowing her name, especially since she was almost always referred to in records as Kukaki Rukia or, more recently, Shiba Rukia. The connection to the small, crying infant she had taken care of, was missed on her, until now when she saw Rukia enter her office. A wave of nostalgia wafted over both Rukia and Yuna. Rukia recalled a vague shadow of a woman with green hair and soft red eyes, holding her when she was just a child, barely able to remember anything. Yuna had left Rukia behind just as her cognitive memory was starting to develop, so Rukia never was able to connect Yuna with much of anything other than a woman who took her in and then promptly left her alone again. It was different for Yuna. Yuna remembered taking care of a small child with black hair and light violet eyes by the name of Sayuri Rukia. Seeing Rukia now, knowing it was not Hisuna standing in front of her, Yuna was almost brought to tears. Sayuri. Rukia hadn't been called by her original surname in more than 50 years. To be called it again, the images before her, the woman sitting at the desk across from the entrance of the very large office, shocked Rukia to her very core. Yuna stood up, ran over to Rukia and gave her a big hug. "You lived, I'm so happy," Yuna said with tearful joy. The warm arms around her felt familiar to Rukia. "You are," she looked at Yuna, "I remember your face." Yuna nodded, "I took care of you when you were still a baby. I didn't mean to abandon you, but I didn't want you to get caught up in my destiny to obtain Bankai. I went back for you, but I had already begun to live on my own, started on my own destiny of taking care of myself. Homura Teiko, you should tell my sister, she's always wanted to thank you for what you did. Without you, I don't think I would have had the foothold to live in Rukonga. I am just very happy that I can see you again, Rukia. When I left you behind, only to never find you again, I assumed the worst, but seeing you now," Yuna held Rukia close to her, "you have no idea how happy this makes me. You were like a daughter to me." Anyway, Rukia cleared her throat, trying to hide the uncomfortable, fluffy feeling in her body, "I have paperwork for you." "Ah, yes," Yuna shook off the similar feelings in her being as well, "I'm sorry, it's just, seeing you and all I became so overcome with emotion that I—" "It's okay, really," Rukia said with a smile, "I'm glad I could meet you. Like my Nei-san, I always wanted to thank you too, Homura Teiko. When Lelich Teiko spoke so fondly of you, you always sounded like such a wonderful person. Now, you've only risen even higher in my eyes." It was rare Yuna was complimented, and nonsense, I just did the right thing when it came to you, except for abandoning you. Rukia shook her head, "I don't care about that anymore. If I hadn't been left in Rukonga, I never would have met Renji, and I never would have had such an adventure up until I came to the Soul Society. Things would have been very different for me if my sister had taken me with her, but I don't wish to betray my experiences for anything. I like my life just the way it's been written. Lelich Teiko is fortunate to have someone like you at his side, you're good for him." Yuna only blushed harder at hearing this. Rukia made for the door, "Anyway, I have more paperwork to deliver, see you around." As Rukia made her way from Division 7 towards Division 6 to deliver some paperwork to her squad's former 4th seat, she wound up crossing paths with Lelich, who seemed lost in thought. "Oh, Lelich Teiko." She waved to him. "Oh Rukia," the captain was pulled from his train of thought. "Did something happen? You seemed lost a minute ago," Rukia said. "It's nothing major, and not something you have to concern yourself with," Lelich said, but not in a harsh manner. He said it more in a way that if he needed Rukia's help he'd ask for it, but was currently fine on his own, as if whatever was in his head he felt she wouldn't be able to wrap her head around anyway, not to mention she had her own duties to attend to. "However," Lelich said, "considering you're out and about, I guess this means you're almost fully adjusted to your position." "Ah, yes, why?" Rukia asked. "The floor is still open to a new Karakura representative. Kurumadani's shift ended a couple of weeks ago, and since Kurosaki Ichigo and the Vizards are still on our side, efforts haven't been put to replacing the representative. I know you're close to Ichigo and so. Rukia turned away. Oh please, not this again. I said it before, I have no emotional connection to humans. Are you sure? Technically Ichigo is a family member now that you're married to Kai, and so. I said I'm fine. Rukia shouted. She grabbed a fistful of her hair. Geez, why are you so insistent anyway? There are plenty of other people, you know. Lelouch put a firm hand on Rukia's shoulder and whispered into her ear. I'm going to let you in on some unconfirmed information. While I was in the 8th Division records earlier, I came across something peculiar. Apparently there was another incident like Ichigo's, to which the Soul Society, to which a man was made a substitute Soul Reaper, but turned against us and disappeared. Apparently the substitute Soul Reaper laws were made for this man, but said laws are a farce. In reality, Ichigo is being monitored by the Soul Society, as was his predecessor. This was decided on long before I was a captain. Apparently the Soul Society intended for another substitute to come along and for he and this other Soul Reaper to bump the other off. But Rukia began to protest. Yes, Ichigo would never turn his backs on us, but at the same time the head captain, as was discussed at the last captain's meeting, is worried about Ichigo's mental health due to what happened in the first battle against Talbumasuk. You are Ichigo's cousin through your marriage to Kayan. Your influence could be a great deal of help in the upcoming conflict. I've got my hands full in other business right now, but I get the feeling Ichigo's predecessor will not remain quiet for long. You're the easiest one I can send to make sure Ichigo doesn't do something stupid. You two trust each other, and in that trust Ichigo will choose to stay aligned with us. I don't necessarily agree with how the system runs in our society, so I'm going to attempt to change it. Rukia, if you really want to help me, you can stick by Ichigo's side until such a time that this problem goes away, Lelouch said, and then leaned away from Rukia, removing his hand from her shoulder, leaving her to the information he had given her. Think about what I said and make your decision. If you have any care at all for Ichigo and his comrades, I think you know the right decision. Lelouch wasn't about to do anything with this substitute Soul Reaper farce business, not now anyway. According to the archives, the Soul Society was going to wait until such a time that the other substitute, a man by the name of Jinjo Kyujo, made his appearance, and apparently Lelouch, Hitsugaya, Hisuna, and Yuna, captains that were not present at the initial discussion of this matter, were to be kept in the dark about it until such a time that the matter came to light again. What he was going to do was work to bring down the Central 46. Lelouch wasn't exactly happy when a new set of 46 geezers was reassigned the position of their dead predecessors. Lelouch had hoped that Yamamoto would realize that the Soul Society could get along just as easily without their influence, that the captains could command passing judgment just as easily, but Yamamoto said that to bring every major decision to the captains and force them into assembly would be tiresome. The Central 46 was a necessary evil, and Lelouch agreed, but Lelouch felt as if they had too much power, that the Godai should be able to supersede their authority, or at the very least, a new, fairer system should be put in place of them. Lelouch believed he had the answer long ago, but now still did not have the means for getting the Central 46 to acknowledge or allow such a heated debate. They were diplomatically immune to anything Lelouch could try. They stood on a higher level of authority than him and could crush him under their heel and have him thrown out of the Godai just as easily as they had brought judgment upon Hitsugaya. If I'm going to bring down the Central 46, I need to remove their immunity shield first, but how do I do it? Where would I even find such information? Something the matter, Lelouch? Lelouch recognized the calm, deep voice calling out to him and opened his eyes and turned to see Byakuya turning down a corridor to the same pathway Lelouch was currently standing in. Oh, Byakuya Taiko, good to see you, Lelouch said to his student-turned-captain. You didn't answer my question, Byakuya said, approaching Lelouch until there was a comfortable distance between them. There is, but it's nothing I can't handle on my own. It's just stress and frustration. I'll be fine, Lelouch said. Although, he thought on the opportunity he had here, of all the captains, Byakuya is the biggest there is when it comes to maintaining the law. The light bulb in Lelouch's head went off. Of course, the Kukaki family keeps a mandated record of the laws and cultural norms of the Soul Society. Why didn't I think of this sooner? 'Cause space needs to be filled in your life, that's why. Huh? Nothing. Actually, Byakuya Taiko, would you permit me to go through your family's law records? Lelich requested. Of course, but out of curiosity, what is this about? Byakuya asked. I'll tell you if you promise not to report me to the Central 46. Lelich responded. I take it you're about to infuriate them by using loopholes, Byakuya stated. Sort of, Lelich answered. I'm sure you're well aware of what happened to Toshiro. I plan to use the law against the Central 46 to prove that they are no longer needed to govern our society. I plan to use the law to reshape the judicial structure of the Soul Society. My ultimate plan will bring about swift justice to criminals, abolish most of the red tape that binds us, and empower the Godei. The law is always changing, Byakuya Teiko, and I am the one who will change it for the better. Well, if anyone can attempt such a mad scheme and succeed, it would be you. You'll have to forgive me though if I say I have my doubts. The Central 46 is a powerful force. It will not be easy to defeat them using their own tools against them. However, I am glad to see you using the law to fight the law rather than what you were doing before, Byakuya said. Lelich nodded. While I would prefer to step outside the boundaries of the law, the Central 46 is too rigid to accept anything less than being beaten at their own game. Vigilantism will only succeed in hardening them. I must soften them up, whip them into meringue, and splatter the hammer of justice into their crust. Then I wish you the best of luck. If you require any assistance beyond what I have only given you, you need only say the word. I owe you a great deal for the assistance you have given me over the years. To say I was a part of one of your successful and very lawful rebellions would bring me a great deal of pride, Byakuya responded. Lelich nodded and walked past his old friend. The reverse also holds true, Lelich told Byakuya. Should you ever require my assistance, I'd gladly do what I can to help. You remind me a lot of an old friend. It is my belief that, should we combine our intellects and our abilities, we could vanquish almost any foe. Lelich then vanished with the use of Shunpo, leaving Byakuya bewildered as to Lelich's statements. What the clan leader did not know was that the archives had yielded to Lelich more than just about Jinjo Kyujo. There were many other incidents that Lelich had grown knowledgeable of, some that he believed would come out of the history books and come alive. However, to be rightfully prepared for these incidents, it only furthered Lelich's notion that he had to do something about the Central 46. They undermined everything that Lelich stood for as a captain, and he would see to it that they were cut down or reformatted or reorganized properly. 1 week later. Although the workload was heavy with her captain in incarceration, Momo still managed to find the time to go and visit her longtime friend turned superior in his cell. Hitsugaya hadn't been in prison that long, so his demeanor was rather the same. In fact, he still maintained that the Central 46 was in the wrong, that he was innocent. Momo found him sitting on his cot, appearing to be deep in thought. Shiro-chan. She called to him. Momo, what are you doing here? You should be keeping the squad together, Hitsugaya instructed. I managed to get some time to myself, Momo said and approached the cell. I came to see you. I've been worried about you. I'm fine, really, he smiled at her. How can you say that? Momo asked, troubled. They locked you up, and when you get out they're going to denounce you as my captain. How can you be okay with that? Hitsugaya reached through the bars and held Momo's hands with his. Because you're out there, and if I know Lelich, he's not going to let this slide. Of all times, don't you think you should have faith in the man we once revered as our undisputed leader? But your appeal failed, Shiro-chan. Momo cried, and no one's seen Lelich since a week ago. Is that supposed to worry me? Hitsugaya asked. His serenity was very off-putting to Momo. She had worried herself sick over her captain/friend, and here he was not the least bit concerned about his fate. I've done nothing wrong. I have no reason to feel guilt, despair, or anger. Momo, I became a Soul Reaper because of my uncontainable spiritual power. If I have to lose it all and go back to being normal, then it will be like things were before I became a Soul Reaper, but if I get to stay with you, then that's fine as well, because as long as I have power, I can protect you. Shiro-chan, Momo was touched. You shouldn't dawdle, the squad will be a mess if both of us are unable to hold it together. You don't need to worry about me, I'll be fine, Hitsugaya told her. Shiro-chan, Momo said his name again, smiling through her tear-streaked eyes. She pursed her lips and, grabbing a hold of Hichugaya's Shiakusho softly planted her lips against his, if but briefly. Hichugaya blushed. Momo. Aye. Thank you for caring for me all this time, she smiled, now it's my turn to help you. I'm going to go find Lamperouge-sensei. If you believe in him then I will too. Momo ran off to begin looking for Lelouch, though she didn't at all think to find him where he was. Lelouch had locked himself in the Kukaki family archives, poring over many different research notes and open books. He hadn't eaten or slept in the last 7 days, even his strong bond to Iin Tamashi was beginning to wane because of the mental strain on his body. Of course, Lelouch wasn't feeling the effects one bit. As a human he'd be red-eyed and requiring coffee, but as a captain-class soul he was still mostly awake and very much alert, but at the same time had become so close-minded. All he had been doing these last few days was poring over books and had not had any social interaction at all. Lelouch was starting to pedal backwards into who he truly was in the dark. He stood up and crossed over to the other side of the room where he was crafting his master plan up upon a chalkboard. The only light pouring into the room was from the window on the left side of the door if one entered the archives and the two on either side of the door. Rows upon rows of books lined the archives and a gigantic table holding all of the books in use and several candles that Lelouch had been burning in place of using the lights at night so as not to run up Byakuya's electric bill. The time is drawing near, Lelouch said with a crafty grin, I've almost completed the algorithm. The Central 46 will fall I say. Lelouch picked up a nearby book and wrote the word counterattack upon the chalkboard. Many complex, rigorous formulas were written. Hakai Funkirio's name and a bunch of different numbers and reference notes were scribbled upon the board. Lelouch laughed in a very similar manner to when he had defeated Aizen, but it was much less overdramatic and done in such a fashion that it was downright creepy. One could almost mistake Lelouch for an evil mastermind if not for the Haori upon his back. Lelouch put down the chalk and went back to his notes. Everything must be perfect. I'm dealing with 46 corrupt politicians. I am one brain. I will find the answer. I am so close. I only need a little more, just a little more. Lelouch's eyebrow twitched, his face crazed, delighted, like a serial killer about to hack off the limbs of their victim. A knock on the door sounded. Lamperouge-sensei. Lelouch recognized Momo's face. She turned the lock, realizing the door was locked and banged on the door again. Lamperouge-sensei, may I come in? Of course you can Momo, Lelouch said with an unstable smile. He unlocked the door and let Momo did shutting it behind her, leaning against the door. What is all this? Momo asked. Lelouch's voice was downright creepy, like Ichigo's hollow, but without the haunting echo. I've been researching a way to bring down the Central 46. I'm going to confront them, grind them under my heel. Make them wish they'd never crossed me, never crossed any of us. Momo looked at some of Lelouch's page-written notes. What are you trying to do exactly? Momo asked. I have to know all the relevant facts. Lelouch took a few steps forward, a little hunched over. The Central 46 will snipe me like a fox if I'm not well versed on all of their material. My attack plan must be flawless. You of all people can understand the importance of all of this, Lelouch said and let his arms loosely hang around Momo's front before curling them upwards like a snake coiling around its prey, right Momo? You want to dismantle the Central 46? Momo asked. Lelouch let her go and pushed her forward. Momo maintained her balance by pushing her hands against the table. Not dismantle, reform. Lelouch posed by standing on a stool and throwing his hands into the air. I will create a new system in their place. Using them, Lelouch extended one hand forward and cupped his hand as though holding a martini glass, manipulating them. I will stand as absolute ruler of the law. Soul Society will bend to my decrees. I will have absolute authority. Lelouch said and chuckled a bit before putting his hands in his pockets and laughing loudly. It was eerily similar, but much more dark as to when he defeated Aizen. Lamperouge-sensei, you're scaring me, Momo said. While she was all for change and reform, the way Lelouch was acting now didn't seem right. When she was a phantom, Lelouch's decree was always to act in the interest of all, to stop the corruption in place of his justice, but, seeing Lelouch now, standing on the stool, laughing, Momo was frightened. It was as if Lelouch no longer cared about the benefit of the general public. Standing before her was someone else, someone who demanded complete control. Lelich seemed to be acting as if his justice meant that his word was law, as if he knew how things would run. Lelich stepped down off of the stool and approached Momo. "You'll help me, won't you, Momo? You understand me better than anyone. You've changed the most under my influence." Lelich came with Momo's personal space. He wasn't right up against her, but he was well inside the general space two individuals kept from each other while talking. "You've been the perfect little apprentice to me all these years." Lelich grabbed a lock of Momo's hair and ran his fingers through it. "Surely you can help me, especially to help Toshiro. When I am victorious, I can say it was all in thanks to you, Momo." Momo was backed into the wall. "Why are you retreating? Is something the matter?" "Lamperouge-sensei," Momo said, frightened, "what's wrong? This isn't like you. The Lamperouge-sensei I know isn't like this." Momo's back became flush against the wall as Lelich put his hand firm against the wall right above her right shoulder. "What am I like then, Momo?" Lelich asked her. "Sensei, you're too close," Momo squeaked, terrified. "You didn't seem to have a problem with that when I was incarcerated, did you, Momo?" Lelich asked. "That I was." Momo, the deprivation of sleep seemed to really be bringing out a very dark side to Lelich. Momo could see it in his eyes. The manipulative yet self-proud sensei of hers was not reflected in the purple orbs she was looking into. It frightened her. She could think of only one course of action. She screamed. The high-pitched scream echoed into Lelich's ears like a dog whistle. It seemed to paralyze him to a degree, hearing Momo scream. Momo finally managed to form words in her fright. "Stop it, sensei. Stop it, this isn't like you. You aren't like this, Lelich." Momo's declaration of her sensei's given name was out of fear and because she did not believe the person reflected in her eyes was really her sensei. However, in doing so, the ringing in Lelich's ears seemed to bring Lelich to his senses. The strain, the high-pitched scream and Momo's fearful pleas seemed to snap him out of his dark mentality. He saw Momo, cowering in front of him as he staggered back, realizing what he had done, remembering everything he had just been through, recalling what had brought him to this state. He saw how disorganized everything was on the table. Lelich looked at his pulsing curled right hand and looked back at the table with regretful eyes. What have I been doing? He looked at Momo. What was I doing? I was not myself. Lelich put a hand over his eye again. Oh God. Sensei, are you okay? Momo asked, only to watch Lelich drop to his knees in front of her. Momo, I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I was. Lelich stopped talking when he felt Momo wrap her arms around his shoulders and place her cheek against his shoulder, sitting on her knees. It's okay, I'm okay, nothing happened, I'm just glad to have the real you back, sensei, Momo told him. Lelich looked at the ground in shame, palms flat on the ground. I'm such a fool. I undertook such a heavy responsibility, alone, and look what happened to me. I almost did something I would have deeply regretted. Momo stroked Lelich's back. You're not alone, sensei. We'll always help you when you need it. She's right, Lelich. Did you defeat Aizen or Talbumasu all by yourself? Iin Tamashi asked him. No, you had help from all the people who look up to you and all of those who respect you. Just because this is an assignment from the inside doesn't mean that others will not help you. Lelich smiled. You're right, you're both right. Lelich stood up and stretched, only now realizing how tired he was. I could, he yawned, go for a good nap right about now. Would you like me to stay with you? Momo asked. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, you should be helping your squad. You've done your part, Momo, you helped me realize that I still have others I can rely on. Yes, I've never been alone. I'm captain of a squad, after all. You should still get some rest first, Momo told him. Yes, I suppose you're right, Lelich said. I know you need me, but I'm sure Susanna-san and Nimue-san would be more than willing to help you out, Momo told him. Yes, you're right, Lelich said. Do me a favor and send word for the two of them, tell them to meet me here and that I might be asleep. If you see Yuna, if you don't tell Susanna to relay this message, that I would ask for her help, but she should focus on her work as a captain since she and Susanna are in the same squad. I'll do more than that, I'll get Kyokaku-san and Hisuna Teiko as well, they're smart. They can understand this stuff too. Maybe Kukaki Byakuya Teiko would help you too. Lelich yawned and sat down on the floor up against the wall. Byakuya, he yawned again, Teiko has a lot on his plate already, besides he got me access into the archives, but invite whomever you wish. You know the phantoms as well as I do, you know their strengths and weakness. I could certainly, Lelich closed his eyes, use the help. Momo smiled at her sleeping sensei and came back to the archives with a futon and pillow and let Lelich sleep soundly in the corner, snoring away. She then left, going to get aid for the man who had once saved her life and whose mental health she had just healed. Lelich slept like a stone in the archives. He was completely oblivious to the goings-on around him. He didn't bat an eyelash when the door opened and Shiba Kyokaku, Shapen Susanna, Kuratsuka Nimue, Kukaki Byakuya, Samakura Yasui, and Kano Ashido all piled in to help the sleeping captain. He didn't budge at all when the lights were turned on to their brightest setting and didn't rouse a wink when Kyokaku lost her temper because Susanna and Yasui were getting into an argument over relevant information. Byakuya immediately assumed command over the small group. As he was the one most well-versed in law, he immediately had an idea of what to do with the information the others had already gathered. Nimue and Susanna, knowing how Lelich thought better than anyone, compiled the information everyone was gathering into a way Lelich would want it organized. Kyokaku, Yasui, and Ashido acted as extra hands, grabbing relevant information, making trips around the Seirei for books not found in the archives, going after live personnel for quick interviews, and at one point Yasui had been asked to go and see Hisuna in Division 3 and asked if she would start up a news article, get the media involved in all of this. Byakuya believed that the communication would be a good way to go. The Central 46 could easily stomp on one measly bug, but couldn't do anything against the freedom of the press. If anything, for publishing the article, discussing in the tone, is change in the Seoul Society's law structure necessary. And taking both the pros and cons, both sides of which Lelich had researched, the worst Hisuna would get is a slap on the wrist, which would translate to a one-day suspension of duty, a black mark Byakuya knew even he would go to if it meant fighting for what's right. Hisuna showed that she went above and beyond the call of duty by helping Lelich the first time. Byakuya was not about to be left out of the loop this time, not when Lelich was doing things in a manner he could agree upon. The sextet was hard at work for 7 hours straight together getting things done when Lelich finally roused from his sleep. He had smelled a delectable aroma, which turned out to be fried sweet potatoes that Susanna had taken from the 7th Division cafeteria. "What are you all doing here?" Lelich rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "What does it look like, smartass?" Kyokaku said, moving her pipe to the other side of her mouth. Lelich slowly arrived in an alert state as Nimue spoke. "Hinamari-san said you required assistance in furthering your goals. I believed I could be of help to the situation." Lelich looked at Byakuya. "Do you?" "Renji was originally going to come in my stead, but when I was adamant about showing up in person. Hisuna and Rukia are working hard to take care of my usual duties." "This is more important," Byakuya replied. Byakuya, Lelich couldn't believe Byakuya prioritized helping him over his duty. It seemed the incident with Rukia had clearly fixed his sense of priorities. "My captain would have been here, but still had work to do, so, as your former superior I decided to drop by," Yasui said. "I owe Hinamori and Hitsuga Teiko for helping me, and as you are Akari Teiko's successor, she would want me to help you," Ashido stated. Susanna was the last to give her reasoning. "You know I would do anything to help you in any way, Lelich Dono." Lelich was going to speak, but Kyokaku spoke over him. "No need to thank us, this is what friends do. Besides, I have a bone to pick with the Central 46 for locking me up like that, and I think the majority of us here know that they need to be taken down a peg or two." Lelich cracked a wide grin. It was much more natural than when Momo had visited him earlier. It was the grin he displayed whenever things looked like they had just come together. "How long can you all stay?" "Our schedules will remain clear as long as you need us. If necessary, we'll take night shifts," Byakuya stated. "Sounds like you guys planned out a lot while I was in the realm of dreams." Lelich sat down at the table. "We were almost done just before you woke up," Susanna said cheerfully. "At least we think we are." "Here, Kyokaku gave Lelich a folder. This was the plan we put together. Give it a look through, see what you think. Lelich flipped through the packet, nodding his head every now and then, cracking small smiles as he read through it. It took him about an hour to read through the whole thing. Yeah, this looks good, but there's just a few components missing before I can consider it this usable. Well, we've got all the time in the world. Let's perfect this baby, shall we? Kyokaku asked. Everyone was in agreement. 2 weeks later, Lelich made his way to the Central 46. To finish his plan, it had only taken him and the others 20 more minutes after he read through the packet. It had taken 9 days for all of the components to be set up, and Lelich had prepared his speech and every other little X-factor in the past 5 days. Now he was ready to confront the Central 46 and let the first domino fall that would set his plan into motion. He knocked promptly on the door. A camera honed in on him and a voice spoke to him, belonging to one of the Central 46 members. Captain of Squad 10, Lamperouge Lelich, you are not authorized or expected upon these grounds. State your business. I am asserting my right as a formally considered member of the council to request an audience. I have a matter I would like addressed, Lelich stated. There was silence for a few moments before Lelich was spoken to again. We will assemble, you may enter. The doors opened and Lelich walked through the hall and down the stairs, hands in his pockets, Haori proudly billowing behind him as he walked at a strenuous pace. When he reached the bottom of the staircase in the Central 46 chambers, Lelich waited for the old men to sit in their seats. What is this all about, Captain? Ever since you sentenced Hitsuga Itashiro, captain of Squad 5, to a 2-year sentence in prison before you would later strip him of his spiritual power, and denied my appeal, I've been doing some research on the law of the Soul Society. Does this have something to do with the news article posted in the paper the other day? If that was your doing, Captain. The press is not my control, but I do admit that those who worked with me on my research, who shall remain anonymous, had connections to the paper, and we came to a conclusion, and I hereby announce that I would like a full and frank review of the validity and necessity of your assembly as the judicial branch of the Soul Society. Out of the question. If this is all you have to say, Captain, you are wasting your time, one of the members said. I thought you might say that, and so I have this. Lelich reached into his shiakusho and with his index and middle finger pulled out an envelope with the royal seal on it. This is a letter delivered to me from the royal dimension. 2 weeks ago I asked Kano Fukutaiko to send out a letter to an old friend of his in the royal guard, Hakai Funkiryo, asking, on my behalf, if she would talk to the Soul King about looking into the validity of your presence. The letter was sent giving my reasons to believe yourselves to be obsolete and a brief description of my plan should you all be found to be obsolete. Lelich held up the letter high above his head. I received this letter 5 days ago, the contents of which approve of my decision to test whether or not you, the Central 46, are obsolete. That, you're bluffing. That letter cannot possibly be valid. Someone get that letter and check its validity. Quickly. A guardsman of the Central 46 went and took Lelich's letter from him and handed it to the 6 judges atop the other side of the staircase. He read it over. As much as I hate to admit it, this letter is in fact valid. Of course it's valid, Lelich said with a manic grin and pointed with his index finger at the judges. Do you think I would come in here with forged evidence? I'm far more brilliant than that. I have more than enough connections to get whatever I may need to obtain completely legal means to just ends. It's legitimately written all there, black and white, crystal clear. The Soul King has approved my idea. You have no grounds to argue, and so you lose. I win. A trial to reform shall happen. Captain, would you mind calming your enthusiasm? One of the members asked irritably. I apologize, Lelich said with a smile, indicating that his words did not match his emotions. You said you had a plan indicating what would happen if we to reform. One of the men said, do you also have a plan as to how the trial to reform will happen? As a matter of fact I do, Lelich said. As it says in the letter as was enclosed in my proposition, there will be a back and forth debate, discussing the law of the Soul Society and its effectiveness as a whole throughout the years. I will face one of you in this debate. Winner take all. But who will judge this? Surely there's someone you know that won't have a biased opinion. Actually there is someone I know, Lelich said. She's a human girl with connections to the Soul Society, she is too good-natured and not close enough to me to take my word at face value. She's a little spacey, but she's amazingly intelligent, third smartest in her class. Preposterous. You would decide the fate of the Soul Society off the emotions of a human girl. I would, Lelich stated. Read the fine print of the letter. The Soul King's own words declare that every last detail of my plan for the trial itself is completely agreeable, and that if there is any question of the judge's intelligence, a test may be administered to challenge her validity. It says here you're giving us 3 weeks to prepare our case, the lead judge said. I'm a fair player, unlike you. I've spent all this time preparing my assault, but 3 weeks should be plenty for you to decide which one of you will face me, decide upon the angle of your case, and, if necessary, challenge the validity of my chosen judge. Are there any problems? Lelich asked. No, certainly not, the lead judge responded. Then I will see you in 3 weeks. I hope you will make the trial interesting. You are considered the most intelligent man in all of Soul Society. Lelich cupped his left hand and extended it out, but I am considered the most brilliant mind in the entire Godai 13. When it comes to things like this, I surpass even Urahara Kisuk, Aizen Sosuke, and even the famous Kukaki Byakuya. So choose carefully which one of you will face me, because I do not intend to let up on my verbal assault for even a second on you if you slip up. Lelich then made to take his leave. The details of how the trial shall be carried out are in that letter. Do not disappoint me. Lelich left the Central 46 and prepared to leave their grounds. Stefan was waiting for him at the edge. I still don't get how you got Orium to be taken out of school for something like this. How did you convince So iPhone? Stefan asked him. Lelich told the story. 1 week ago. Karakura town. It was the middle of lunch break. Lelich was in So iPhone's office, dressed in his casual black t-shirt and red jacket, acting like he was an old friend from out of town. So iPhone bought into the act and the two went into a secluded office to talk with each other one-on-one. Why are you really here? So iPhone asked, arms folded, as she leaned up against the wall, right leg bent, toes pointed at the ground. My aim is to take down the Central 46, Lelich began and explained the plan to So iPhone. And, what does that have to do with me? So iPhone asked. Not with you, but with one of your students, Inu Orium, Lelich stated. I'm afraid I don't follow, So iPhone furrowed her brows. I need a judge that won't be biased. Absolutely 100% unbiased, Lelich emphasized each syllable. Orium is the only person I could think of that's smart enough to understand what's being talked about and not take what I say at face value. Her kind heart won't let her do what she feels is wrong, that's why she's my secret weapon. I believe I am in the right. If I can prove it, she'll align herself with me. I don't expect her to fall with me if she believes me to be wrong. I'll talk to her after school, swing by tomorrow and I'll see you after classes are over, So iPhone stated. Understood, Lelich responded. Present day. Inu-san talked things over with Ichigo and the others. Most of them encouraged her, Ishida Urayu especially being a Quincy and all that, or so I heard, Lelich told Stefan. She said she wanted to help, said it was the right thing to do. What's going to excuse her absence from school? Stefan asked. Well, the trial is set for a Sunday, 3 weeks from today's date exactly, so there's very little chance there will be more than 1 day, but we do want Inu-san here at least a week before the trial so she can review the case itself and understand Godai law. So iPhone and I worked out that this would be an excused absence for a special program Orium signed up for. Rather, that's what she said she'd tell the other students and the staff. Urahara-san will be playing the role of sponsor, Lelich stated. Sounds like you have everything figured out, Stefan said to Lelich. Not everything, we know so little about the Central 40 members themselves. My intellect is strong for who I am, and I was once considered eligible for the Central 46. The playing field appears level, but I don't know how they're going to build their case. There's so many ways they can do it, but without knowing exactly how. Hey, if it's you, you'll do fine, Stefan said to Lelich. You lead us to victory against Talbumasuk. This shouldn't be as difficult. After all, you're in your natural element now, Lelich. This is your strong suit. Lelich grinned. You have a point there. Anyway, if you'll excuse me, as I recall Hinamari's birthday and with Toshiro incarcerated she could use some moral support. Lelouch began to walk away, but stopped. Why are you here anyway? The head captain sent me, wanted to intervene if something went wrong on your behalf. We have your back on this, Lelouch, Stefan said, part of the way anyway. The Goti is mostly divided on whether or not you're right or the Central 46 is right, but we're all in agreement that things need to be looked at with fresh eyes, so we all want this to come together. Good to know, Lelouch said and left the area. He went to the 5th Division and found Momo not in her own office, but in Hitsugaya's. She was staring at her captain's desk, holding his folded Haori. She heard Lelouch come in and recognized his Ryotsu. He promised me, promised me that we'd do something special today. Momo was clearly crying. Lelouch entered the room and sat next to his former student, rubbing her back. I'll set him free, Momo, I promise. Momo put her head in Lelouch's shoulder. Thank you, sensei. Momo eventually turned over and, arms still wrapped around Hitsugaya's Haori, buried her head into Lelouch's shoulder. Lelouch held her and scowled out the window above the desk. Are you bastards proud of yourselves? In arresting a captain, you've hurt one of my most precious students. Do not expect mercy in that courtroom. You're in my world now. When it comes to a battle of knowledge, I am superior. I am, justice. To be continued. Chapter 93, Lelouch vs Central 46, Turnabout Justice. Third-person POV. The day of the trial had arrived. In the days that passed, Orium was escorted to the Soul Society and allowed to stay in the 13th Division. Rukia was her roommate. The street rat turned Kukaki turned Shiba helped Orium study, though most of the time it was Rukia who was learning as, despite her ditzy nature, Orium was naturally gifted when it came to information. Still, she barely knew the legal system of her own home, and here she was spending less than 3 weeks trying to learn as much of the Soul Society's legal system as she possibly could to understand if an objection Lelouch or the Central 46 had should be overruled or sustained. She also had to be constantly instructed that she had to remain unbiased. She could not let the fact that she knew Lelouch sway her into believing that he was always right. Rukia, though, believed that this would not be a problem. Orium believed that Lelouch was smart and that he had his heart set in the right place, but after reading up on the Central 46, she was uncertain as to who was truly the right side. True, the Central 46 had made terrible bungles over the years, but Orium was reading that the system seemed to work, so she was eager to see how Lelouch attempted to bring down the validity of the 46 wise men. Remember, Orium, your job is easier than Lelouch's and the Central 46. You only need to listen to the sides of both arguments and make your own decisions. This is all so you can understand what they're saying, Rukia told her. Yes, I understand, Orium nodded. Preparation, propaganda, and paranoia swept through the Soul Society. One of the people most on edge was Kurotsuke Mayuri. Although he didn't have a care in the world about how he acted, he had a gut feeling that Lelouch would use this as an excuse to tear him down from his pinnacle. It was because of the Central 46 that Mayuri could act so freely. Would Lelouch keep him around if he won? Or would past experiences begrudge Lelouch to sell out the research maniac? It was Mayuri's hope that Lelouch would let him stay. After all, without Mayuri the research bureau would fall apart. The trial/debate had a humongous turnout. The Central 46 was pressured into allowing others outside their own ranks to view the trial. The other 45 that would not be partaking in the trial would sit in the Sejata Kurin with a gigantic widescreen television screen showing them the inside of their usual chambers, which would be filled up with many Soul Reapers eager in seeing the trial. Orium would sit in the lead judge's seat up at the top and listen to Lelouch confront the lead judge of Central 46 himself in this debate. Lelouch's opponent was a man by the name of Kanda Takano. Despite being white-haired, and the lead judge, Takano was actually one of the younger members of the Central 46. However, he was given position of lead judge because of his vast intelligence. His bright white hair, much like Yukatakes and Hitsugaya Toshiro's, panned was brushed onto either side of his head, coming down in 3 strands on the sides with a widow's peak. He had dark green eyes, almost black, and carried himself with a high level of professionalism, always walking with his fingers loosely interwoven in front of his chest. The Central 46 chambers were fully lit, and for once, Kanda Takano would reveal his face and his identity. Even Yamamoto, who sat in the audience with the other captains and vice-captains, minus Yachiroa and Kenpeki, who didn't care for such things and were off lollygagging in Rokanga, did not know Takeno's face or name and was surprised to see someone with such a young complexion claim to be the lead judge of the Central 46. It was to be expected though, since the Central 46 was recently recalibrated. Still, Kanda Takeno had quite the reputation in the royal dimension, the details of which are all classified. As the spectators piled in, Lelich was the last to arrive and slowly walked down the stairs and approached his bench where he would face his opponent across the floor from him. Kanda stood with a stoic expression and icy stare that could give Byakuya a run for his money. Kanda was physically not much older than Shunsui or Yukatake, but was leagues more intelligent than either of them, though the same could be said for Lelich. Orium seemed to be ready to start. She was understandably nervous. Her decision would influence the rest of the Soul Society for many of her own lifetimes. I would like to begin. Orium was dressed up into a very baggy and regal black, one-piece kimono with sleeves that could completely conceal her boobs if she placed even one arm in front of herself, they were so big. At the same time a white haori was draped over her shoulders and she was given a stereotypical judge's bench that spanned across all 6 of the judges' seats. The Central 46 was not happy leaving the fate of the Soul Society up to a teenage girl, but yet somehow the Soul King had considered Orium worthy of being able to carry out the task before her. It boggled their minds. Lelich's rationale, which the Central 46 refused to acknowledge, was that all Orium had to do was understand the discussion. She did not have to, by any means, know the structure of the Soul Society like they did, but at the same time, she needed to be well versed on the subject. She was not, by any stretch of the imagination, smarter than Lelich or Takeno. She was basically a one-woman jury. This trial is called to order. Orium declared. GoDi 13 and people represented by Captain of Squad 10 Lamprough Lelich vs Central 46 represented by Lead Judge Kanda Takeno may officially begin. Both parties may give their opening statements. This debate is one-sided. I will prove, far beyond reasonable doubt, that the Central 46 is obsolete and a newer, more contemporary version of passing judgment upon the GoDi should be integrated, Lelich declared. The Central 46 is an integral part of the Soul Society. We are law. We are what keep the balance of power of the Soul Society. We will not be overthrown in the name of naive idealism, Takeno said shortly. Lelich wanted to chew Takeno out for that one, but waited until Orium opened the floor to free debate. Orium took the gavel she was given and banged it. Let the true trial commence. Lamprough Lelich, you may start the trial. Lelich looked across the way to his opponent. Kanda Takeno, do you represent the current incarnation of the Central 46 or the system as a whole? The system as a whole, of course, Kanda replied. Fool, you just made this an easy victory for me. Lelich felt empowered. Then answer me. The Central 46 prides itself in being justice, but here's the problem. I've gone through the records and, besides Urahara Kisuke, there were countless many more cases in which the Central 46 unfairly punished someone only to later arrest someone for the exact same crime. If you claim to stand for all incarnations, then you stand to claim that you will make the same mistakes as your predecessors. Takeno sighed. It's true that the Central 46 has made some mistakes, but we do what we can to silence the enemy. At the time we have reason to believe that the people we arrest are the culprits. Your Honor, are you listening to this? The Central 46 would condemn potentially innocent people for the sake of protecting the people and, going by the records of over tens of thousands of incidents, they hardly ever admit they made a mistake. In fact, they don't admit to it until the same thing happens again, and as with the case with Urahara Kisuke, they never revoke their verdicts. Your Honor, is that the kind of legal system we want running this world? Orium was spacing out a bit, watching a circle of light out of the corner of her eye circle around her head, before she realized Lelich was referring to her. Oh, that's me, isn't it? No, that would be bad, I guess. Objection. Takeno shouted in order to be heard. Your Honor, do not be fooled. Do not let this man lead you astray. We have been right more times than we've been wrong. The archives can prove such things. Takeno rebutted. The heat was on. Lelich countered. Objection. The archives show a ratio of 5 to 1 of all cases tried. That means for every 100 people you condemn, 20 are wrongfully accused. In a majority of these cases the accused are still locked up. Whatever happened to simple fairness? Lelich banged his fist on his desk. You bring people in front of you and you condemn them on the spot. Not everything is that open and shut like that. Takano lifted his head. You're one to talk, you know. Excuse me, Lelich scowled. He didn't like the direction this could head in. For someone whose sole desire it was to punish the guilty and desire justice, are you telling me none of your victims, not a single person butchered or maimed by the phantoms was an innocent party, wrongfully accused? Takano asked. Lelich outspread his palm, facing it down towards the desk. How dare you insult the phantoms? We are not like you. I have solid proof and eyewitness testimony if Her Honor wishes to see and hear it, proving the careful analysis and investigation I put into stomping out every criminal that was ever punished by the phantoms. If you would slander my credibility, then it's obvious you have nothing to prove your case. Lelich criticized. Oh, but credibility is everything, Lamperouge Lelich. Your Honor, Lamperouge Taiko is well known for his brilliance, but is also recorded for being manipulative, underhanded, and sneaky, and has shown blatant abuse of loopholes since his time as captain. He also once turned to vigilantism because the laws of the Central 46 did not suit him. Is that the kind of man we want proposing a reform for the establishment of judicial proceedings that have served the Seoul society well for so long? Takano inquired. Well, Takano certainly made it seem to Orium that Lelich's motives and desires were to be questioned. I'm manipulative. He pointed his finger at Takano. You're the one using your own wiles to confuse Her Honor of the true goal. Rest assured I have the interest of the entire Seoul society in mind. You have on record my bringing a complaint to the Central 46 about Captain of Squad 12 Kuratsuke Mayuri and how his experimentation was being conducted in an improper fashion, but the Central 46 brushed it off like leaves from a lawn. Your Honor, the Central 46 does not act unless there is a problem, only after a problem has already arisen. Lelich argued. But what about the maggot's nest? Orium asked, having done her homework. She has you there, Lamperouge. Takano smirked smugly. No, she doesn't. Lelich folded his arms, tapping a finger against his forearm. The maggot's nest is home to several hundred soul reapers on the grounds of them doing shady business despite not breaking the law. I had Samakura Yasui, the current head of the detention unit, do a survey. More than half of those soul reapers are ones who wished to retire or quit the Godai, but were simply thrown into the nest because they were considered a threat. Lelich slammed both hands on the table and sent a menacing glare Takano's way. Are we a paranoid nation? Are we to believe that someone who doesn't even want to be part of the Godai would have the nerve to start something out in the comfort of the Rokanga, as if they're using it as an excuse to leave the Godai to cause havoc? I can buy that for a few. Lelich pointed with his index finger again, but the numbers are too great. The maggot's nest is overcrowded and many people just want to go home to their families. Crazy? It's the atmosphere of the place that is making them crazy. I motion that the Central 46 is only worried about their own hides because they would suffocate in the mere presence of even a slightly frustrated Yamamoto Suteiko. That's a very good point made by the Godai's representative. Orium was now back on Lelich's side. Preposterous. We are men of great caliber chosen by His Majesty and from within the Godai ourselves. You yourself were once offered a seat of power on this throne. You could have made a difference, but you resisted? You are biased against us. Takano pointed his index finger at Lelich. Objection. Biased? Biased? I am not biased. Lelich extended his arm out as if he were cupping a margarita glass. I am the only man with the intelligence and skill capable of stopping the corruption I see happening before me. Lelich banged his palms on the table again. The various noble houses aren't the only ones hiding behind the law. Konda Takano, Lelich extended his index finger towards the lead judge again. You and your 45 other associates do what you can to undermine the authority of the Godai. Name one time you ever had the Godai's best interests in mind. You banished Urahara Kisuke without a second thought, dismissed my charges against Kuratsuke Mayuri, forcing me to take matters into my own hands to protect Kuratsuke Nimu from domestic abuse. You even locked up Hitsuga Yatashiro. And for what purpose? Lelich leaned forward on the desk again. The Godai has enough trouble keeping itself together. 100 years ago we lost 4 captains and 3 vice-captains plus the commander and vice-commander of the Kido Corps. It took more than half a century for the Godiai to get back in proper order, and all because your predecessors prosecuted the wrong man. I was acquitted of my crimes as zero. The head captain can testify that you would not have been so merciful. You would have had me executed on spot and not given me a second chance. Without me, the war with Talbumasuk would have been lost, of that I can assure you. That's rather arrogant of you, Lampuj Lelich. You would denounce the ability of so many other great minds besides yourself. Are you some kind of hero, Lelich? Are we an evil bane that must be swept away? Because where I'm standing all I see is a young buck who got lucky in choices, Takano said smugly. Oh, he did not just go there. Lelich had had Takano under fire the entire debate, but now he was about to switch from assault rifle to submachine gun. Luck? I'll tell you the luck I've had. The luck I've had has cost me much of my joy and my idealism. My luck had me cast out my home when I was alive. My luck cost me many major setbacks all throughout the trials in my role as a brilliant tactician. Luck has nothing to do with it. Many lives have been lost, many plans gone astray, and many times I nearly lost myself in my own sorrow because of my luck. I am a cursed man, Konda Takano. As I said before, Lelich pointed at the lead judge again. If you must attack my credibility, then your case is about as airtight as a leaky balloon. I am inclined to agree with Lampuj-san, Orium said to Takano. Is there anything the Central 46 has to add to their case? Go ahead and try it. You have nothing, Lelich was so self-assured. Takano took a deep breath and then lifted his head so his chin was at eye level with Lelich, as if he was looking down upon the captain. Lampuj Lelich, if we, the chosen wisest in all of the Soul Society, are unfit to judge the common man, then who, pray tell, is? We are the most intelligent men of all. Would you condemn the Soul Society to being judged by rat bile filth of Rukonga who have their own interests in mind? The world of the living has a jurist system of its own, and many true criminals have gone free because the feelings of the common man are too easily dissuaded and unable to see the concrete facts as they ought to be interpreted. The tension was calming and the seriousness set in. And how exactly is what you do any better? You condemn people the moment they are brought before you. In your eyes they are already guilty. Speaking out in self-defense only raises the charges. I do not declare you unfit to judge. I declare you unfit to investigate. The gerbil running the wheel in Takano's mind cramped up. Come again. You heard me, Lelich responded with a big grin on his face. You take all of your information from the Onmitsukido, assume that those are all the relevant facts. You do a half-assed job of looking at the information, assuming it is all the information you need. He returned to scowling. How do you know, though, that the Onmitsukido has found everything? How do you know that there are other circumstances that exist outside what mere objects can tell you? Just as we are now battling with our words, so too should the accused be allowed to give reasons or state outright that they are falsely charged. Hichuga Yatashiro's case is a perfect example. The moment you see the slightest thing askew, you attack it like a stir-crazed wolf after a rabbit with a head injury. You give no cause to review the case and you never admit that you're wrong. No one is perfect. My system, the one I proposed, is to allow review for the case. Not everything is open and shut, things must be looked at with fresh eyes. Everyone has their reasons. If you find that the ends justify the means, or that the state in which things are committed are unfit to hold responsibility, release the accused. In the case of a Tremere Retin, you let him go for temporary insanity over murder, and why exactly? You don't have to give your reasoning, the case was never looked over. In the case of Urahara Kisuke, you believed you had your man without even thinking 2 seconds on Urahara's declaration that he saw Aizen out there. Adamancy is something to be admired. Your judgment is flawed. Your investigation methods are flawed. You are flawed. You were established at a time when honor and justice were two of the highest qualities held in society. Criminals confessed and the truly despicable had to be killed rather than arrested, but the world is changing, Konda Takano. The way things are structured are hardly fit for the way society is now. Now criminals are crafty, people frame one another. People like Aizen and Talbumasuk exist. People like Hashima Treva, people like me. I am guilty of the crimes I committed, but my motives were genuine, even the head captain saw through to that. I am a loyalist of the Godiai 13. My Haori is a symbol of my loyalty. We, the captains, vice-captains, officers, and members of the Godi do not take our responsibilities lightly, most of us don't at any rate. The insane cannot always be set free. The condemned can change or be wrongly accused. I am no saint, but even I can see the world through the eyes you attempt to see it through. My mind is like my logic, straight and true. Lawbreakers are punished, good deeds and proof of change can be used to allow one the right to a second chance, though third chances are the ideals of a fool. You said you lost your idealism, but what you say sounds awfully idealistic. We cannot judge in the manner you speak, Takano replied. And that is why you are obsolete. Your Honor, I can bring about this change. I have done so much to make the Soul Society the way it is described to the pluses we send here. Some of the lower 40 districts have begun to vegetate. Living conditions across the Rukanga have improved significantly, as has enrollment at the academy. What great accomplishments have you accomplished as a group? Lelich asked the Central 46. What can you point to and have us thank you for other than shutting down Project Spearhead? Name one significant thing you did yourselves. We, the Godi 13 are the heart and soul of the Soul Society. All I see before me are some old geezers that do everything to undercut our power. The only ones who should shoot are the ones willing to be shot at. The only ones who should lead are the ones willing to be lead. The only ones who should judge are the ones willing to be judged. Lelich's voice echoed through the halls of the Central 46. He began panting as sweat trickled down his forehead and then stood erect with his left arm at his side, right arm crossed behind his back grabbing his left forearm. The Godi rests. Does the Central 46 have anything further to add? Orium asked the Central 46. Lelich smirked, oh yes, do try to come back from this, Inu Orium has seen the light, what else could you possibly have to add? Takano stood silently at his bench glancing at the table. He was the most intelligent member of the Central 46 and he had not a single rebuttal to Lelich's outburst. Further attacking Lelich's credibility would yield no results. He expected Lelich to crack down, slip up, but no matter what he threw at Lelich it only made him stronger. It empowered him. Yes, power, Lelich was powerful. Powerful, Takano thought to himself. What happened next would have to be seen to be believed. As he stared at the floor, Takano cracked a manic grin. He laughed nervously, chortling in a low volume, barely audible and then chuckled as if laughing at a joke. Right after that he threw his head back and laughed. His fellow associates, watching this would have thought Takano had lost it. In a way he did. Lelich had, somehow, broken the most intelligent member of the Central 46. Whoa, freaky, Jin smiled from the audience. I have only one thing left to say, Takano declared, eyes bulging, smile cracked, and threw an arm out at his side. This whole trial is a big mistake. He brought his right arm back and threw out his left arm. The Soul King is senile to leave our fate in the hands of you. He glared up at Orium. You might be unbiased, but you know nothing of the hardships, the countless trials my predecessors have had to undertake to keep the Soul Society running. To change us is to change the very structure of the Soul Society. This is revolution. Treason. Takano pointed at Lelich, his extended arm and outstretched index finger shaking. That man should hang. One day he'll overthrow even the Soul King if left unchecked. He spread out his arms up above his head as if he had just thrown 2 dumbbells out of his hands. He slammed his hands on the table in frenzy and glared at Lelich, eye twitching, hide behind the Suteiko all you like. Takano then looked at Yamamoto. He'll betray you too one day, you know, stab you right in the back or in your sleep. I see the eyes I am getting from all of you. Takano looked around the room. You all think I'm crazy. I am not crazy. I am the only sane one left. That man there, he pointed at Lelich, is the crazy one. He wants you all to believe his lies. We are perfection. We are the Central 46. We are the top-ranking citizens of all the Soul Society. I am Kanda Takano, lead judge. I am a fool. Both Takano and Lelich looked up to the top of the staircase. Orium saw the figure standing up there as well and smiled. When did he get here? Orium wondered. Kurosake, Ichigo, Yamamoto looked at the teen standing at the top of the staircase. "You are a member of the audience and council is in session," Takano growled ravenously. "So what? This is just like one of those public trials in my own hometown. I'm not breaking any laws by coming in here, and that's my girlfriend sitting up there on the judge's table. Wanna hold me in contempt of court?" he asked Orium. "No, please continue. I am allowing the substitute Soul Reaper, Kurosaki Ichigo, to speak his mind as a material witness," Orium stated. "You can't do that," the Godai and the people rested. Takano shouted. "I'm not of the Godai or of Rukanga, now am I?" Ichigo asked, stepping further down the stairs. He stood equidistant between the entrance and Lelich's bench. "I've been listening to this go on for the last couple of minutes, and while I don't understand what the big fuss is, or what hardships you were talking about, it's clear to me that you are a fool, Kanda Takano. Most brilliant in all of the Central 46. Ichigo scoffed. "Does acting like a madman help your case? The only reason I wasn't selected to judge this whole thing over Orium is because I'm too closely connected to Lelich. Orium might be my girlfriend, but she can make her own decisions. However, I don't think it matters considering you just broke into hysterics like a whining loser." "Couldn't have put it better myself," Lelich turned away. "Is this how a judge acts?" "If anything, the only madman here," Ichigo said and pointed at Takano with his thumb and forefinger extended, "is you." "Kurosaki, Ichigo," the bile in Takano's throat rose tremendously and suddenly he broke out into a coughing fit. He suddenly vomited all over his bench and clutching his chest fell over backwards and hit his head on the stairwell, cracking his head open. Many people screamed. Orium began banging her gavel. "Let the proceedings be suspended. Medic! Medic!" she shouted. 2 hours later, Kanda Takano was declared dead by heart failure by Captain Anohanaretsu. To replace him, the Central 46 replaced him. To hear the verdict and give closing statements, Umezawa Hisoka, the deputy lead judge. Hisoka was much older than Takano, physically and biologically. He had a long beard that reached down to his knees that split at the bottom like the tail of a whale. His hair was white and styled in a samurai tail. "This court will now hear closing statements from the Godai and the people, represented by Lampuj Lelich, captain of Squad 10, Orium said. "It's as I said before, the Central 46 needs to reform. Kanda Takano is one of those types of men that could not see change. He was rigid in his thinking, bound by the laws as they stood, unable to see the future of the Soul Society. Siding with my representation is what is for the betterment of all, including the members of the Central 46, Lelich stated. Hisoka spoke in response, clearing his throat. Kanda Takano spoke on behalf of us all with the case we had built, however he seemed to stray from it. Kanda Takano brought upon his own downfall and, in doing so, perhaps doomed us all, or, perhaps, Hisoka looked right at Lelich with unreadable eyes, he has given the Soul Society the chance it truly needs to prosper, regardless of how this trial is determined, though I think we all know which way it will. Today marks an important day in the history of the Soul Society, the day that a very brave soul stood up to what he believed to be injustice disguised as justice. He looked at Orium, nothing further, Your Honor. Then, in light of all the information presented, this court finds in favor of, Orium held up her gavel and her head tilted back and she sneezed. She sniffed, "Oh, sorry, my bad. I guess I'm catching hay fever or something," she laughed nervously. Someone coughed in the audience, possibly Yukatake. Right then, this court finds in favor of the Godai and the people represented by Captain of Squad 10, Lampuj Lelich. Applause was sent all around the Central 46 chambers. Lelich was surprised to see even Hisoka clapping for him and a slight smile on the man's wrinkly face. Lelich would be even more surprised to know that the other remaining 44 members of the Central 46 were also clapping, whether out of obligation or out of respect none could say for any, including Hisoka himself. 1 month later. The 24th of July was especially warm. Ichigo and Nakama were on summer break and everyone in the Soul Society had their air conditioning on full blast. In order to properly redefine the Soul Society's judicial structure, all legal proceedings were suspended and all accused offenders put in special chambers within Level 1 of the penitentiary until further notice, but given 3 square meals a day as necessary until judgment could be passed. Lelich was in his office filing paperwork in order to properly create the new judiciary system. It was his decision that his squad would undertake the position of becoming lawyers for the accused, one to defend, and one to prosecute. One of the judges of the Central 46 would oversee the trial and 12 members of the rest of the Central 46 would act as jurors. The case would be debated between the common man and the intelligent folk would decide upon the verdict. Lelich's system also allowed 3 trials to occur at once, allowing for 3 times the efficiency. To make sure for fairness and justice, Lelich was drilling his entire squad to study up on Seoul society law so that they could act as effective counsel and debaters to protect or persecute the accused depending on which side they chose. And that was the biggest portion of the whole thing, choice. The judge, the 12 jurors, and the members of Lelich's squad all had a choice of who would be on which side. Higher profile cases would go to higher seated members. There was only one flaw, but it was only discussed amongst Lelich's squad. Any case Lelich took was guaranteed to be one-sided. Lelich knew he would never let the guilty go free or punish the innocent no matter how manipulative he was, but at the same time his squad's worries had merit. Nothing he could do about it though. After all, the odds of him actually having to get involved were rather low considering Lelich knew he would only prosecute or defend cases that were of personal interest to him. Everything else he could trust his squad to take care of. Ranjika was sitting on Lelich's couch reading a law book and falling asleep with it in her lap. Suddenly she sprung up like she realized she was falling asleep and stopped herself. She put an arm on the couch and looked over at her captain and complained. "Do I really need to study all this law stuff? Our division is now responsible for helping run the new trial system. If you don't like it, I'm sure I can always find a suitable replacement for your position," Lelich responded as he signed his name on a sheet of paper. The threat seemed to have worked as Ranjika flipped to a random page. "So about this law stuff, how does this trial system work exactly again?" The term bunny ears lawyer comes to mind. "What are you jabbering about now?" "Nothing." Before Lelich could give Ranjika the proper reminder again, someone started knocking on the door. "Come in," Lelich encouraged. It was Byakuya. "Well, Byakuya Taeko, how unexpected. I hear your division is going to be in charge of handling the trial system from now on. Is that true?" Byakuya asked. "Ranjika and I are studying for it right now," Lelich pointed at his vice-captain. "I see, Lelich, don't you think this is a bit much for one division to handle?" Byakuya asked. "What are you insinuating?" Lelich wanted to know. "Think about it, you're trying to create a trial based on fairness. If you're on either side of the bench, could the trial ever be considered fair?" Byakuya asked. Lelich cupped his chin. "I've thought about this myself already. I take it you have a solution though." "Just one," Byakuya responded. "Please allow my division to assist yours." "Huh. Think about it. You need a system with a set level of fairness. Both of our divisions have a full set of senior officers and roughly about the same number of members. Not to mention, if it were required for 2 captains to stand in court, there aren't many others that have the strong sense of moral justice to debate fairly and can also hold a candle to your intellect," Byakuya stated. "You flatter me," Lelich smirked. "I don't flatter. I merely speak the truth," Byakuya said bluntly. "That's why I thought you might wish to change the proposal you've given. Allow my division to prosecute, yours will defend. Why not the other way?" Lelich remembered Byakuya's strong sense of justice. "Oh right. Well, the thing is, I don't want to make a specific person on a specific side. If you want to always prosecute, that's your business. I can handle defending a scumbag on my conscience even if I don't win. I would trust you at that point to build the case in your favor. And I trust you to build a case in your favor if I am persecuting an innocent," Byakuya responded. "By the way, have you decided how you are going to prove that this system works?" "You mean like a test trial?" Byakuya nodded. "You and I can debate over Captain Hichugaya's case. Unless of course you don't think you could debate well enough to prove that he doesn't deserve the fate that awaits him," Byakuya asked. Lelich grinned. He thought it was perfect and he loved the way Byakuya was challenging him, but at the same time, from the underlying tones and an analysis of Byakuya's character, he knew that meant he trusted Lelich to face him and prove Hichugaya to be guiltless of his charges. "Then I suppose I'll see you in court. I will fight for Toshiro's freedom." To defend the wrongly accused and make sure those wrongfully punished are rightfully forgiven, Lelic threw his arm out at his side. That is my job as a defense attorney. To punish the guilty and make sure they are given the proper punishment. Byakuya gave his fiercest glare. That is my job as the prosecutor. Lelic and Byakuya stared at each other with competitive glares. Why is watching this making me hot? Ranjika thought to herself from the sidelines, blushing. You're not the only one. Hanko thought to herself, as she spiritually materialized in such a fashion that she was see-through and only Ranjika could see her as she watched the two men stare at each other. Of course we both know that what we're really after is one thing, Lelic stated. The truth, both captains said at the same time. They shook hands and Byakuya walked away. Lelic grinned like an imp that had thought of a really good prank. The idea of finally clashing with Byakuya in a type of battle he could sink his teeth into, playing his strongest asset, his mind, was exciting. Ranjiku, take your law books and find a quiet place to study. I need to prepare my case. Why yes sir, the aura her captain was emitting told Ranjika this would be a great time to leave. Central 46. The lights were on. The jury and the judge were covered by a large plaque to conceal their identities, as usual. Lelic and Byakuya stood at the base of hall. Lelic's bench was by the stairway leading up to the door. Byakuya's bench was near the stairway leading up to the judge, where Orium had been at the last trial. All right, the judge said, this is the test trial to see if Lamperouge Teiko's law model can really work. For the case of Hitsuga Yatashiro, charged with abandonment of his troops, unlawful traversing into Hueco Mundo and reckless endangerment, the case begins. Lamperouge Teiko, has your client anything more to say in his defense? Only that he maintains that he has still done nothing wrong, that all of his actions are justified. A claim of which I aim to prove, Lelic said, turning sideways and extending his arm forward and straight with his fingers bent. Attempt to prove it all you'd like. I will stop. I'm so confused, one of the jurors sighed. Shall I get the human girl Anu Orium to play judge again? Lelic asked. No, that's fine, the judge told Lelic, both of you just do what you must. As I thought, Lelic smirked. Very well, now my client is charged with reckless endangerment of Rukonga civilians. According to the case report, my client was charged as such because of the hollow creature that broke through in accordance with his abandonment of his troops. However, the creature in question was ultimately dealt with my own two hands, and if not me then 7th seat of Squad 2, Kurakata Ribatuka would have engaged it. I have an affidavit I would like to present as evidence with Kurakata-san's signature swearing such. Lelic held up a piece of paper. So submitted, the judge said. The affidavit was accepted into the court record and examined by Byakuya, who had no comment. My client called both me and Kurakata-san to the scene before he even went into that open garganta and was fully aware that there would be people there to handle the situation when he let that creature go. Therefore, not reckless endangerment, Lelic said. Byakuya remained silent, annoying the jurors to no end that he didn't have a counter-argument. The system forced them to accept the trial based on the case as it was, but to let Hitsuga go would mean to admit they had made a mistake. Of course, in the time that passed, Lelic had an escape clause established that all case reports would be stowed away and filed by the head captain and Anoha Naretsu, meaning that both could have the heads of the Central 46 if the jury was considered biased. What have you to say about abandoning his troops then? Hitsuga Yatashiro went into Hueco Mundo with his vice-captain, leaving a bunch of recent graduates to their own devices, Byakuya stated. To be guilty of abandonment, my client's actions would to have, in some way, endanger the health of said troops, and he would have had to have left suddenly without a trace. All of his men saw him go into the Garganta, and the Onmitsukido, he knew, would be arriving shortly on the scene of the village to secure the area of a gang that he had just put down. He was leaving them in the hands of the Onmitsukido, who would be forced to wait until his return anyway to discuss the secured situation. And if nothing else, I know I would have stayed when he called me, Lelic rebutted. That just leaves unlawful traversing into Hueco Mundo, which, may I remind you, is not covered in the vengeance of one's troops and is only allowed on the grounds of chasing a retreating enemy, Byakuya stated. The Garganta my client entered stayed open even after the attack. His traversing into Hueco Mundo was not a choice, but an investigation to examine a phenomenon. There is a loophole that can be crossed with the law that allows for interference in nobility on the grounds of necessary investigation for the sanctity of the lives of others. Lelich was grasping at straws. It was a stretch, but hopefully it would go unchallenged. It didn't. Objection, Byakuya replied calmly, there is no set law. You are trying to fabricate a loophole to free your client. I see right through it, Lamperouge Lelich. All right, how about this? There is also the set law that allows for traversing into enemy territory when there is something to be gained from doing so. We have never encountered a Garganta that does not close after its users have died. If anything, the charge should be a failure to secure the site, since my client left before a research team indicated that its spiritual structure was safe, not to mention he trekked through it with only his vice-captain who willfully chose to follow him. Such a charge is but merely a slap on the wrist, and the charge leads into the trekking into Hueco Mundo, which in turn is allowed by the cross of laws I mentioned earlier. If anything, given his current time already spent in prison, he should be let go on these grounds, Lelich responded. Beyond that, there is an allowance to bypass necessary safety measures under a sense of urgency which is warranted here given the unusual nature of the situation. Ergo, Captain Hitsugaya acted in the best interest of the greatest number of individuals, putting himself and the Godai ahead of his men, since anything coming out of that Garganta would then have to deal with him first, thereby fully allowing and legally justifying his venture into Hueco Mundo, Lelich states. Byakuya simply folded his arms, arguing with that logic will only succeed in giving me a headache. The prosecution rests. Of course you do, Lelich grinned. As predicted, the Central 46 had no choice but to overturn their previous verdicts and let Hitsugaya go. After the verdict was read, Lelich had some choice words for the Central 46. As they could no longer arrest anyone for badmouthing them since they no longer held such a sovereign power. That ability was declared a breach of civil rights in the eyes of the Captain Commander, an old law that Lelich damn well made sure was going to be used to its full effect. Lelich therefore was going to abuse the opportunity to tell off the politicians. And let the record show that it was my system that proved all of this. So you see now that my system works when the facts are looked at appropriately. I told you before that my logic is straight and true. You may pass judgment, but we are the ones giving the facts. I would just as soon turn your power over to division officers, but we don't have enough soldiers. Be grateful that I was merciful. However, do realize now that the law can be used upon you now. You are our judicial branch. We, the Godai, keep you in check and make sure your job is done right. The law is as it is. No man is above the law. If someone goes rogue, we are unified enough that we will unite to rope in the lawbreaker, even the head captain himself. I'm glad to see that justice was served. Lelich's system, while it left the Central 46 with the decision-making process, took away almost all power from them and gave it to the Godai. While the Central 46 was allowed to order the investigations, the senior officers of Squad 2 had the final say in whether or not a case would come to trial. Kendra, as head of Patrol Corps, was given the initial decision of whether or not persecution was necessary. If she believed it was, then Yolanda, as head of the STRU, would take command of the case and decide if persecution was possible based on further investigation. If that was the case, Yosei, as head of the detention unit, would meet with both attorneys to see if the guilty party would plead out. In other words, if they would plead guilty, avoid a trial and take a lesser sentence, or just flat out accept their punishment. If those negotiations failed, Stefan would then decide if this case actually needed to be brought to court or if his squad members were mistaken. To prevent the corruption of the captain, or a bad decision, it was up to Naomi to be a dissenter, which she had every right to be. In the case of dissension, the final say would be up to the head captain to investigate the matter himself and look into, not the case, but the structure of the second squad and the evidence in place to determine the problem. The head captain also now had control of whether or not the jurors selected and the judge selected were appropriate for the trial at hand. Files of background details, privy only to the head captain's eyes, on the members of the Central 46, minus the actual names as their identities were to remain void, but numbers not so much, were given to determine such things. If absolutely necessary, and at the request of the accused, the head captain himself could oversee a bench trial, or one of his seated officers depending on the profiling of the case. Lelich felt it would be silly to force the Suteiko to oversee every little protocol violation if it was brought to bench. All of this was done in the sake of justice. A special section of the Maggot's Nest was reserved for accused awaiting trial. In the next 3 months, investigations into all locked-up criminals and residents of the Maggot's Nest would be put into motion. The On Mitsukido and the 2nd Division would have their necks buried in paperwork. Knowing this, both Lelich and Byakuya would volunteer to help out. Of course, before any of that would happen, Hachugaya was released back to his squad to an awaiting Momo. The first thing she did was hug him. She closed her eyes and scrunched up her face and held onto her captain tightly as if letting go meant she would lose him again. Thank goodness, she thought. She felt like she might cry. Hachugaya responded to Momo's action and hugged her back. It's okay, I'm back. It's over now, Momo. She whined, knowing full well that it was. Hachugaya and Momo let each other go. Hachugaya smiled at her. I know it's a little late, but how about I still give you your birthday present? Huh. Momo didn't know Hachugaya had prepared such a thing so far in advance. I have 2 tickets to the Shiroishi Onsen. I was hoping we could. Momo smiled and crossed her arms over herself, holding her hands by the lower region of her abdomen, and smiled. I'd love to. Great, I'll get the tickets. Hachugaya rushed into his office to make said retrieval. And so while Hachugaya and Momo enjoyed their stay at the onsen, Hachugaya's liberator, Lelich, after filling out paperwork, went out into Rokanga, not very far, just past the gate, and took out his Zanpakuto, concentrating on the frequency to bring Iin Tamashi into manifestation. This is highly irregular, Iin Tamashi said, upon materializing. Something wrong. I wanted to make sure you were okay. You haven't been chatty lately except for that time 5 days ago in my office calling Rangiku a bunny ears lawyer, I believe was the term you used, Lelich stated. I know I got a little out of hand a while back. Lelich rubbed his neck and looked away. I ignored you and your warnings when I was researching. Lelich looked forward with a serious expression. A poor relationship with one's Zanpakuto is not something a captain should have. Iin Tamashi smiled craftily. My, this is a shocker coming from you, concerned about me, not that I don't appreciate it. There's nothing wrong. Trust me, if there was you would not even be able to call upon me like this. The fact that you and I can talk face to face is a symbol of trust. Dare I ask why you manifested me rather than going into Jinzen? Time efficiency, Lelich responded, it's a privilege I have as a captain. That's an awkward word to use. Which word? Lelich asked, confused. Privilege, Iin Tamashi said. The power of the Zanpakuto is as it has always been. My abilities are only possible because you taught them to me. How else could you teach them to me if you did not, in fact, already know them? Clever as always, I see, Iin Tamashi said with a wink and a smile. Anyway, as long as we're good, that's all that matters. Lelich held up his Zanpakuto. Back in you go, he chuckled. Iin Tamashi did so without a fuss. Hueco Mundo. Battered and bruised, Loli and Mainoli darted through the Minos forest. They were being chased by 2 unknown entities, a giant, white scorpion, and a giant, white bipedal create with a centipede's head and 8 crooked arms. Behind them stood a man with brown hair wearing a fuzzy lilac robe with long nails, dark brown eyeshadow, and pointed boots. The man slowly lifted his right hand and the 2 creatures pounced on the unsuspecting Arrancar women, destroying them only to, in turn, be cut down by the man standing behind them. Blood formed in his sclera and he wiped it away. He spoke, but it was as if he was thinking aloud. The Soul Reapers and these hybrid creatures control the Zanpakuto, but that's about to change, the man said. A hollow attacked him from behind. As if he was copying Talbumasuk's Hofuku technique, he struck 3 times through the air and lacerated the hollow thrice along its body and it dissolved. The individual's name was Muramasa. He was a Zanpakuto. He continued to speak. Soon it will be the Zanpakuto who rule and the Soul Society will never be the same again. Muramasa walked away. His revolution would happen soon, but first he needed to store up much energy, and that meant slaying as many hollows as he could before his rebellion could begin. End of Chapter 93. Chapter 94, Soul Reaper Origins, Anohana Retsu. Third-person POV. It had been about a week since Hichugaya's release from prison. Things were still a little disoriented within the 2nd, 6th, and 10th squads as all three worked to deconstruct and reconstruct the current legal system, which would take them straight into September to straighten up. If that didn't make things chaotic enough in the Gotei, Hisuna, ever since the Central 46 trial, had been set up in a room in the 4th Division medical ward. It had been 9 months, she could be expected to give birth any day now. As expected, Byakuya had his division picking up the slack work and, as a courtesy to a longtime friend and former student, so was Lelich. Kyokaku, knowing the extra work in store for her once she checked in for the day, decided to get something a little extra than her morning cup of coffee. She dug in through the fridge looking for a quick fix. "Aha!" she declared and shut the door as she held a can of soda. It was special from the world of the living with a pop can top, the kind of technology that was almost unheard of in the Soul Society. As she drank it, she thought to herself, whose ever idea it was to put caffeine in a soft drink needs a medal. She finished the drink, crushed the can and tossed it in the nearest trash can, only to see Ichigo coming down the stairs. "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot he slept over last night." Ichigo, while on summer break, had taken Kyokaku up on her offer about the door always being open to him staying if he needed it. He was so sick and tired of the goings-on in his home that he just needed a change of scenery. It was summer vacation still, so it wasn't like he was missing anything. "Morning, Ichigo, how are you feeling?" Kyokaku asked him. Ichigo seemed a little disoriented and squinted as he rubbed his forehead with the side of his hand. "Like hammered shit," he responded. "Couldn't sleep last night?" Kyokaku asked, cracking up another can of soda and sitting down at the table while Ichigo made himself comfortable on the easy chair across the room. "Are Kyan and Rukia always that loud?" Ichigo asked. "Not usually," Kyokaku said to her cousin, taking a sip of her drink. "That's good," Ichigo said. "Not really, usually they're louder," Kyokaku added in. Ichigo growled. "I'm at the other end of the hall and I didn't hear them last night. I can only imagine how annoying it was for you being right next door and all. I came very close to turning over and tapping Orium on the shoulder to try and play a match of who could be louder," Ichigo grumbled, massaging his face. "It surprises me as to Rukia's sex drive. Honestly, the girl loses her virginity to Kyan and now it's like I can't keep them off each other when they're home. I am so glad I'm in a different division," Kyokaku stated. Ichigo reached into the ceramic bowl of cashews sitting on the stand next to the chair. He munched on a few. "You make it sound like they might do that in the division. You honestly think Yuka-take-san would allow that?" "Ichigo, you need to learn to understand sarcasm one of these days when it's subtle," Kyokaku responded. Before the conversation could continue, Orium came down the stairs. In stark contrast to Ichigo, she looked very well rested and her hair seemed as smooth as could be. The high school teen had slept in the outfit she had been given when she was in Hueco Mundo. According to her, despite where she came from and how she got it, it was very comfortable and fit her well. "Morning, Ichigo," "Morning, Shiba Kyokaku-san." "Morning, Orium," Ichigo smiled at her. "You seem well rested," Kyokaku said, lighting her pipe. "Yeah, that bed is really comfy," Orium smiled. "How could you sleep through all of that?" Ichigo muttered to himself. "What's wrong, Ichigo?" Orium asked. "Nothing," Ichigo said, stretching, "just talking to myself." When Ichigo had headed out to the Soul Society, he invited Orium to come with him. The normally lonesome teen had gotten used to having such a close companion around with him at almost all times. Besides, he knew she and Rukia got along and, above all else, he wanted some place the two of them could be out of town that wouldn't cost them much of anything except perhaps the sweat off of Ichigo's back for doing chores for Urahara upon their return. "You have a really nice plan here, Shiba-sama. It's really nice for you to let us stay here," Orium said to the bomb master. "Hey, anything for family and friends," Kyokaku grinned at her and Ichigo. "Those are the two most treasured things in the clan, by the way." "Well, Ichigo was cut off by the phone ringing. "Hold that thought, Ichigo," Kyokaku said, picking up the phone. "Shiba clan," Kyokaku speaking. Kyokaku listened as she smoked on her pipe to whoever was on the other end. "MMMHMM." She acknowledged what was being said. "No kidding," Kyokaku said after listening a little while longer. "Yeah, of course I'll tell Rukia," We'll be right over. See you in a few. Kyokaku said and slammed the phone down on the receiver. What was that all about? Ichigo asked. That was Kokaki Byakuya, Hisuna just went into labor, Kyokaku said with a grin. Huh? Ichigo was confused. Oh, right, Kyokaku said moving her pipe to the other side of her mouth, I suppose you wouldn't know. Hisuna's been pregnant since before that whole mess with Talbumasuk started. No way, Byakuya's going to be a daddy. Ichigo asked. Although he had had little interaction with the man himself, he, for the life of him, found it just as improbable as everyone else that Byakuya was about to receive the title of dad. Trust me, you're not the only one to see this as odd, Kyokaku said. What's odd? Rukia said walking into the area as she reached the top of the stairs, hand sliding along the handrail. Your brother-in-law just called, Hisuna just started going into labor, Kyokaku told her. Rukia blinked blankly for a few moments before retreating down the hallway. Kyan Dano. Wake up. Nei-san's having her baby. You guys should grab something to eat. Once Kyan gets his ass in gear you can expect Rukia to be shoving us out the door, Kyokaku said. Ichigo and Orium both nodded in compliance. The Shiba banquet hall was thankfully open and the two had a delicious quick meal before Kyan and Rukia came down the stairs hurrying everyone out the door and to the 4th division. You know, for an old woman you're sure getting hyper, Ichigo snarked. Who are you calling old? Rukia snapped. You're going to be an aunt, Ichigo retorted. Alright, let's not start something you two, Kyan mediated. At the medical wing, the Shibas, plus Ichigo and Orium, found Byakuya pacing the floor back and forth. None of them had seen the leader of the Kokaki family in such a state of anxiety. Byakuya wasn't alone, of course. There was another Soul Reaper nearby, wearing a captain's haori, sitting in a chair, reading the latest Siriti communication. Byakuya Teiko, calm down, things are going to be fine. All that pacing is just going to make you dizzy. The Soul Reaper lowered the newspaper, revealing Lelouch. He saw Ichigo and the others. Oh, and I see the rest of the family is here. He exchanged pleasantries with Kyokaku, Kyan, and Rukia and then saw Ichigo and Orium. How's it hanging, Lelouch? Ichigo asked him. Kurosaki Ichigo, wasn't expecting you to be here, Lelouch said. Problems at home and Kyokaku did say I could crash at the manor if things got out of hand, Ichigo said. Well, we're certainly welcome to have you here, though I guess you could have picked a better week, Lelouch said. What do you mean? I get to see my little cousins being born. How is this a bad week? Ichigo asked with a smile. Technically he and Hisuna were now related. Kyan was his cousin who was married to Rukia whose sister was Hisuna. How long has she been in there? Orium asked. Lelouch looked at his watch. Well, we've been sitting here for quite a while, just the two of us. And this whole thing started last night. Hisuna was already going by the time Byakuya Teiko showed up and he asked me to come along. Can't be much longer now. I'm just surprised you know how to use a phone, Kyokaku teased Byakuya. Byakuya simply cleared his throat and averted the woman's gaze. It was easy to see Byakuya's lack of ability with getting used to advanced technology. The Kokaki clan was very old-fashioned when it came to practices and beliefs, so technologies such as cell phones, computers, and handheld music players were still very alien to him. Hisuna had been helping him up until she was transferred to the hospital. Who's helping with the delivery? Kyan asked. Well, Hisuna's a captain, who do you think? Lelouch asked with a smile. Kyan put a reassuring hand on Byakuya's shoulder and shook him. Hey, what's there to be nervous about then? Your wife's in good hands, Kokaki Teiko. Anohana Teiko never makes any mistakes. Inside the room, Kyan's comment was actually heard by the motherly captain. That's not exactly true. She thought to herself. She watched over Hisuna as she was surrounded by Isane and a few other squad member specialists for just this occasion. Hisuna was in intense pain, but she was nearly there. Come on, Hisuna-san, just a little more, Isane encouraged. God damn it, this sucks. Hisuna grunted. Back outside, Byakuya could hear Hisuna's cries and pained screams. Sounds like things are close to finishing, Lelouch said. October 25th, Pendragon 2003. Cornelia, what's going on? Lelich, only a few years old, tugged on his half-sister's pant leg. Is my mommy okay? I can't see anything. There's nothing to see, Lelich, Cornelia said, just calm down, okay? But mommy's in pain. I can hear her screaming, why won't anyone do anything? Lelich demanded to know. Cornelia squatted down in front of her little half-brother and put a hand on his head. Lelich, it's okay, Lady Marianne is going to be fine. You can trust me, Lelich. Lelich heard the screaming get louder. Why is she screaming? Someone stop all the screaming. Lelich pleaded. Present time. Lelich was pulled from his thoughts when Ichigo waved his hand in front of his face. Hey. Are you paying attention? Hisan is finished. We can go in. Lelich was surprised when he walked in and saw Hisuna holding not one, but two babies. One boy and one girl. T-twins. He looked behind to see Byakuya in a state of shock. He had not expected to have two children simultaneously. That's just the way things go sometimes, Byakuya-sama, Hisuna chuckled. Did you guys name them yet? Ichigo asked. Hisuna nodded. We decided upon that 2 months ago. She stroked her daughter, this is Kyo, she stroked her son, and this is Isao. Kukaki-sama, they're adorable, Orium stated. I want to hold Isao, Rukia requested. Sure, here, Hisuna handed Rukia her nephew. Lelich, Byakuya stated, getting his bearings together, Hisuna and I were talking about it and, we were hoping you would be the godfather, of our children. Me. Lelich was taken aback. Of course, Hisuna said, Lelich, you made it possible for us to be together, for this moment to be possible. If you hadn't found Rukia, I'd most likely be long since dead and buried. You've also done so much for Byakuya-sama's clan even before we were together. It's only fair. Here, Hisuna extended her daughter to him, hold Kyo. Lelich took the small wriggling infant in his arms. As he held the youngest girl of the Kukaki family and stared into her innocent blue eyes, he became reminiscent. October 25, Pendragon 2003. Lelich, his mother said to him, this is your little sister Nunnally. From this day forward you get to be a big brother, Lelich. His mother gave him a big smile. Nunnally continued to stare at Lelich with a smile and those adorable blinking blue eyes. Lelich stared in shock. My sister. Lady Marianne, she's adorable, Cornelia said to her idol and outstretched her arms. Marianne handed Nunnally off to her half-sister. Careful, Cornelia, she's delicate, Marianne said. I know, Lady Marianne, I know, Cornelia said softly. She had handled Yuffie before 2 years ago, this was nothing. She stared down at Nunnally. Hi Nunnally, she rocked her sister in her arms. She's so cute. Cornelia thought to herself. Hey. She's my sister, I want to hold her. Lelich whined. Just be careful, Lelich. Cornelia, stand behind him, okay, Marianne requested. Lelich sat down on the stool he had been perched on and Cornelia put Nunnally in his lap. Cornelia helped Lelich support Nunnally's head so she could look at him and stood behind her half-brother with her arms on either side of him ready to scoop him or Nunnally up if one of them started to slip. Lelich looked down at Nunnally staring into her blue eyes that looked back at him. Nunnally was smiling at her brother. This is my sister. Lelich looked at her. Nunnally, Lelich pulled Nunnally as close to him as possible, my sister. May 12th, Pendragon 2004. Lelich sat at the breakfast table eating cereal while the servant girl was trying to feed Nunnally, and failing. Ugh, this impossible. She was from one of the conquered Brighton territories and while she understood the sovereign nation's language very well, her speaking of it was another story. It's not impossible, you're just not very good at your job, Lelich said. Nunnally laughed. See, Nunnally agrees. She no even understand what you saying, the servant replied. Nunnally gave the servant a raspberry. She told you, Lelich responded. February 4th, Pendragon 2005. It was the first big snow since Nunnally's birth and the first time that she was old enough to go out and play in it. As Lelich and Nunnally waited in front of the door for Marianne to come and open it as the Brighton Empress dressed up in her fur coat. Lelich, growing impatient, went to go check up on his mom, but as he turned the corner, he heard his sister crying. Lelich hurried back to his sister's side and held her. "Nunnally, it's okay, I didn't go anywhere. I'm here. Calm down," he soothed his sister. Nunnally, as best she could in her bulky snowsuit, put her arms around her brother, Lulu. She had tried to say Lelich, but that was what came out. Nunnally, Lelich held his sister tighter. September 24, 2010, Area 11. Lelich and Nunnally had been abandoned, left to rot with nowhere to go. Japan had been taken and the Kururagis had abandoned them in a remote area. Lelich scowled, clenching a fist. "The world will pay for dumping us off to disappear. I'll show everyone. I'll prove my worth. I, Lelich 6 Britannia, shall have my revenge." "Lelich, where are we?" Nunnally asked, sitting on the ground, unable to move. "We've been abandoned, Nunnally," Lelich told her. "Abandoned?" Nunnally asked. "Don't worry though," Lelich said. "We'll be okay." Lelich hoisted his sister up onto his back. "No matter where we go, though we may be stuck in the middle of nowhere, we'll go nowhere together." Area 11, July 26, 2015. Lelich sat with his back up against a tree, Nunnally in his lap. Her wheelchair was off to the side. It was the cicada migrating season and Lelich had found the perfect spot for him and Nunnally to sit and listen to the music of the chirping bugs. Crickets joined in too, as well as some beetles. "It's like a whole insect orchestra," Nunnally said cheerfully. "It certainly does sound like it," Lelich said. Mostly everyone else was seeing the new action movie that just came out, but Lelich, instead, knowing about the mating season, brought Nunnally to this very spot where she could hear the insects. No matter how much he wanted to see that movie, he knew that, because of her condition, that Nunnally wouldn't be able to enjoy it like he could. This, though, was something that was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. He could always rent the DVD if he wanted. The Ashfords had been good to him ever since he got in contact with them. However, sitting here, listening to the cicadas and the crickets and the beetles and other insects, this was something that he and Nunnally could enjoy equally. Lelich spoke solemnly. "I know this isn't the same as being able to enjoy a movie. I mean, I know you can't see it anyway, but..." "What do you mean?" "This is like listening to music. It's so soothing. I'm really glad you brought me here, Lelich. This is a rare opportunity." Nunnally turned over and rested sideways on Lelich's chest. "You're the best, big brother." "Nunnally," Lelich put his arms around his little sister. "Nunnally, no matter what happens to us, no matter what the future has in store for us, I shall always protect you." Present day. A montage of more happy moments with his sister played in Lelich's mind as he stared down at Kyo. The way she was looking at him reminded him so much of Nunnally the day she was born. Lelich held his goddaughter closer. "I was a lousy brother. I couldn't keep my promise to Nunnally. But I'll make up for it. I'll be good to you, Kyo." He promised and looked over to Isao, who was now being held by Kyan. "And you too, Isao. I'll be the best godfather I can be for the both of you, I promise." 3 days later. On 11th Division grounds, Shisato and Yumi Chika were engaged in a Hakuda-only sparring match for the benefit of Yumi Chika's squad, mostly the newcomers. Yumi Chika had recently been promoted to 3rd seat and he wanted to set an example for the rest of the squad. Since Renji was busy helping his captain with the twins, as he had promised Rukia he would do everything he could for her niece and nephew as a loyal friend, Shisato was the only person Yumi Chika could ask that he knew could help. Shisato was an all-around better fighter than Yumi Chika, but she held back some to make the match seem more even. Of course, she'd been having cramps in her stomach for the longest time now. She'd been taking over the counter medicine for it. After all, the cramps weren't that bad and they didn't last long. Of course, the heat was starting to get to her during the outdoor spar. Shisato felt that even if she wanted to go all out, this heat was going to kill her or her cramps would make it impossible. As she stood across from Yumi Chika preparing for the next bout, a sharp pain, worse than anything she'd ever felt thus far, throbbed inside her stomach and brought Shisato down to one knee. "Tea time out," she called, forming a T with her hands. "Hey, are you all right?" Yumi Chika asked, running over to her. Shisato had called time out, so this couldn't be a trick. I don't know, Shisato winced, I feel like someone's kicking around a soccer ball inside my gut. Want me to bring you to the 4th division? Yumi Chika offered. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. The squad mates were obviously disappointed by the sudden stop of the entertainment, but a lot of them, especially the veterans of the squad from when Shisato had been in the 11th division, were concerned for the blonde's well-being. Shisato subjected herself to a medical examination by the squad's third seat Imura Yasakika. After running a series of tests and asking a lot of questions, he came to a diagnosis. How is she, Imura-san? Yumi Chika had stayed with Shisato out of courtesy. Shisato was a friend, and as a friend he'd stick with her. Yasakika gave his diagnosis as he fixed his glasses. The abdominal cramps should stop in about a month or two, but by then you should be here anyway to prepare for delivery. Shisato was confused. Delivery? Delivery for what? I was under the impression you were one of the smarter members of the division. Delivery for your baby, of course, Yasakika stated. Shisato shook her head. Whoa, okay, time out. She made the tea again. There's no way I can be pregnant. Not this far along anyway, I mean look at me. She unfolded her shiakusho and bared her upper body to Yasakika. My stomach's flatter than a door. That doesn't automatically mean you can't be pregnant. It's a rare case, about a 1 in 4,000 chance, for this to happen, especially if the mother is not expectant, which I suspect is the case. But I took a pregnancy test after the incident with Aizen, I was clean, Shisato continued to bitch. I haven't even had sex since, Ikeku flashed through her mind, since realization hit. She remembered that time on the knoll, the passionate night between them. It was all becoming clear to her. Shisato buried her face in her hands and started sobbing. Ah, hey, what's the matter? It's not that bad, is it? Yasakika began to panic. Yes it is, Shisato sobbed, removing her hands, still crying. My baby's father is dead. I don't have anyone to help me. Well, are you sure? Who's the father anyway? Yasakika asked. Madarame, Shisato buried her face into her hands again. Ikeku. Yumi Chika was stunned. Shisato, are you sure? It's the only possibility, she wiped her eyes. I haven't slept with anyone since 2 days before the Winter War. You were with me at the party after the first battle. Unless you lied to me when you said nothing happened, then it can only be his. Shisato, Yumi Chika was really concerned for Shisato. Her family would have her head when they found out about this. Shisato was an up-and-coming member of the Oloman family, a lower noble family beneath the Shibas. While, unlike the Kuchikis, the family didn't have any rulings against commoner relations, Shisato being pregnant with a bastard child was another matter entirely. She was 7, almost at her 3rd trimester, so abortion was clearly not an option. This sucks. What am I going to do? Shisato lamented. Why don't we go see Lelich? Your captain's an understanding guy, he's got to have some sort of idea, Yumi Chika suggested. Shisato liked that idea. 10th Division. I see, Lelich said, after hearing what the deal was. This is rather troublesome. Lelich sat at his desk, leaning forward, elbows on the desk, fingers interlocked in front of his mouth. Lelich, what about your new noble house that you're opening? Yumi Chika asked. The best I could do there would be to give Shisato refuge. If she marries into the family, I can't disprove that this isn't about the child, which would have to be brought up, which is against clan regulations, which are already in print. My quadruple marriage is scheduled for the end of August, in case you forgot. Shisato broke down again. What am I going to do? Correct me if I'm wrong, Lelich said, but are you broken up only because you have to do this alone and because you're a noble? Yes. Shisato lamented. I loved Ikeku. It's not fair. Why does he have to be dead? Why can't he be here to help me? My parents are going to disown me if they find out. Well, your only option really is to get hitched if you want to stay on the Godii that is and raise the child. I mean, I can give you refuge at the House of Lamperouge after the child is born, and you would have to quit the Godii to be eligible to do so if you wanted to raise the child, but if you abandon the child after it's born or give it up for adoption, it's like nothing happened, Lelich explained. There's got to be another way. I can't get married to some stranger. Other than Ikeku, Yasuai was the only boyfriend I can rely on, but I doubt he's ready for this responsibility. Kurosaki Ichigo would freak out if I went back to Asahine like this. Hiriko's out of the question. Who am I supposed to? I'll do it. Yumi Chika announced. That's pretty convenient, Lelouch stated. Yumi Chika. Yumi Chika walked over to Shisato and put a hand on his shoulder. You're carrying the son or daughter of my best friend inside you, Shisato. Yumi Chika put a hand on his chest. As it stands, that makes me the closest thing to a father this child is ever going to have. I can't ask you to do this for me, Yumi Chika, Shisato said. You're not asking me to do anything. I would have supported you in this regardless of what happened. That's Ikeku's kid in you. He leaned forward to look at Shisato as she sat in the chair in front of Lelouch's desk. I owe my best friend this much, okay? I won't take no for an answer. You're going to be a good mother, Shisato, I know you will, Lelouch smiled. Thanks, Taeko, Shisato wiped her eyes. Yumi Chika cupped her wrist. Come on, I'll bring you back to the 4th division. You should rest until it's your time. Shisato smiled. She knew things would be alright as long as Yumi Chika was deciding to help her. Okay. Lelouch opened a drawer and pulled out a stack of papers. Hey, as long as you're going back there, mind stopping at 7th division and giving these to Yuna for me? Sure, no problem, Shisato took the stack and the two headed off. 7th division. After receiving the documents from Shisato and doing with them what she was supposed to, Yuna sat in her office and tapped the eraser of a pencil she was now holding to her forehead as she continued to sketch a headshot of Mari. Even with everything around her that was back in order, despite the 70 years she had missed, she still missed Mari. You were 45 years ahead of me? How is it you haven't returned? Why hasn't Lelouch found you? Yuna wondered. There were several sketches like the one she was drawing strung about her office. Mari was everything to her. Yuna had been alone in Rokanga. Her village, while a close-knit group where everyone helped everyone else, was a very lonely place. Despite the congregations, Yuna didn't really have anyone she could hang out with for social reasons. The day Mari attacked her village was the day Yuna knew that she wanted to become a Soul Reaper. She wanted to do it for the woman who had saved where she lived. 200 years ago. The attack was over. Mari returned her shield to its sealed form and looked around at the civilians coming out of their homes and saw the damage that the Hollows had done. Is everyone all right? She called out. Is anyone injured? Did anyone lose any family? There was silence. I'm moving on then. Mari began to leave the village and noise of a busy community filled the air. Mari didn't get very far when a small, squeaky childlike voice called out to her. Excuse me? A little girl, with pine green hair and red eyes, physically no older than 9, ran up to the mature captain. She was barefoot and wearing a white robe as she dashed towards Mari, her feet crunching into the grass. What is it, little one? Mari asked, looking down at the girl with a smile. Thank you for helping us, the girl stuttered, bowing to Mari. Mari reached down and pat the girl's head. The little girl looked up at Mari to see her squatting down in front of her. It's no trouble at all, Mari said to the little girl, I'm a Soul Reaper, it's what I do. She stood up and began to walk away. The girl ran after her. Are you following me? She asked. I want to be a Soul Reaper too. The girl said with a confident look. Mari laughed and smiled, I like your enthusiasm, but you're still too young. What's your name, little girl? I'm Yuna, Homura Yuna, the girl smiled. Yuna, is it? Well, Yuna, I want you to grow up, become strong, and if you still want to be a Soul Reaper, seek your way to the Siridi and you can become like me, Mari said to her. I'll do it. You'll see. I don't care how long it takes me. I will become a Soul Reaper, the girl smiled. Mari smiled again and then turned to go. Just before she disappeared, the girl called out to her, wait, I didn't get your name. It's Mari, Akari Mari. Present day. And you remembered me. You welcomed me into the Godii with open arms. You were like a mother and an older sister to me, and you became more than that to me, Yuna said as she gripped the lapels of her Shiakusho, reminiscing. Mari-sama, why won't you come back? Tears splashed the sketch Yuna was working on. The doors to her office were pushed open. Teiko, it was Susanna. She heard Yuna crying and rushed over to her. She looked at Yuna, concerned, and pushed down on her desk. Teiko, are you okay? What's wrong? Nothing, Susanna, Yuna said, drying her eyes, just thinking about, she sniffed, the past. Susanna looked around her captain's office, seeing all the portraits of the woman's late superior hung about, self-drawn. She was an amazing woman, wasn't she? Huh. Yuna looked at Susanna. Mari was before her time. Lelichdano sometimes told me stories about her, and you. Akari Mari must have been an amazing woman, Susanna said. Yeah, Yuna smiled, knowing how true that was. You know, I sometimes think that our relationship now is similar to how you two were, a little anyway, Susanna said. What do you mean? Yuna inquired. Susanna looked at Yuna. You brought me to the Siriti after all. You're the reason I'm here, Teiko. Yuna smiled. I suppose that's true. Mari-sama, even if you don't come back, I know what I'm going to do. On your honor, I will take Susanna-chan under my wing, just as you did for me. Yuna rose to her feet and smiled. Susanna, do you want to take a walk somewhere and have a little Teiko and Fukutaiko bonding time? Sure, Susanna smiled. The two women headed out. The day shone brightly just like their future. 4 days later. 2nd Division. Ugh, this paperwork is a nightmare, Kendra scratched her head in annoyance. We'll get through it, Naomi smiled, the captain and senpai are counting on us, so I know we not only will, but we have to. You're so perky all the time, Kendra said as she scribbled in what she had to on the documents that needed to be filled. Life's no fun if you wear a frown all the time, Naomi said. But life isn't fun all the time, Kendra said, looking away. You mean like what happened to your sister? Naomi asked. Wrong time and place, Naomi, Kendra told her. Right, sorry, Naomi apologized. The door to Kendra's office opened, revealing the captain himself. You two seem to be working diligently. We're getting through it, sir. Naomi saluted from her desk. Please tell me you're not about to dump another stack on us. My hand's cramping up, Kendra complained. Nah, I was actually coming in here to tell you two to take 5. We gotta get set up for the bamboo slicing tournament in a couple of weeks, Stefan stated. The bamboo slicing tournament was a day that a lot of Soul Reapers looked forward to. The bamboo stalks from the 2nd Division, some of the older ones, were carted off to another division for storage. On the day of the tournament, participants stood within a certain distance from the bamboo and tried to slice it as many times as possible before all of the pieces cut hit the ground. Most cuts won. But every minute we waste Stefan cut Kendra off. Even the most dedicated assassin must know when to act like just another civilian. Teiko's got a point, Fukutaiko, Naomi said. Kendra sighed and stood up. Fine, I certainly could go for blowing off some steam with some practice, I suppose. I can practice, right? Yeah, we've got some practice on some of last year's unused pieces, Stefan said. Hey, Fukutaiko, let's see if you can break your old record, Naomi encouraged. Screw my record, I'm going to go for Shihoin Senpai's record, Kendra affirmed. 43 cuts. Naomi asked, eyes bulging. Oh yeah, let's go. She hurried out of the office with Kendra following close behind her. Outside, Ribatuka and Yolanda were carrying loads of bamboo to be transported from the 2nd Division to Division 8 where the tournament was going to be held this year. As the senpai, Yolanda was in front. This thing weighs a ton, Ribatuka complained. Oh, quit moaning, we're almost to the caravan anyway, Yolanda told her. You know, when I was your rank we didn't even have transporters, we had to cart this crap all the way to the other division. Yeah, back when dinosaurs roamed the Soul Society, Ribatuka joked. The two women had a rather odd relationship with one another. While Yolanda was superior in experience, rank and combat ability, she allowed Ribatuka to be very informal with her and make jokes. She saw something in her deputy that reminded her a little of herself. Yolanda was more like an older sister to Ribatuka, which added to the informality. As the two women carted the bamboo together, Yasiai walked on by carrying a whole bushel over his shoulder. Having trouble, ladies? Hey! Show off! Ribatuka griped. Yasiai held up Tetsurio, released. Not really. Oh, that is so misusing your Zanpakuto, Ribatuka complained. Oh, come of it, Ribi, Yolanda said, calling Ribatuka by a nickname. I'd be doing the same thing he is if I had a Zanpakuto that could increase my strength. Actually, I'm using the defense buff version so I'm not crushed under the weight of this thing, Yasiai bragged. Oh, you totally suck. Both women shouted. The two picked up their speed and attempted to chase Yasiai, trying to ram him in the ass as all three headed for the transport caravan. That evening, Anohana was sitting on the balcony of her division in her bedrobe while sipping hot tea. She was having trouble sleeping and it was all the fault of the espadas she killed. If this is the power you hide behind a smile, why hide it? You're like me, you enjoy beating others to a bloody mess, why hesitate? I am a medical official. My specialty is healing. What you say may have been true once, but that is no longer who I am anymore. Anohana sipped her tea and looked out onto the horizon with a forlorn face. I'm better than that now. Yet, everyone still treats me as if I am some sort of monster. Do I enjoy psychologically torturing others every time I smile to coerce? Perhaps, but, she sighed, I guess I really haven't changed. She closed her eyes for a few moments and reopened them. And to think I thought I had been cured so very long ago. Why did he have to say that? Why did he have to make me remember? Anohana began to think on her past, of the several events that defined who she was. 50 years ago. A young woman with chocolate brown hair stood in the middle of a village, torched ablaze. She was smiling, wearing rags, holding a very large curved blade and covered in blood, both dried and fresh. In front of her was a man with his intestines ripped out and scattered in pieces. Cartilage, bones, ligaments, and several other organs were carefully arranged in different places. His killer, the young woman, appeared to be laughing. This was nothing new to her. She had been at this gimmick of hers for quite a while now. She would pick random targets and chase them through their living quarters before butchering them and killing them in very unique ways. She thrived on it. So far her death count was currently 506. The young woman licked the blood off the blade and swallowed it. In the midnight air someone approached her. The woman readied her blade, she could leave no witnesses. The intruder upon her space was a soul reaper, but she seemed strange. She had little rounded ears atop her chestnut-haired head and a bushy tail, like a squirrel's. You're pretty good with that blade. The squirrel-like soul reaper said to the woman. Why don't you come with me? I can take you to a place to help you put your skills to good use. Surely you see more to your life than butchering civilians. It's fun, the young woman smiled. Be that as it may, I think there's something else you should be killing. The soul reaper's eyes seemed to glow in the moonlight from where the brunette was standing. They were a dull red, like the color of blood. They entranced the young woman and brought her closer to the soul reaper. That's it, the soul reaper said and extended her hand to the young woman. Take my hand, young one. The moment the young woman made contact with the soul reaper's hand, they were warped to another location entirely. It was a bright area with brimstone and magma encrusted plateaus and pathways. A dusty yellow sky coated the air. What is this place? The young woman asked. This is hell, young one, my domain, the woman said. The foul stench, the horrible atmosphere, the shrieks of the damned, though these things were enchanting to the young woman, when put together and in such a way, along with everything else of this domain, she didn't like it. She didn't want to be here. But I don't want to be in hell. She looked, terrified, at the woman who had brought her here. Why not? A person like you who butchers the civilians in such creative ways can only come here when your time is up. This is a preview of the life you have set for yourself, the woman said. Of course it doesn't have to be. The young woman dropped to her knees, dropping her blade. What must I do? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. She purposely repeated the sentence twice. What must I do? She asked again. If you wish to atone for your actions and free your soul from my jurisdiction, you will go to the Siriti and answer the call of destiny, the squirrel-like Soul Reaper told her. "I will do as you request, anything to save me from here," the young woman pleaded. The Soul Reaper squatted down and pet the young woman on the head. Suddenly the sounds of the night atmosphere could be heard again. The young woman looked up. They were back in the village, the fires had stopped. She saw the Soul Reaper woman standing in front of her. "You can do great things if you choose to walk the path of righteousness," the squirrel woman said to her. "I will be watching you, Anohana Retsu." She began to back away. The young woman rose to her feet. "Wait, how is it you know my name?" "Information is my specialty," the woman said and vanished. Anohana stood up. "The Siritii," she looked down. "Yes, the call of destiny. I shall answer it." 250 years later, 1,800 years before the present time. Anohana had grown up a bit from that night in the burning village. Her hair had darkened. It was now blacker than the midnight she used to thrive on. She had become a Soul Reaper, graduated from the academy. She was a very capable fighter, if but a bit unstable. She, like many others, did not yet know the name of her Zanpakuto, but she didn't need to know it. Currently she was out in the field and facing against several hollows. They were in a rocky canyon and surrounded by enemies. "Senpai, what do we do?" One of the newcomers panicked. Anohana felt her eye twitch. There were so many hollows she could just feel the bloodthirst in her being welling up inside her. Usually she had been against 1 or 2 hollows at a time, sent alone, but there were so many here. She couldn't resist her urges. She counted the enemies' numbers, 27. Anohana drew out her long notaki, slowly, and held it with only one hand. Everyone should stand back and huddle together. Anohana's true colors were bleeding through as she licked the flat end of her blade. "Leave this to me." Anohana's Ryotsu flared and her Ryoko spiked. It was the color of blood. "She thinks she can take us all?" One of the hollows scoffed, but before his buddies could join in on the fun, Anohana had already landed nearby and cut a wide gash in his chest. "Senpai." The newcomers were shocked to see Anohana acting like she was, but she couldn't hear them, nor did she care. She was in a blood frenzy and she was about to enjoy this fight for all it was worth. She leapt back at the first hollow and cut its head off from its neck with her blade, and then used Shunpo to reach a cluster of 3 and sliced them up like sushi. With frenzied eyes she leapt over her comrades' heads and tore right through the hollow on the other side of the canyon. "She's crazy. Run away." The hollows began to retreat. Anohana cracked a smile and began to cackle like a witch. "Hado 77, she said with a wide smile, "10 Tsubasa." She extended her blade far past its normal length, but rather than swing down she swung in an arc and managed to eliminate the hollows that were running away in front of her. She turned her body and then took off with a powerful leap after the hollows retreating behind her. They were frantically trying to get away, but when their enemy was like this they had no chance. Anohana dug her sword into the back of one and drove her fist into the back of its mask, grappling hold of some of its neurons, messing with its mind, and used it as a glider to reach the other hollows. Hado 31, Shakkeiho. She rained down the fireballs on the enemies below. "Shakkeiho! Shakkeiho! Shakkeiho!" She called the attack again and again and again as she aerated the enemies until the one she had mounted was the only one left. She cut it clean in half and then returned to her unit where she sheathed her blade. She felt good. She had fought like that in quite a long time. She felt free as she inhaled the mountain air. "Senpai." One of the others tiptoed near her. "Hi." Anohana turned and smiled with a really big smile, not a frenzied smile, like before, but a big, happy smile. "And nothing," her comrade backed away. Somehow he found the serene version of his senpai much scarier than the frenzied woman from before. Or, perhaps he couldn't believe he was looking at the same person. Anohana stopped smiling and looked up at the sky and the moving clouds. "We should head back to headquarters and let them know the enemy has been eliminated." "Why, yes, ma'am." All of the soldiers saluted at once and ran off. Anohana was confused as to the source of their fear. 300 years later, 1,500 years before the present time. Anohana was out on patrol alone, her long black hair swishing as she walked. Healing Kido had been discovered and taught to the Soul Reapers. Anohana didn't much care for it, but she undertook it anyway. As she patrolled the area she came across a village and upon entering it saw brutality right out in the open. A small, scrawny kid was being beaten up by a bald, muscular, reddish-skinned thug. Anohana approached the nearest person. Protocol required her to know the situation before acting. While she would have loved to slice up as many people as she desired without a thought, threats of discharge haunted her and the scent of brimstone and the shrieks of the damned would fill her nose and ears, and she swore she would not go to that place. She promised that woman who, in the last half a millennium she had not seen at all. "Excuse me," Anohana tapped a woman on the shoulder, "what is this?" The woman she had tapped was very dark-skinned and spoke with a very heavy accent and poor common language. "That man he very big and he beat people up for not getting what he desire. We no can stop him." Anohana decided to take matters into her own hands. She walked into the middle of the conflict without drawing a weapon. "Excuse me, but is brute force really necessary?" she asked the thug. "This is a personal matter. It doesn't require interference from you Soul Reapers," the man said. Anohana looked right at him in the eyes and spoke articulately with a serious tone. "Personal matter or not, I will not permit violence in the streets, is that understood?" Although the thug desired to just punch the woman out cold, after all he'd beaten up Soul Reapers before, something told him that this particular woman was not someone he should mess with. "If you will not stand down perhaps I should," Anohana began to go for her blade. "And no, I'll leave," and quietly, the gigantic man began to leave the village. The young scrawny boy she had helped was very grateful. Although she loved injuries, Anohana realized she didn't like seeing them on others if she had not been the one to inflict them. She healed the young man right up and soon she had the whole village praising her as a hero, treating her like royalty. It was a shock to the woman who had done nothing except slaughtered Homo sapiens and hollows alike, but she welcomed it. She was treated like a queen and, in that village, she fell in love. It was strange for Anohana to think she could ever feel love at all, but the man she became entranced with was just someone she felt connected to, someone she enjoyed the company of. They were friends at first, often talking over drinks. Anohana didn't stay at that village all the time. She made the necessary check-ins with headquarters and went on missions, but she always found herself returning to that village and being welcomed as the heroine who kept them safe. The man she talked to she eventually came to appreciate as more than a friend. They would talk and she would tell him stories of her missions. He didn't even seem to care about how much of a bloodthirsty maniac she was. In fact, he seemed to like it. His name was Zugamor Zane. He was a large man, about a whole head taller than Anohana. He had dark black hair, eyes like the sun and a scar underneath his left eye. He wore a black cloak over a tight-fitting black shirt and jeans. One time as she was leaving in the middle of the night, after her lover had gone to bed, Zane followed her out. He had pretended to be asleep. "So you're just going to leave again in the middle of the night, until the next time I see you?" Zane asked her. "I'm a Soul Reaper," Anohana looked back at him, "I have my duties." Zane approached her, "Then I'm coming with you." Zane walked forward and put a hand on Anohana's shoulder. Anohana was surprised to hear this. "Retsu," they always referred to each other by their given names. "Whenever I hear you talk about your adventures it makes me think that maybe that's what I should be doing with my life. Before I came to this village, I was a mercenary. I killed others for money." "I know what a mercenary is," Anohana responded. "And so, I want to come with you, save my tainted soul, atone for my past transgressions, like you seem to be doing," Zane said. Anohana turned to face him. "Then come with me," she smiled, extending her hand to him. "Let us face the future together." 300 years later. Unfortunately, Anohana's love was not meant to be. Zane. Zane. She was cradling her lover. He had been wounded in battle, perhaps fatally. He was responding to her calls. His attacker stood in front of Anohana, bearing down upon her. He stood 14 feet tall. He was made up of thorns with 4 clawed fingers and 3 clawed toes. He had a glowing green crest upon his head with matching eye color. Anohana, disheartened, flung into battle against the creature. She attacked only to be flung back. The Hollow laughed. "You cannot defeat one who is the pinnacle of Hollow evolution. I am Vanguard. I am the stage beyond the pitiful Minos Grande your kind has slaughtered oh so many times. I am an Aegis. Vanguard swatted Anohana and tried to crush her. Anohana fought back bravely, but every scratch was regenerated, every Kido deflected. In the end Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai showed up and forced Vanguard into a retreat. Vanguard left Yamamoto with a speech. Know this, old man, we hollows will continue to evolve, soon I will reach a base of evolution far past this. We will grow and overpower you soon enough, old man. Know this. Anohana was not paying attention to Vanguard's speech, though she was trying to keep Zane alive, but failing. Her healing Kido was insufficient. Zane, don't die. Don't leave me all alone, Anohana sobbed. Retsu, Zane reached up and stroked his lover's face. It's okay. This is okay. It's not okay. Zane, you can't die. I refuse to let you die. Anohana shouted. Zane leaned Anohana to him and kissed her. Retsu, it really is okay. While I don't think I got all the blood off my hands, I know one thing for certain. I loved you, Retsu. You were loved. So, if I have to go, let my memory live on with you. Atone, for us, both. Zane closed his eyes. It was this turn of events that geared Anohana to making up for the loss of her lover. She mastered healing Kido and she became aware of the sanctity of life. She would never let another man, woman, child, anyone die on her watch to those bastard hollows. From that day forward, she knew right from wrong. The smiling demon of the Soul Society grew a very stable conscience. 200 years later, the founder of the academy, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai, decided that an organization was in order to keep the many Soul Reapers in an orderly group, like a military faction. The Soul King himself approved this decision, but the selections of who would be in charge of the Godai were made by not the man himself, but the society's newly established judicial branch, the Central 46. When Anohana found out that she was going to be in charge of the medical division, she was stunned, finding a cruel irony in the decision-making process. Of course, she understood why. Ever since Zane's death, she had stopped her fighting emphasis, she had become very ladylike, took her lover's last words to heart. She changed her appearance, tying her hair up in front of her in a loose slipknot ponytail. Her Shikai had even manifested as a creature of salvation, though her Bankai was in stark contrast to this. The blood frenzies stopped as she focused on anatomy and medicine. Considering her origins, it was a fast learning process. Battle was a rare desire for her now. She could kick some serious ass if elected to fight, but she preferred the sidelines, healing the injured. The stench of blood disgusted her now. Or perhaps that was her way of coping now that the man that she had shared such experiences with was gone. After the ceremony, Anohana settled down for the evening, but found herself unable to sleep. She went to the grave site she had built for her fallen lover and prayed. I took your words to heart, Zane. She thought to herself. I am at peace now, I hope you are too. The call of battle does not rile me up as it once did, I am very thankful for that. Anohana opened her eyes. I just wish this didn't have to be what caused it. Tranquility. In her mind, Anohana realized that she enjoyed such a feeling. Looking back on it, she wondered why she had such a bloodlust in the first place. She knew she just used to do it for kicks, but for some reason this new feeling of being at peace, it felt much better than the jitteriness of being at war. A presence made itself known behind her. Anohana picked her head and turned to see a face she had not seen in nearly 1,000 years. You. It was the Soul Reaper with the squirrel-like features, but she was different now, at least her appearance was. She was wearing a hooded beige cape and an orange leotard. She accented her appearance with thigh-high orange rubber boots. Her chest was much smaller than Anohana's, a small size A cup compared to Anohana's B. The woman was carrying a large pyrite-colored staff. The tip of the staff ended in a large round circle. Inside the circle there was a solid triangle. In the center of the triangle there was an eye. There were 5 rings that hung from either side of the staff. The staff was a foot taller than the woman, who was about a few inches taller than Anohana. The woman was also wearing fingerless brown gloves. She also had quite the muscle tone. It's been a long time, Anohana Retsu, the woman said, positioning her staff parallel with the ground and sat on it cross-legged as if it were a witch's broom. You look very different, Anohana said to her. I could say the same about you, both inside and out, the woman replied. I didn't get your name last time, Anohana said to the woman. The name's Jinanga Rita, I'm the guardian of hell, Rita responded. It's guardian. Anohana was confused. Rita scratched the side of her head. Okay, maybe guardian isn't the right word. She looked back at Anohana. I'm more like the warden. Shouldn't you be at your post then? Anohana asked. Rita disappeared in a puff of smoke and was now hanging upside down with her feet clasped to her staff looking at Anohana. I can go wherever I want, besides my drones can keep the Togabita in check, she said. Let's talk about you though, Rita said and disappeared, reappearing to Anohana's left, back to sitting cross-legged on her staff. You've grown exactly as I hoped you would, Anohana Retsu, I'm happy about that. Why did you even come before me? Soul Reapers don't interfere with hell just as hell is not supposed to interfere with us, Anohana said. Rita disappeared and was now on Anohana's right, standing up straight. I guess you can say I know talent when I see it, besides, I am a Soul Reaper myself, one of the oldest, along with your Suteiko. What? Anohana was surprised. I was tasked by the Soul King to be the only Soul Reaper to interfere with hell, but you'll keep my secret, won't you? After all, I gave you the life you have. Without me, you'd be rotting in my realm. I have your soul under my lock and key, Retsu, Rita said and pushed a finger on the appointed captain's nose, but you are doing well to atone for yourself. Rita said and floated away from Anohana. The captain trotted after her. Rita, wait, Anohana said, will I ever find true solace? Only you can find that answer, Retsu, Rita told her, it's not up to me. Will you ever appear before me again? Anohana asked. Who knows? Rita responded. However, if I do, I hope it's not to collect your soul. Is there anything else? I need to be getting back. I only came because I was asked by the Soul King to oversee the selected captains and give my reports as to my opinions of them. I'm surprised to see that you're one of them, but happy at the same time. Happy? Anohana asked. I'm happy that I could save a soul without needing to fight, Rita said and began floating a few inches off the ground as she prepared to warp back to hell. Rita, one last thing, before you go, Anohana said suddenly. Rita said, slowing down her warp. Anohana smiled, thank you for giving me this chance. Rita smiled back, you're welcome. She said and disappeared. Present day. Rita, Anohana smiled recalling the image of the squirrel-like woman. You're like me, you enjoy beating others to a bloody mess, why hesitate? I hesitate for Rita. I will make her proud of me, Anohana thought to herself. She went to bed after finishing her tea and finally found the ability to fall asleep. Thoughts of the woman who gave her the chance to make something of herself brought her temporary peace. However, things were not as peaceful as they were in Anohana's mind. Across the Siriti, a lone figure skulked through it, calling to the Zanpakuto of many Soul Reapers, asking them to give in to their dark desires. Some answered the call, others did not. The caller was Muramasa and he was making the first step to his glorious rebellion. Soon, like Yuna, Anohana and Lelich had done, many Soul Reapers would soon be walking down memory lane to face the companions they held closest to them. The companions they called their Zanpakuto. To be continued. Chapter 95, Muramasa Strikes. Third-person POV. Shinji and the other Vizards piled back into the warehouse they were still living in. Of course, with a little help from Urahara and their other companions, the place wasn't so run down anymore and now quite the comfortable living area. The windows had been fixed. The place was furnished and the upper level now had 3 separate floors. It had been a heck of a job, but it got done. The first floor was where everyone ate and had the entrance to the sub-level for training. The second floor was the girls' floor, Lisa and Mashiro, and the third floor was for the guys, Shinji, Kensei and Rose. Down in the sub-level was a memorial to Love, Haki and Hiyori. Shinji had decorated Hiyori's grave site with more care than the other two. He still was kicking himself for the last thing he said to her. If you get yourself killed, don't expect me to show up at your funeral. Stupid thing to say, Shinji mumbled to himself as he knelt down in front of Hiyori's grave for the 3rd time that month. He caressed the headstone and put down a bunch of flowers in front of her grave, yellow roses. I know you probably would yell at me for bringing these to you, saying stuff like flowers are girly and all that, but, Shinji got to his feet, as much as I complained about you, you were the one that made things pretty lively around here. It'll be hard moving forward without you. Shinji turned away from the headstone. You were a good friend. He then glanced back and stared at it for a few more moments before saying, I don't know if there's some place souls go before they're reincarnated, but if there is, and you see Mari, tell her I said hi and that her prodigies are doing well. Shinji went back up to the main level and sat around to eat again. Done moping for the day? Lisa asked, biting into a meat bun. Hey, at least I have some decency to respect the dead, Shinji said. I don't remember seeing you go to visit your little sister's grave in the Soul Society. Shinji of course was referring to Nanao. While she and Lisa weren't blood-related, he labeled their relationship pretty well. Lisa violently slapped the table and stood up. Do you want to start something? Hey, take it easy Lisa, Kensei said from across the room. Dead before I even had a chance to reacquaint myself with her, to even say hi. I couldn't even protect her, Lisa grit her teeth. No one blames you Lisa, so stop beating yourself up, Rose told her. I am not beating myself up. I'm just angry about all this. Of all people, why did any of the people that died have to die? She looked at Kensei. The boy you saved, she looked at Rose, your best friend, she looked at Shinji, your closest companion, she became solemn and put a hand over her heart, and Miyamoto. She sniffed and suddenly punched the table. And it pisses me off that the Soul Society wouldn't let us come back either. I want to make a difference and yet here we are playing babysitter to Ichigo. Lisa, you know why we can't go back, we've been over this, Kensei stated. We have. Mashiro put her hands on her head and chin and moved them back and forth. For the less gifted then, I'll go over it, again, Shinji said. Lelouch and the Phantoms spent 15 years cleaning up the Soul Society. They taught villagers to defend themselves, they exposed corrupted nobles and they helped clean up the dirty environments. They were doing what they could to spruce the place up. I swear, before the war started, I couldn't believe when I saw grass growing in Zaraki. Problem is, Lelouch spent so much time showing the Soul Society that they need to fix the Rakonga because we've been lying to souls about how great the Soul Society is that he never really got a chance to clear our condition. True, we're no longer seen as a threat, but we're still vizards and thanks to Ichigo's tantrum during the first battle, I don't think the Soul Society is going to want us in their ranks anytime soon. Lelouch doesn't have any proof that we won't do the same thing. There's no evidence suggesting that we won't or that we will, so we're taken out as a precaution. Of course, at the same time, Shinji began smiling, since we used to be high class, we're now a special ops for the dirty jobs under Captain Yukatake. You think if Ichigo had played a better role we'd be let back in? Mashiro asked. Couldn't say, Shinji stated, but, I know Lelouch is getting commemorated for his tactical brilliance. I mean, who else would use two of the toughest fighters in all of the Soul Society as decoys? So because he's such a shining star that puts Ichigo's involvement a little to the wayside. True, I think Ichigo's a hero in his own right, but he's just played as another pawn in Lelouch's schemes. Hell, save for keeping Rukia alive, I think he's done more harm than good. But he's our friend, Mashiro complained. Hey, even friends can be idiots. You saw what happened in the first battle, unless you didn't regain consciousness like I did, that demon inside Ichigo got Anohana to fight seriously and now here we are making sure he doesn't go bonkers again. If I didn't know any better I'd say the Central 46 is setting us up to be cannon fodder when Ichigo finally loses it, Shinji stated. But Ichigo's still in the Soul Society right now, last I heard, Lisa spoke up. And if he goes bonkers there, Anohana is more than capable of bringing him under control. Plus there's the other captains and Orium-chan's with him, so I'm sure he'll be fine, Shinji said. Of course what Shinji did not know was that Ichigo was about to be anything but fine, and the chain of events that would follow this day would ultimately lead into the most chaotic event in all of the Soul Society since the Phantom's downfall 20 years ago. But the events that precede that chaos are unfolding now. Back in the Soul Society things were proceeding as normal as can be. The 6th and 10th divisions were working diligently to set up the trial system that would replace the old system ruled by the Central 46. It would be the end of October before the system was fully operational, but trials were happening here and there using the new system to test it to make sure it worked, and working it was. Of course, besides being busy, things were also getting to be quite chaotic. Due to the workload, Lelich not only had to push back his marriage date towards mid-January, but he also had to give the Quincy First Response responsibilities to Yuna's division so that his division was not overtaxed with the new trial system responsibilities. Lelich was sitting in his office filling out paperwork when he heard Ranjika ranting and raving. "Come on, Hanko. Get out here." Lelich, knowing that he wouldn't be able to concentrate unless he saw to his vice-captain's problem, went next door. He walked in to see Ranjika throw her sword angrily into the hardwood floor of her office, growling. "I hope you plan on paying for the damage," Lelich stated, staring at the chip in the floor. "Oh, Teiko." Ranjika's head swung in her captain's direction and she smiled. "What are you doing here?" Seeing what all the fuss is about, Lelich leaned against the doorway. "I'm trying to work, and while it's nice to see you taking an initiative to train yourself for once, keep your anger to a minimum." Ranjika collapsed on the couch and put her hands behind her head. "You don't understand, Teiko. Hanko's always like this," she whined. Before she could go into detail, a knock came from the second entrance to Ranjika's office. "Come in." Momo and Susanna both walked into her office. "Ah, Lelich Dono, I didn't think you'd be here, but I'm glad you are," Susanna blurted out. "Yes, maybe you have an idea as well, or perhaps you are affected too," Momo said. "What's the trouble?" Lelich folded his arms. "Have either of you been having a problem with your Zanpakuto?" "I was just training outside the gate, but Reimei Inoto keeps sealing without my permission," Susanna stated. "It's almost the same with Tabayam, only she won't talk to me," Momo responded. "You're lucky it's just this once," Ranjika stated. "With Hanko it's constant." Lelich quickly turned on his heel and left the office. "Teiko!" Ranjika called to him. "Lelich Dono, wait up," Susanna stated, running after him. She put a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong?" "I'm going to go out and see if I can chat with Iin Tamashi, and after that I'm going to the head captain's office to report this," Lelich said. "Why do you sound so bitter?" Susanna stated, noting the aggravation and crispness to Lelich's tone. Lelich simply walked away. "Ah, Lelich Dono." Susanna called after him again. She sighed and smiled. "He just needs his space." She put on a tough look. "I should probably tell Homura Teiko about this." Susanna then made her way to her division. Lelich stood outside in his division's training grounds and unsheathed Iin Tamashi. He held her in front of him and studied the blade. "Her Ryatsu is weak, but why? Is she hurt, damaged? Is there something going on in the world of Zanpakuto? And as I'm standing here, it's slowly getting weaker, but why?" Lelich paused and stood silently with a clear mind for a few seconds, as if expecting one of Iin Tamashi's usual snarky comments. When nothing happened, his scowl deepened. That's not a good sign. He put his sword away and marched for Division 1. Ichigo woke up later that morning to a rather unusual scene when he walked outside. Kyokaku, rather than lazing around, was in Jinzen, concentrating. Ichigo stood by quietly and waited to see if Kyokaku would get up anytime soon and he could ask her about her choice for early morning training, but to his surprise the wait was only a few more seconds. Kyokaku put away her sword and then addressed the teen. "You do know that if I was really in my inner world you wouldn't have been able to pull me out of it even if you smacked me in the back of the head, right?" Kyokaku stated. "Wait, you mean you weren't communicating with your Zanpakuto?" Ichigo asked. "I've been trying fruitlessly for the past hour," Kyokaku stated. Looking forward, Kyan received a notice this morning from Yukatake about how Soul Reapers across the Siridi are having trouble communicating and using their Zanpakuto. She turned to look at Ichigo. The initial report apparently came from Lelich. He stated that he felt his sword's Ryatsu to be very faint. "How's Zanjitsu?" Ichigo put a hand at the base of his sword and closed his eyes. "He seems fine to me," Ichigo stated. "Try using a Getsuga Tensho," Kyokaku suggested. Huh? Ichigo was confused. "There's no better test than to make sure your Shikai is functioning," Kyokaku told him and turned to face him. Bakudo number 39, Okazen. The arc shield appeared. Your Getsuga Tensho should be able to rip through this shield no problem. But don't worry about me, Kyokaku said. Residual damage from a full-powered Shikai blast going through this shield shouldn't injure me all that badly. If you're worried, don't go full power. Alright then, Ichigo said and grabbed Zanjutsu and held it in front of him before holding his sword high above his head. Getsuga Tensho. He swung down with tremendous force, but much to his amazement the blast was only as powerful as his weakest level of Getsuga and it dissipated before it even reached Kyokaku. Ichigo was surprised. Kyokaku was not. What do you think this means? Ichigo asked. Whatever it means, it's nothing good, Kyokaku stated. We'll have to wait to hear from higher up before we make any baseless assumptions. Baseless assumptions about what? Orium asked, coming outside to meet up with her boyfriend and his cousin. Kyokaku explained the situation to her. Orium, Ichigo said as he put Zanjutsu back on his back, I want you to go back to Karakura town and tell Tatsuki to come here. Sure, but why? Orium asked. This was a while ago, you had your part-time job to go to and Tatsuki and I were headed to the arcade. She told me that her powers seemed as close to a Soul Reaper's without being such, Ichigo stated. Whatever's going on it could be affecting her too, and you're Yuaki-san and Urahara-san. At the same time though, if a fight breaks out she's a much better combatant if we wind up against captain-class enemies. You sound like you're expecting our Zanpakuto to turn on us, Kyokaku said. Ichigo looked at her seriously. It's a gut feeling, but that might be what's about to happen. What should I do? Orium asked. Inform Ishida and Chad of the situation. The three of you should watch Karakura town for any problems if this spreads to Sensei and Hiriko and the others. I trust Tatsuki the most to have my back and, Ichigo looked at his hand, I have the worst feeling that I might lose control again. I'll do it, Orium said to Ichigo, but please be careful. Ichigo smiled at her, you know I will. Kyokaku lit her pipe up, you sound like a knight telling his princess to stay safe and that he'll come back after the battle is over, Kyokaku chuckled. Ichigo is my knight though, Orium smiled with a maidenly look on her face. Ichigo blushed. Kyokaku laughed, well then, princess, go and protect yourself. Leave your knight to do some real fighting. You don't have to worry about his welfare, she put an arm around the back of Ichigo's neck, this guy's not going to push up daisies with me around to watch his back. Arigato, Shiba-sama, Orium said and took off for the Shiba family Senkaimon. So, Kyokaku said, letting Ichigo go and taking another smoke, while we wait for your friend to show up, what's say we check up on Kaien and Rukia and see if they're having an issue. Ichigo nodded in agreement and both went to the 13th division. In the middle of the afternoon Byakuya began heading home from the division. Renji saw him and ran up to him. Sir, where are you going, is everything alright? Renji asked. I'm going to make sure my family is alright. You're in charge of the 6th division until my return, Renji, Byakuya told him. Sir, Renji saluted, you can count on me. Byakuya disappeared on the spot. Elsewhere. In a cave underneath the Sokioku Hill, many odd individuals were gathering together from a cat girl with lilac fur and burgundy hair, to a brunette woman dressed in a traditional white, Japanese kimono with her hair down while wearing a plum tree-shaped hairpin, with 2 bells strewn through her outfit, to a masked samurai to a baboon with a snake for a tail. All of the individuals were vastly different from one another and there were many of them. The den they were all in was slowly becoming packed and a newcomer to the group made his way down the stairs to everyone else. The newcomer was male. He wasn't wearing a shirt. He had long silver hair coming down to his shoulders. He had fox-like ears, was wearing gray pants and had ruby-colored eyes. He also had a fox's tail. He was incredibly muscular so the fact that he wasn't wearing a shirt didn't bother any of the female individuals in the area, except for one dressed in white with periwinkle hair and pink lips who merely scowled at him. She was sitting by another woman with blue skin and lilac hair. She had a fish fin on her head and had elfish ears and was wearing a blue-violet skirt and a sea-green t-shirt. The lilac-furred, burgundy-haired cat girl scampered over to the fox-like man. Darling, you came, she grappled onto the fox's arm and nuzzled her head against it. Oi, Hanko, you know that pretty boy, one of the individuals at a nearby table called to the cat girl. The individual was draconic in appearance. He had iron-gray skin, a dragon-like head and a long reptilian tail. He had bright blue eyes and was wearing torn, black hakama. He had a pair of wings folded in along his reptilian torso. He was sitting at the table with a chick with long braided orange hair wearing a brown beret and a brown shoulderless battle dress with a breast guard over it, even though her mammaries were below normal levels. She had thigh-high black socks and blue, rubber ankle-high boots. Sitting next to her, across from the draconic individual, was a ninja-esque individual. He was wearing a jade-green version of the Onmitsukido robes and had a dark blue scarf worn around his face, covering everything below his eyes. He had cornflower blonde hair. The fox-like man vanished in the blink of an eye and brought his clawed hand underneath the chin of the Draconian. "Ever heard of the term 'every rose has its thorn'?" he asked. "Well, this is my thorn. Looks can be deceiving, Tetsuryu. How do you know? Your name should be obvious." The fox-like man stood up straight and looked around the room. "After all, we're all Zanpakuto here, aren't we? You look exactly like your namesake, wasn't a far cry. So who does that make you then?" the orange-haired girl next to Tetsuryu asked. "Me." The fox-like man put his hands in his pockets and grinned with a genuine smile. "The name's Shinso and I'm less Shin and more so." His opened his gleaming red eyes and gave a more devilish smile to the three Zanpakuto over at the table. "Got it." The Zanpakuto at the table merely swallowed. "Let's try to remember we're all on the same team, shall we?" Muramis's voice echoed through the chambers. "You again, huh?" From the other side of the cave dwelling, a snow tiger humanoid with blue parachute pants and wearing fingerless gloves called to him. "Yes, me," Muramasa responded. "You're the one that assembled us here," the periwinkle-haired woman stated. "I did indeed," he responded. "So what's the deal?" the baboon asked. "How much longer are we going to be underground here for?" "Not for much longer," Muramasa responded. "We are still waiting for a few more allies and then we can strike." "And how much longer is that?" the masked samurai asked. "Must we continue to play this waiting game? I am so sick of waiting." "No," Muramasa responded, blinking as his left eye bled. He wiped away the tear. "Now we make great war." 2200 hours that same day. Tatsuki had shown up a few hours ago. Ichigo and Kyukaku gave her the rundown. Both Kyan and Rukia reported having problems with their Zanpakuto. The situation was becoming increasingly unsettling and Ichigo hoped some good news would be delivered soon. As things stood now, he and Tatsuki were sharing the guest room at the Shiba Manor that he and Orium had been sharing the past few weeks. Both were getting ready to call it a night, but before both crawled into bed, Tatsuki had to speak her mind. "Ichigo," she said as both teens sat at either edge of the bed. "Yeah," he responded. "Why did you send for me?" Tatsuki asked. "Was it really just because you trust me?" Ichigo stared forward at the wall. "You're worried about Kaibun breaking loose, aren't you?" Ichigo asked. Tatsuki tensed up, but just let out a grunt of acknowledgement. "I know I suppressed her, but Kaibun is like a Zanpakuto spirit. What if whatever's out there starts affecting me too?" Tatsuki turned towards Ichigo. "If Kaibun gets loose, I don't want to think about what could happen. Kaibun's not like a normal Zanpakuto spirit. She and I don't have a synergistic bond. She acts completely of her own accord and she's several times more powerful than me too. If she gets loose, it'll be big trouble for everyone involved, including you. You were lucky I was drained already during the battle against Talbumasuk, or Kaibun might have gone screaming at you when you went berserk." Tatsuki put a hand on her chest. "I know I've suppressed her and she hasn't bothered me, but if that's the case, that's why you're here as well." Ichigo spoke up. "You've suppressed Kaibun, you can do it again. You are an anomaly. I trust you to fight at my side. You have the power to help and, if I," Ichigo started looking solemn, "lose control, I need you to beat me to my senses." Ichigo put a hand on his chest. "I need to get this thing in me to recognize my friends. And just because I won't hurt Orium, doesn't mean something else won't. She's safer where she is," Ichigo stated. "And if I have you watching out for me, you can knock me out if absolutely necessary," Ichigo joked. Tatsuki cracked a grin. "That is so like you." She crawled underneath the covers on her side of the bed. "Good night, Ichigo." "Night," the teen got in on his side and the two friends faced away from each other. Both had barely begun drifting off when Kyokaka threw open the door. The light from the hall caused Ichigo and Tatsuki to groan. "Both of you come with me. The head captain just called an emergency meeting at the Sokioku Hill and he wants both of you there," Kyokaka glared. "Right, let's go." Ichigo grabbed Zanjutsu and he and Tatsuki followed the Shiba woman out into the night. Kyan and Rukia were at the 13th Division. Lelouch had told Kyokaka to go home and wait for a development rather than stay at Division 10. "I've got a really bad feeling about this," Kyokaka stated. Atop Sokioku Hill, more than just Ichigo, Tatsuki, Kyokaka, and the captains had been summoned. All of the vice-captains, plus each and every officer that had fought in the war was present. Missing from the summons were Hisuna, Kenpeki and Yachiroa. The former was at home still watching her children, at Byakuya's request, and the latter were lost in the Rukonga. Yumi Chika and Raya were Squad 11's representatives. Besides that, the entire senior officer group of the 2nd Division had been called as head. Shisato and Vera and Rukia were also on the hill. However, Yamamoto and Sasakaibe were missing from the scene. "That's not like the head captain to call assembly and then not show up," Lelouch mused. He didn't like this one single bit. It seems rather odd that not just the captains, but many senior officers and vice-captains would be summoned here as well, Ashido pointed out. "I was thinking the exact same thing," Yuna agreed. "It would seem as if everyone that fought in the war is here, with a few reasonable exceptions," Hitsugaya noted. "I don't like the looks of these storm clouds or this fog either," Stefan growled. "Easy there, Stefan, it's natural to become disoriented by drastic visual alterations," Tsun commented. "Oh, of course you're not having any problems, Tsun Taiko," Rangiku complained. Lelouch gave her a glare. "Ah, sorry, I'm out of line." "No harm done, even without my sight even I know that this area foretells bad things," Tsun stated. "Well, aren't you a natural prophet?" Jin joked, "but I hear what you're saying. Something about this assembly and the atmosphere doesn't seem quite right to me, and that should mean a lot coming out of my mouth." Tsun suddenly turned his head sharply towards the rickety bridge from the Sentakyu. Movement. Everyone looked in the direction Tsun's head was turned, and through the fog and across the bridge, before tumbling onto the ground, came Sasakaibe Kojiro. "Isane. Quickly!" Anohana ordered. "Hi." Isane rushed to the 1st Division vice-captain's side to apply first aid. Ichigo ran over as well. "Oi. Are you okay? Who did this to you?" "Kurosaka-san," yelling at the patient will not make things any better. Anohana stood behind him. Ichigo turned to look at her and she smiled at him. "Please try to calm down." Hi. Ichigo sweated and took a few steps away to give Isane some room. "Honestly, Ichigo, getting riled up doesn't accomplish anything," Tatsuki told him. Ichigo simply turned and looked the other way. "We've been set up, haven't we?" Yuna asked, growing anxious. "Well, thanks for pointing that out, Captain Obvious," Jin chuckled. "Oh, of course," Yuna exasperated with a tone of sarcasm, "I forgot some of us know how to trick people like it was breathing air." Susanna cleared her throat to indicate Lelouch, but Yuna either didn't hear it or didn't acknowledge it. Hey, no reason to lash out at lil old me," Jin said, playing the victim. "What's happened to the head captain, do you think, Kyan Dano?" Rukia asked, worried. "I don't know," Kyan closed his eyes, disappointed that he could not answer Rukia's question. "I'm scared, Oni-sama," Naomi said to Kendra. "Captain, what do we do?" Renji asked Byakuya. More and more concerns and cries and worries were thrown out faster than a diving peregrine falcon. Lelouch tried counting to 10 only to find all of the chatter around him frustrating. He finally lost his temper. "Enough!" he shouted. "The head captain isn't here right now, Sasakaibe is out and our Zanpakuto may not be working completely, but that's no reason to start losing our heads just because of a little bad weather. There is no reason to be lashing out at each other, feeling scared or wondering what we should do. This is pathetic." Everyone listened to Lelouch and turned in his direction. "Honestly, are we soul reapers or school children?" Lelouch-kun makes an excellent point, Shunsui added to the 10th Division captain's speech, "so it's stormy and we're in a bad spot here. I'm not losing it, so no one else should be either. So let's all calm down and take a deep breath. That means you too, Ichigo-kun, your Ryotsu is a little tightly wounded at the moment. Everyone did as Shunsui suggested. Thank you Kiraku Teiko, Lelouch said to him. Shunsui merely welcomed him by tipping his hat. Now, Lelouch continued, let's calmly figure out what to do next. That won't be necessary, a voice called from behind Lelouch. Everyone turned to look as the fog began to dissipate. Standing before them was a man with brown hair, pointed boots, white uniform, and a fur collar. Who are you? Ichigo scowled, grabbing the end of Zanjitsu's handle, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. Naomi, Momo, and Susanna appeared in front of the rest of the group through the use of Shunpo, also prepared to draw out their weapons at a moment's notice. The figure did not answer or respond to the threats. Should I use geese, or is it too soon? Perhaps I should let the situation percolate for a bit before resorting to such measures, Lelouch thought. If you won't answer to your identity, answer plainly, you are the one who called us here in place of the head captain, aren't you? The figure smirked slightly. What good would the answer to that question do you? This ain't any fun, Jin said, whipping out his Zanpakuto. It's obvious he's the enemy. Let me kill him. He drew back his short sword. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin's target dodged to the side from the forceful thrust of the blade. He then sent a forceful gale out towards Jin and everyone else, and within moments the fox-like Zanpakuto, Shinso, was on top of Sokioku Hill. Jin's eyes opened, recognizing the individual. With Jin still in shock, the fox-like Zanpakuto held up his clawed hand, and instantly his nails went shooting forward and impaled Jin in 5 different places through the chest before retracting. Jin clutched his sudden injury and dropped to one knee, eyes still open. Jin. Ichimaru-senpai. Rangiku and Izuru ran to his side immediately. The wounds were concentrated, but otherwise through and through. Both became bitter and vengeful on the spot. Growl, Hanko. Raise up your head, Wabisuk. Nothing happened, confusing both and shocking mostly everyone. Bare your fangs, Yajokokuo. Kill from the shadows, Akuma Ansatsu. Fly, Tetsuryu. Shed no tears, Aki Satsugai. Blow away, Yokanene Kaze. Sit upon the frozen heavens, higher in Meru. Snap, Tabayam. Howl, Zabumeru. Motivate, Yogo Kaikai. Strike twice, Reimei Inodo. Duel, Mio Okamai. Honorable Wolf. Fight, Tatake no Senshi. Explode with intensity, Kyode Bakuden. Show your loyalty, Yaban Tsuyosa. Bloom, Fujikujaku. Rankle the seas and skies, Nijibana. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. One by one many of the Soul Reapers called for their Zanpakuto, but it was to no avail. Not a single Zanpakuto that was called upon listened to its master. Byakuya promptly stepped forward. What have you done to our Zanpakuto? What is your name? What are you? He asked bluntly. What I have done is liberated your Zanpakuto from you Soul Reapers, the Ryoka stated. Liberated or stolen, Lelouch scowled. Either way I suppose it doesn't matter. He reached for his contact lens. You will return. Before Lelouch could finish his statement, a blur of red appeared in front of him and a hard, underhand punch was delivered to Lelouch's diaphragm. Lelouch, disoriented and hunched over, fighting to prevent the natural movement of dropping to his knees, craned his head up and found himself staring his own Zanpakuto right in the face. He tried to speak, but she had hit him so hard that he would be mute for several minutes. Lelouch looked at her face. He did not see the carefree, crimson-haired witch reflected in the spirit's eyes. What he saw was an angry spirit of vengeance. Iin Tamashi was scowling at him, looking at him with a disgusted look of either pity or hate. Iin Tamashi vanished and reappeared next to Shinso and the Ryoka. Lelouch saw a blade that had missed cutting Iin Tamashi angled down at the ground in front of him. The wielder was Susanna. Lelouch Dono, are you all right? She asked him. Lelouch simply nodded. Why are you doing this? Momo asked. If you're going to waltz in here and harm a captain and brainwash our Zanpakuto, I hope you are prepared to face the consequences. Momo shouted. I did not brainwash anyone. Your Zanpakuto tolerate you all and you Soul Reapers abuse the power you are given by us, the Ryoka replied. Lies. Momo shouted. Hitsugaya restrained her by putting a hand firmly on her shoulder to prevent her from charging Muramasa down. "You said us, does that mean you are a Zanpakuto as well?" Hitsugaya asked. "I am. My name is Muramasa," the Zanpakuto responded, "and as I've said before, I have liberated all of your Zanpakuto to awaken to their domestic instincts." "I call bullshit!" Kyokaku shouted, "There's no way you liberated our Zanpakuto. We are one in the same being." "If that's what you think, ask them yourselves," Muramasa stated and wiped away a drop of blood from his eye, and an explosion erupted from the Sirite eye. Those explosions, Kyokaku's mouth hung open. Only her Zanpakuto could produce one of those explosions so magnificently in magnitude. A second explosion erupted, this time accompanied by the echoing sound of bullets. Yolanda froze. Aaki Satsugai. A cold snap erupted in another location. Rukia and Hitsugaya both confirmed the presence of their Zanpakuto. A fourth explosion accompanied by the sound of thunder and a burst of petal-like blades could be seen in the far distance, signifying the presences of Senbonzakura and Reimei Inodo. Muramasa snapped his fingers and all of the Zanpakuto he had freed showed up in assembly. Stefan stared at Yajokokyo. If he was the beauty, then his Zanpakuto was the beast. Yajokokyo was covered in dark brown fur and hunched over. He had a back like a hedgehog and the head of a bulldog with the fangs of a piranha. He had 4-fingered hands and 3-fingered toes. His tail was decidedly rat-like and his eyes were yellower than gold itself. He was wearing shredded brown slacks and nothing else. Kendra's eyes were fixated on Akuma Ansatsu. Her Zanpakuto, male in gender, stood alongside Yajokokyo with his face framed in shadow by the hood he wore on his head. No facial features were visible. In his right hand was Kendra's shikai. His left hand had claws sticking out of the leather gloves he was wearing on both hands. His entire body was covered by a leather suit and he was wearing at least 5 belts around his legs, tightening his pants to his body. Yasuai recognized Tetsuryu immediately. He certainly lived up to the name Iron Dragon with his iron skin and draconic appearance. Yolanda saw her Zanpakuto sidled right up next to Yasuai's. She could not mistake the braided orange hair or the beret upon her partner's head. Nor could Naomi mistake the ninja-esque, jade-uniformed blonde spirit that was Yokanene Kaze. Izuru eyeballed the weighed-down hunchbacked black-haired man, Wabisuk. Isane took note of her Zanpakuto, arms folded, and it appeared to be glaring at her. Itagumo had blue hair made to look like an upside-down lotus flower on top of her head and red eyes. Itagumo was wearing a silk, lilac bodysuit that covered everything except her hands and feet with white clouds printed in random places on it. Her feet were covered by large white combat boots. On her hands she wore blue gloves with emeralds on the back of them. The spirit was an entire foot shorter than her owner. Hitsugaya saw Hiranmaru with his sea-green hair, X-shaped scar, and purple outfit. The Zanpakuto's eyes seemed directed not at him, but apparently were darting around the entire hill as if searching for something. Momo saw Tabayam up there as well. Her brown-haired, ribbon-accessorized Zanpakuto stood next to Hiranmaru. Byakuya saw the masked samurai, Senbonzakura, and Renji the baboon that was Zabumaru. Yuna saw her Zanpakuto high up in the sky as well. It took the form of a woman about as old as Mari had been, but she had wavy blonde hair that reached down to her shoulders and eyes the color of a chinchilla's fur. She was wearing a green chest plate and heeled metal boots, the color of sapphires. She wore red, leather gloves like the color of blood. She was beautiful and majestic and a faint playful smile could be seen upon her lips. Susanna glanced at the silver-haired, emerald-eyed young man, casually dressed in all black except for the fact that he was wearing no shoes and had large gray wings upon his back. He was sitting on air with his right leg crossed over his left knee with his left elbow on the ball of his right foot. Ashido gazed upon the flat-chested, pale blonde-haired, golden-eyed wolf-like woman that was Mio Okamai. She was wearing a mint green battle robe, cut low, and she had tufts of fur along her wrists and ankles. She was not wearing anything on her feet. Her tail stuck straight up behind her. Although he could not see her, Tsun could sense Suzumushi. She had 6 insected wings and a cricket-like body and wings. She wore a mask over her eyes that extended over the bridge of her nose which her green eyes poked through. She had jagged teeth and long black hair. Hanko stood with a hand on her hip, bearing down upon Rainjiku. Tatake no Senshi, a snow tiger humanoid, simply folded his arms and glared down upon his master, Shisato, with the gaze of a predator. Kyode Bakuden was a man dressed in an all-blue suit except for his white boots and shoulder pads. His right eye appeared to be missing. He was wearing an ocean blue hood over his face that covered his entire face from side except his eyes. And besides the other eye patch covered one, his left eye was milky white. Yumichika Sorarairo Kyojaku in all of his feathered glory. Yaban Tsuyosa looked about as intelligent as a caveman. He was big, green, and had a pig-like face with a Jamaican hairstyle along with a nose ring. He was a little hunched over and wore armor along the backs of his arms with the top side of an anvil along the tips by his arms. Ashisaji Jizu appeared in his bald, mutated butterfly glory, and in contrast to her father's ugly Zanpakuto, Nemu's spirit manifested as a woman with big bosoms, pink hair, a blue mask around her eyes, a mahogany t-shirt, and green parachute pants. Her hair moved about above her head as though Tekubikiri Tamashi were underwater. The blue, fish-like Zanpakuto that was Nijibana appeared, as did the pale-skinned, periwinkle-haired woman that was Sodno Shirayuki. Vera, with her good eye, fixated it upon Chikami Sorai. The aptly named blood razor was flecked with the iron-rich liquid across her skin and clothes. She had crimson hair several shades more vibrant than Iin Tamashi, and her hair was styled into 4 pigtails. 2 in front of her that came down to her chest level, approximately the same size as her master, and 2 that came down all the way to her waist in back of her. Chikami Sorai had blood-colored irises and pink bows tied around the edges of her pigtails. She was wearing a dark navy dress that didn't cover her arms at all and came down to her waist, where the skirt portion then came down to her knees. She was wearing white sneakers with blood-red laces and white, knee-high socks. She was smiling cheerfully and spinning the spoked portion of her weapon. Minajiki, Katen Kyakotsu, and Sogyo no Kotori were strangely absent, but the lack of their presence, as well as Gonryomaru's, told Lelich that Muramasa had directed them elsewhere, given Anohana, Shunsui and Yukatake could not call upon their Shikai. Ichigo was understandably surprised when Zanjitsu also stood at assembly with the other Zanpakuto. Old man, why? Tonight marks the downfall of the Soul Reapers. Long live the Zanpakuto! Muramasa declared and created a mountainous structure upon the Sokioku hill, which the Zanpakuto all took a random spot upon or continued to float aimlessly in the air. As if swimming through air, Iin Tamashi appeared in front of the other Zanpakuto and snapped her fingers, activating Kokoro Hasai, giving all of the Soul Reapers, and Tatsuki a splitting headache as Kyode Bakuden prepped another bomb. Kyokaka was the first to see it and notice it was of the extra bang variety. Everybody scatter! She shouted, not that it needed to be said. Chaos swept through the Siridi like herpes through a sexually active high school student body. Everyone ran in different directions, trying to escape the explosion. Some of the Zanpakuto pursued their masters. Others went on a wanton destructive warpath, allowing their masters to act as traffic control. Kyan, Renji, and Rukia were grouped together as Sodno Shirayuki, Nijibana and Zabumaru cornered them. Well Kyan, you're the smart one. Renji readied his blade. Any ideas? Try to isolate them. A one-on-one fight is probably the best thing for each of us. Isolated we can freely talk to our Zanpakuto. Turned on us or not, they are still our Zanpakuto, they will explain themselves. Hado 58, Tenran. The gale force hurricanes disrupted the calm of battle, and Kyan took that opportunity to tear after Nijibana and get her to pursue him to another location. In the tail of Zabumaru, Renji's Shikai appeared and the whipsword went flying at him and Rukia. Both jumped out of the way. Sodno Shirayuki blocked them off. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. The blast of ice divided Renji and Rukia, but not for long. A wave of pink caught Renji's eye off to his right. Rukia! Look out! He called. Renji dove down to the ground and landed on one knee on solid ground. The 6th Division second in command looked around only to notice that he had lost sight of Rukia from his angle. Having a problem, partner? Turned to his right to see Zabumaru standing on the rooftop nearby him. Behind Renji's location was the area where Kyan and Ichigo had done battle. In front of him was an endless winding pathway through the Siridi. Zabumaru, Renji looked at the baboon. I thought we were comrades. What's brought this on? The snakehead began to talk. We're tired of your failures, Renji. We refuse to be used by a weakling like you. Weakling? Renji got pissed off. In case you forgot, Renji, you are a weakling because nothing you've done has been the result of your own efforts. We have always helped you. You are nothing without us and you hold us back, the baboon spoke. So now, Renji's Shikai appeared in the snake's mouth, we're going to kill you. Across the streets, Rukia was okay. She had landed on a rooftop a few dozen meters away from Renji and was now staring down not just Sode no Shirayuki, but also Senbon Zikura. She braced herself for the 2-on-1, but in a flash a figure appeared behind Senbon Zikura. The movement was so quick Rukia did not hear the Kido being cast as Byakuya appeared and blasted Senbon Zikura in the back with a Sakasui. Byakuya tore after Senbon Zikura, leaving Rukia to deal with Sode no Shirayuki. Senbon Zikura came off Byakuya's attack and unleashed Bankai against his owner. Byakuya dodged the billions of blades and made his way towards an area that hovered over the Shirai sewers. The blades followed him into the building and Byakuya disappeared from sight. At the same time, Lelouch, still clutching his stomach, brought himself to the area where Ichigo and Kenpeki had once done battle. He was determined to make it to the first division, find clues about the head captain, but he was cut off and stopped by Iin Tamashi. It had been a little bit, so now Lelouch had the ability to speak. So after all we've been through, this is how you treat me? Lelouch tried to gild her. I've done everything you've suggested, put up with you for over a century and a quarter and this is what you do in response. I have no need to justify myself to you, Iin Tamashi responded with her Shikai cape billowing in the wind. The fact of the matter is that I'm sick of you Lelouch and the path I desire to walk is a path so dark you would never dare to walk it again. She charged a gigantic fireball and launched it at Lelouch. Meanwhile, along the street where Hisuna had used her Bankai for the first time, Zanjitsu had found Ichigo and the two were clashing. Zanjitsu had the advantage. What's the deal old man? Why are you on his side? Ichigo shouted, answer me. Zanjitsu did not respond. He simply retracted his blade and took a panning swing at Ichigo, holding the blade vertically, but swinging horizontally. He threw Ichigo off balance and forced the Soul Reaper to dodge backwards when he swung down again. Angered Ichigo flung himself into battle, taking several swings at Zanjitsu, but having each strike blocked effortlessly, as if Zanjitsu knew his move right before he made it. At this same time, Muramasa was interested in locating Tatsuki. She was not a Soul Reaper, but he sensed a power within her begging to be freed. The spirit found the raven-haired teenager beating back Tatake no Senshi in straight-up hand-to-hand combat while an injured Shisato lay upon ground, bleeding from her forehead and too tired to continue fighting due to her pregnancy. Tatake no Senshi backed off when he saw Muramasa show up. You are free to return to base for now, Muramasa told the humanoid cat. Hi, Tatake no Senshi vanished from sight. What are you up to? Tatsuki said to Muramasa, already in her ashen skin form. I was looking for you, Muramasa stated, you possess quite a lot of power for a mere human and I can sense a presence deep within you begging to be set free. Tatsuki took a left lead stance, panicking, I won't let you free her. You don't have a choice, Muramasa responded. Tatsuki took the offensive straight off. Kainryu. She spiraled towards Muramasa, coating her body in flames, but the Zanpakuto dodged out of the way. Kyoyoba. Tatsuki kicked fiercely at Muramasa, but she missed by a very large margin. No, it was more like something inside Tatsuki had made her miss. Tatsuki retreated away from Muramasa when she felt her head suddenly feel heavy like she suffered a 5-second hangover. Muramasa appeared in front of her and held out his hand in front of her before curling his thumb onto his palm and then curled his index finger over his thumb. Tatsuki was paralyzed, unable to move. I can sense the great power within you. It's longing to be free so much that it is directly interfering with your ability to fight. I've never used my power to free a being that is not a Zanpakuto, but the composition of the power within you seems close enough that it might work. Or it could kill you, which would be of no consequence to me, Muramasa stated and let out a pulse of energy into Tatsuki's body. Tatsuki staggered back, holding her body as it began to catch fire without burning her. She could feel Kaibun's presence. Trying to hold back Kaibun made Tatsuki feel like a water balloon still being filled and threatening to burst. The teen shuffled backwards, having movement in her legs. Don't lose control, don't lose control, don't lose control, she repeated. Muramasa chuckled with a smirk. Foolish human. How can you lose something you never had to begin with? A buildup of energy began to surge around Tatsuki and a mad cackling came along with it. Chisato lifted up her head and held it, watching the scene unfold before her. "Nuu!" Tatsuki screamed and then let out an agonizing scream, feeling as if her soul was being ripped in half. Suddenly a flaming presence emerged from her body and left Tatsuki lying on the ground, panting. She sat up to see what had happened, and for the first time she was able to see the source of her power in her true form. Kaibun was nothing like Tatsuki expected her to look like. Kaibun's body was completely on fire. Kaibun took the form of an hourglass-bodied, female figure. Her arms and legs were very humanoid except for the fact that Kaibun's feet were very bird-like with flaming, clawed talons. Kaibun's wings, rather than being tucked in, flapped down and dragged along the ground as they connected directly to her arms. They were bat-like. Kaibun's face was the only part of her body not on fire, except for her eyes, of which flame leaked from the holes of which eyes should be. Kaibun had blonde hair in a ponytail with her hair covering her right eye. Kaibun looked up at the sky, looked at Tatsuki and then back up at the sky. She laughed joyously as if her newfound freedom was the best thing in the world. "I'm free," Kaibun declared. Free at last. She felt elated and let her Ryotsu surge around her, forcing Muramasa a slight bit away from her. She looked at the brown-haired, pointy-showed spirit. "I suppose I should thank you for my freedom." "Yes, I am Muramasa." The Zanpakuto bowed too shallowly to Kaibun. "I am a Zanpakuto, freeing all of the other Zanpakuto to follow their innermost desires to incite rebellion. And while you and I are not the same, we are very similar, are we not?" "I suppose we are," Kaibun smirked and Muramasa smiled back, but then again, fire heated up around Kaibun, turning the ground beneath her into smoldering ash. "My desire is to lay waste to all with my flames," Kaibun cackled. She looked at Tatsuki. "And I think I'll start with that boy you care oh so much about." And no, Tatsuki barely managed to get out, but the surge of Kaibun's Ryotsu showed Tatsuki just how much difference in power there was between them. Tatsuki was not weak, but the difference between Kaibun and Tatsuki was intense. Kaibun's Ryotsu was about a time and a half greater than her source, Feng Shaolin. Tatsuki wasn't even as strong as her sensei. To make matters worse, Kaibun's average Ryotsu was so iPhone's maximum. Simply put, things were pretty bad for anyone Kaibun came across. "Silence, you have no control over me." "No one does." Kaibun took to the skies. "What have you done?" Tatsuki shouted at Muramasa angrily. "I regret nothing," Muramasa stated. "Are you stupid?" Tatsuki got to her feet, angry. "Kaibun isn't just a spirit, she's a bloodthirsty demon. She'll kill everyone and everything. She won't stop at just Soul Reapers. She'll go after you too eventually. You have to seal her back up." "I'm not obligated to do anything, at least until you are dead, so that your powers cannot be used together," Muramasa told Tatsuki. "Then I'll get her back myself." "Even I don't want Kaibun loose upon the world." Tatsuki went after the spirit that lived inside her body. Muramasa, curious as to how things would play out, shadowed Kaibun. He showed up before Tatsuki to find one crazy scene where Ichigo and Zanjitsu had been doing battle. Kaibun had knocked the bearded spirit to the ground and was now going straight for Ichigo. Muramasa landed next to Zanjitsu as the spirit got to its feet. "At this rate it might get loose," Zanjitsu said to his new boss. "What might get loose?" Muramasa asked. As they said this, Kaibun punched Ichigo hard in the chest and hooked him in the face before delivering an uppercut to his chin. Shoryuken. She sent Ichigo rolling along the ground and into a pillar. Much of his uniform was getting burned away. "There is another presence within him that you should know about," Zanjitsu stated, "and without me to stabilize it, Ichigo will most likely lose control. Kaibun will overwhelm him, and when he tries to fight back, you'll see for yourself." Muramasa was now intrigued as to what was about to happen. Kaibun came blazing towards Ichigo. The teen held up his sword. "Getsuga Ten." Kaibun grabbed him by the throat and Ichigo choked. "Is this all the power you have in you, boy?" Kaibun asked with a sadistic smirk. She turned and threw Ichigo behind her. Get serious. She shouted in demand. I know you are much more powerful than that. I can even sense it within you, threatening to get loose. Without your Zanpakuto to protect you, it's hard for you to suppress. Don't fight it, let it out. You're crazy. You have no idea what you're asking me to do. I refuse to let that psycho take over my body for even 1 second. Ichigo shouted. Oh, but I do. Kaibun licked her lips. You see, free from Tatsuki's body, I am not bound by her compassion or her mortal body. I am an entity stronger than even some of those feeble Espada, but Tatsuki refuses to draw on my power. I aim to see how strong I really am, and you are one of the strongest beings I know. Show me your true form. Let it out, Kurosaki Ichigo. Never. Ichigo shouted at her and charged towards Kaibun. You don't get it, do you? She said bluntly and elbowed him in the diaphragm. You don't have a choice, boy. Ichigo went tumbling along the ground as Kaibun walked towards him. I am going to keep pushing you until you. She blasted Ichigo with a fireball, landing a direct hit. She blasted him again, me, and again, and once more, power. She blasted him again and Ichigo rolled along the ground riddled with burns and bruises. Tatsuki finally made it to the top of Sokioka Hill. Ichigo. Kaibun looked at Tatsuki. Oh well, look who finally made it here, she smirked. She picked up Ichigo's limp, battered body by the hairs upon his head. You're about to witness the destruction of the only boy you ever cared about. Stop it! Tatsuki shouted. Kaibun ignored her and made to drive her flaming arm straight through Ichigo's body. Ichigo! Tatsuki shouted. Kaibun gleefully drove her arm towards Ichigo only for his hand to shoot up and grab her arm, bending it. What? A low, serpentine growl left Ichigo's throat. His body suddenly surged with crimson red Ryotsu and Kaibun backed off. Ichigo! Tatsuki shouted in worry. Yes. Kaibun smiled in anticipation. This is it. This is really it. He's awake. The red light surrounded Ichigo died away and his form was revealed. Standing on Sokioka Hill for Kaibun, Zanjitsu, and Tatsuki to see was the same form Ichigo had used when his mother's grave had been totaled. In stark contrast to last time though, Ichigo was not holding a weapon, not that his ultimate form would even need one. He let out a loud roar and surged his Ryotsu. Tatsuki was terrified. Zanjitsu stared unfazed, Muramasa was intrigued and Kaibun was ecstatic. That is quite a lot of power, Muramasa thought to himself. Depending on how things go I might be able to make use of it. Kaibun pushed her hair away from her right eye and undid her ponytail, letting her blonde hair cascade around her body. She was grinning from ear to ear. I have longed for this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kaibun said to the hollow-eyed teen. I have long since wanted to bring you to this form ever since I could sense it deep within my former landlord. I've long since tried to think of a way for the two of us to do battle like this, unrestricted. And I will prove. Kaibun extended out her wings, outstretched her left arm and held her right by her chest as she hovered a few inches off the ground. To you and to my master, Kaibun flared her flames and burned the area within her spherical personal space. How I am so much more powerful than anything this world has ever seen. Ichigo's hollow simply let out a low growl and stared at his opponent. His most interesting battle since his battle with the black-haired captain, Anohana, was about to unfold and he was looking forward to crushing the life out of the fiery creature before him. Come on, Kaibun egged, fight. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.